Hello, chats. Sorry, I am so sorry that I am so late. Not only starting the stream, but also trying to get things fixed. I just ran into like a bunch of weird, annoying technical issues with my streaming software and with YouTube stuff the past like 15-20 minutes. But hello, how are we all doing today? Yeah, there was for some reason like duplicates. There was for some reason like a duplicate that popped up for the stream, so I had to kill that one and then redo this one, and then streaming software wouldn't authenticate, so I had to restart everything. And anyway, we're here now. Yeah. Oh right, I completely forgot to share this on the Discord. Let's do that. Because for once, I'm not starting so goddamn late that it's too late to ping the majority of people. Let's see.
Alright, where are we off to next?
A lot of talk about whether Zani needs Phoebe or not. So let's yap about it. Bam. Okay, I did, motherfucker. I am so good at this, I fucking swear. Oh my god, I clicked the wrong thing. Wow, look at that. Crazy. Delete that one, repost this one.
Alright,
At everyone.
where are we off to next?
Okay. Cool. Alright. But hello, how are we doing all today, chat? It has been a whole full day since I streamed last Smile. I also know that this stream is starting a lot earlier than a lot of my other streams do, so a bunch of the regulars who are in like EU and Australia probably haven't actually had a chance to, probably can't pop in right now, so things will probably pick up a little bit more later on. But in the meantime, I mean, really the goal of this entire stream is really to just yap about things and kind of just discuss this whole situation that's been popping up a lot on like social media and on like content shit like YouTube and whatnot about like whether does Zani really need Phoebe or not. And I mean, the really short answer is no, but with lots of caveats, and also yes, but with lots of caveats, it's yesn't. The answer is yesn't. But in the question of whether or not, you know, X needs Y, the reality is at the end of the day, it's like a relative thing, right? Like, you can always also say, well, Jian needs Morphe. You can always say that Camellia needs Sanhua or needs Rotia. You can say that Carlotta needs to have Zhuzher. Like, at the end of the day, the same argument can be made for any of these main DPSs, so I think it's important to talk about them in relative context of each other. In fact, what kind of triggered I was originally going to stream just like a bunch of PGR stuff today, because the events are ending soon. I'll probably start doing that tomorrow or maybe later tonight. A bunch of the events are ending soon, because they kind of end a bunch of events like, about 2-ish weeks before they actually end a patch, generally in PGR. So a lot of those events are ending, and I want to knock through them, especially because earlier today, well, I guess because it was like late afternoon, Punishing Grey Radio. So Lena and Ivy, who host GreyRibbons.com and also make a bunch of like PGR and some Woowa content. They were streaming the beta for the new Devil May Cry collab in PGR because that's like a collab that is coming to CN later this month. I think the 22nd or something like that. So, you know, that's nice.
Back to work.
But yeah. Oh my god, why? Okay, we're good. But yeah, so that's basically it. Watching them, it made me really want to play PGR, but then I kind of popped onto like Twitter for a second and was seeing a bunch of stuff about this. In fact, there was in particular one tweet that I ended up writing like a fucking essay about, because I do that completely randomly for no goddamn reason. See if I can find it real quick.
Where are we off to next?
Yeah, it was one in particular that kind of got me, and like, I'm not trying to throw shade at this person at all, especially because like, I am fucking minuscule compared to them anyway. So, but either way, I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm not trying to start shit or anything like that. I just have a variety of like, I guess, critiques on this in particular that I ended up writing a large thing about, and then went, I should just fucking yap about this on stream. Since they make the point that Zani needing a support is not a new thing, which is true. All DPS characters need supports to work. That is the arguable. It's just that Zani has fewer options, unlike 1.0 characters where there were 4-star options. Also arguable. We'll get into it. But Gion needs heavy attack damage support. Yeah, and a healer. That one's a particularly weird take to me because, I mean, I already, like, wrote fucking, like, multi-paragraph essays on it on Twitter, even though no one's ever going to read that because no one wants to read any of like the fucking 5-10 paragraph essays I randomly write on Twitter because I fucking feel like it. But Gion, I would argue, is definitely the carry that needs a healer the least, because compared to all the other like main DPSs in the game, he doesn't have any long animations at all, and if he dodges and continues doing his heavy attack in ult, it doesn't really lose him much DPS. Everyone else, on the other hand, if you get hit or have to dodge in the middle of certain animations, then you lose a chunk of DPS. Like if Carlotta has to dodge during one of her ult shots, or if Changli has to dodge during like one of her resonance, like during one of her forte heavy attacks and things like that. If Zhang Liao has to dodge during his stack building combo, or even worse during his like one of his 3 like big nukes during his ults. All of these things, you lose a lot of damage if you get hits, if you get knocked out of those animations, and like the solution to that is swap canceling, but swap canceling is harder to do, and a lot of people don't want to or can't even really effectively do it very well. It's a big part of the skill ceiling in this game. And 2, a lot of people, and 2, like, if you have outro buffs, like in the case of Jian, or like you're using Yinlin's outro buff for like Zhang Liao or something like that, you can't swap off of them, or you lose like the damage amplify, which is, you know, 28% for Jian or 45% for Zhang Liao. So like, those characters, it makes a lot more sense to have defensive utility on, because in some cases, if you're not playing quick swap and you're playing hyper carry, you kind of have to tank shit sometimes. You just can't always find the openings to land all the stuff efficiently. But yeah, Jian hasn't had that problem. He can literally dodge whenever the fuck he wants during his ult, and it just doesn't matter. Don't know why I'm, like, dying on this hill. But anyway, Jinxie needing 2 different type of attributes, also very true. Plus needing a resonance skill support for maximum output, also true. Camilla needing a basic attack damage buff, which only has 2 options, Sanhua and Rachia. This one's particularly weird to me because Sanhua is free. Sanhua is free and also a 4-star, and they make the points that Zani needing Zani has fewer options, but Camellia has exactly the same amount of options. And Zani can still work without Peeb. True. Spectral Rover is right there. True. Use it. True. So, like, I don't know. This is definitely one of the more, like... This is definitely one of the more base takes I've seen on the whole situation. Even if I can definitely nitpick a lot of, like, details about the things that they specifically mention. But it did kind of get me thinking about how, at the end of the day, if you're going to be talking about, like, Zani needing Phoebe or not, you have to kind of look at it in context of other characters, right? You can't just say, well, yeah, she doesn't need Phoebe because you have Spectral Rover, and Spectral Rover is free. And, like, that is all true, and yeah, it does tank her damage a decent amount using Spectral Rover. But how much that damage tanking happens is important to look in relative context of how Jian's damage tanks without a mortar fee or something, and using a different a different 4-star or free support, right? Camellia same way, except for Camellia also has Sanhua, which is free. And I just think I think it would be fun to go through all of them and kind of just yap about it and discuss it and kind of really look into the nuance of whether or not Zani really, like, needs this or not. Actually, you know what? Let's make a spreadsheet for this. Instead of a Google Doc. This would make it a lot easier to kind of keep things organized. New spreadsheet. Friendship. Oh, wait, nope. Oh my god, why is it caps? Friendship ended with Phoebe. Cry emoji. Not even emoji. Fucking emote from way back in the. I am a hag. This is what we used to text way back in the day for a crying emoji. Because back in the old Razor clamshell flip phone days, we didn't have your fancy like emotes and graphical capabilities. We had to just use like under 300 characters, I think it was. It was 100, I don't remember, depending on provider and plan. For a text. You didn't have all your fancy new-spangled Discords and messaging apps and social medias. But yeah, okay, so. First off, we look at Zani. And so. Ideal sub DPS / support. Okay, so for Zani, let's do this. Okay, better. So for Zani, if we look at ideal sub DPS and support, obviously there is Phoebe. And then there is Spectral Rover. And then we can take like a quick look at, what would be the best way to do this? Actually, I will just make a gap. Make some points. It's not really a good way to like organize this into a super efficient table or anything like that. Also, is chat working right now? Can anyone just like type something for me to make sure that chat is working? Because I've been having so many like technical difficulties with YouTube today. I'm worried like the chat might not be functioning right now. In fact, let me try typing something real quick. Heart emoji. Wait, that's not how that works. Okay. That is not how that works either. Hearts. Black heart, black heart, black heart. Let's see. Is that coming through? Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, chat is in fact working. We're just worried about things breaking at the moment because they do that. Okay. But yeah, so typical Zani team. I guess I probably just need to do dailies anyway, so might as well just kill some things with them real quick. Is, you know, Shorekeeper or Verina. Your classic, like, good healing support. Not even healing supports, they're just damage amping supports, honestly. I did the wrong thing. Wow, I'm so good at this game. I held the right button down. Yeah, I accidentally put Phoebe into main DPS mode. So we gotta kill all of that real quick. Okay. But yeah, normally Phoebe is an interesting character because she's both a very good main carry, but requires Spectral Rover to be one, and also, of course, is like the ideal support for Zani because she provides the Spectral Frazzle Zani's kit requires to work. Since she literally can't build blaze stacks up without it, other than the tiny amount she gets from her resonance, she gets from like her enhanced resonance skill. And so like it's not just a matter of like her doing increased damage like with other characters with Amplify. She literally doesn't have as much ability to use ult without having a Spectral Frazzle support. So that is kind of point one for like, does Zani need Phoebe more than other DPSs need that like primary like limited supports? One point being that Zani doesn't just get a DPS, doesn't just get like a, I guess, damage multiplier is the best way to put. from Phoebes / Zrover. That's better. Zrover. She requires Spectral Frazzle to even build up stacks for her ult. Period. And let's see. Other DPSs lose big multipliers like outro buffs, but still function without said supports. Without said, I guess sub-DPS / support is an important distinction, because there is a difference in this game between the sub-DPS and the support. Although that being said, both Phoebe and S0 kind of just count as supports for Zani, because when Phoebe is in her Spectral Frazzle mode, she doesn't do that much damage, so she's not exactly a sub-DPS. She's just an enabling support. Really the only exception... Main exception is Jinsi, who requires like two what do they call it, elements? Or just call them elements. Who requires 2 elements. Hey Agrafius, good to see you. Junglefish, I am very interested in DPS calculations for Zani, Phoebe, Shorekeeper. So I am not sure if I'm gonna do full DPS calculations yet. It would interest me, because like if there are 2 teams that I would really like to do personal damage calculations on, it would definitely be Zani teams as well as Zhangli Yao teams, where you have Changli as well as Zhangli Yao as like dual DPS. Largely because like so the thing about Zani too that most people don't really, I guess I don't think a lot of people realize this with Zani, is that Zani has a way higher skill ceiling than people probably think she does. Because like, oh yeah, you have to time your parries, that requires skillful play. It's a 2-second parry window. Like, it's not that hard to parry. On top of that, like during her ults, I still have ult. During her ult, she can literally just dodge cancel into another parry immediately, right? Like, it burns a little bit of gauge, but like if you fuck up the parry timing, you can literally just do that. Like, you can just do that. So, like, I don't think the parry mechanic is necessarily that high of a skill ceiling thing. It has a skill floor for sure, right? You have to know you have to know, like, the enemy's attacks and the timings for them in order for you to be able to time that window, but it's still a 2-second window. It's pretty generous. The thing about Zani, though, is that, Zani has a lot of quick swappable animations. Similar to, like, Changli, Zhangli Yao, Kalkaro, and all those characters. Like, she has a lot of quick swappable animations. For example, like, take this one. Someone hit me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I hate you so much. Do these guys even attack? Okay, I'm just gonna... Oh, does that count? Okay. Oh wait, no, that's the healing one. Fuck these guys. Okay. So, for example, when you parry with this, with her enhanced resonance skill... Oh my god, is this bear not going to attack? I've never... What the fuck? What is going on with their attack patterns? I've never seen it be like this before. Why is the... What? This bear always... Okay, anyway, yeah. So, when you parry, you can immediately swap off. And for example, you can build up like 3 stacks on Zani. It'll probably just be better if I actually do this with an ult. Yeah, it's probably just better if I actually like do a proper full rotation with an ult. Okay. So... Yeah, fuck it. Alright. Okay. And then bear attacks us, right? Counter happens. 1, 2, 3. Immediately swap back to Zani. Beat them up. And if you don't know how Phoebe works... Like, if you don't know how Phoebe works... Oh, I should have just charge attack there. So, the way that Phoebe's, like, Spectral Frazzle application works... Ah, he's down. I can't do another parry. That's fine. But so, the way with how her Spectral Frazzle, as well as just her damage dump in main carry mode with Absolution and Confession, she has 2 modes. The blue bar you see at the bottom on her Forte right now is Confession mode, where she applies Spectral Frazzle. When it's yellow on the other hand, she is applying just shitloads of damage on targets that are Spectral Frazzle, so you need Spectral Rover as a support enabler in that case. But so, the thing about Phoebe is that you see how, like, my attack button is now lit up blue, right? Even though I swap back, it's still lit up blue. When it is lit up blue, what that means is that your next heavy attack becomes the Forte heavy attack that applies Spectral Frazzle. But if it's not blue, then if you do this, like, really pathetic heavy attack that does no damage and there's way too much animation time. So the way that you get the blue circle up to have your heavy attack ready is that you do either a basic 3-hit combo, or you do a dodge counter. I don't have anything to dodge right now, but you do a dodge counter and it'll light it up blue. Most people seem to think that you have to do 3 basic attacks and then heavy attack in the same sequence, but that's not true. Once she has this up, you can swap off of her, do a Zani thing, swap back, she still has it up, right? So that means that if you implement more swap canceling, you can severely increase the efficiency of your team's rotations. Because how a typical team is gonna go, right, is that, like, okay, Zani does her ult stuff, like traditional hyper carry, no swapping. Zani does her ult stuff, she, like, beats the fuck out of the things, right? And then once she, like, presses her second ult and, like, swaps back over, then you just go, like, Shorekeeper, a little quick buff. And then, like, that's when, like, you'll just be like, okay, time to rebuild stacks. I'm just gonna do this and just rebuild stacks for Zani real quick, and like all of this stuff until I'm like out of my Forte and I can't build any more Spectral Frazzle than Zani does and does parry shit, right? And like builds up another standard Forte attack, and then does this because it amplifies her Frazzle damage, which is all of her ult damage. And then you do it again, right? That is like the traditional hyper carry rotation, but it's a lot less efficient than what you can be doing. Because, like, every time, for example, right now, right, like, Phoebe doesn't have her Confession up because you have to wait until the yellow bar underneath fills back up, so you do have to wait some time before you can do it. But say I'm playing Zani, and then something hits me, I parry it, and then respond, and then that means that I can do that with I pressed the wrong fucking button again, goddammit. You have to make sure you don't press charge attack, though, when she doesn't have Confession up. Also, the way that, like, Phoebe works is that when the bar is up, you turn into, and see, dodge counter gets us up, so I can just do this with the next one. But yeah, you hold like basic charge attack, you get the yellow mode, which is her main DPS mode. It does not work with Zani. And if you hold resonance skill, then you get the support one that is specifically used with Zani. But yeah, anyway, back to the point. So say that, like, I parried something, I can swap over the Phoebes, do that real quick, swap back to Zani, and then keep doing things, right? Same if I was in ults. I can be, like, in ult, right? Let's see if he attacks me for parry. Trigger, okay, well, that wasn't a parry. So, trigger parry, 1, 2, 3 basic, back to Zani things, and now, oh wait, I fucked up. And then you can do a charge attack right after that, because you did a 1, 2, 3 basic, right? So 1, 2, 3, and then bop, 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 bop. Charge attack, and then bop, 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 other things. I obviously fucked up the rotation because Zani should have been able to do her second ult there and do the final Nightfall. But I guess just as an example, right, you can squeeze in all of that kind of swap canceling. Like, bam, immediately go back to Zani, do Zani things, right? Do Zani things, go back to Phoebes, and we can do like a 1, 2, 3 basic, then go back to Zani, and then Phoebes can do a charge attack, and then go back to Zani. Like, this is how you maximize a Zani team. Is by doing this back and forth. In fact, I kind of want to do a Zani guide at some point, because I really don't think most players are aware of this, right? Like, she seems like such a traditional hyper carry, like, oh, you stay on Zani, you beat the shit out of thing, and then you go to your like your universal support, you go to Phoebe, do Phoebe things, and go back to Zani and do Zani ult things, right? Like, you know, exactly what a traditional hyper carry thing. So like Gion teams are pretty much always traditional hyper carry, right? But Zani has a way higher skill ceiling than all of that. On top of that, in your like warm-up rotation, where you're kind of just waiting for Zani to get stacks and get her ultimate back up, you could be even doing things on Shorekeeper, and then, oh, they're about to hit me. Swap to Zani, trigger a parry, go back to Shorekeeper, or go to Phoebes for something, right? And the fact you can buffer up the important charge attack by doing 3 basic attacks on Phoebe, and you can also like you can swap cancel right as that third attack starts coming out. Lets you do a lot more stuff, especially because in that time, like, you can have Zani do, like, a charge attack, and that builds up a decent amount of forte gauge, and then pop the Shorekeeper that builds some extra stacks for faster outros and more energy gen, all that kind of stuff. This team has a huge amount of quick swap potential that, significantly increases its potency. I think day 1 with Zani, when I was just kind of fucking around with her on tower, in Middle Tower, 2nd floor, which is the hardest one in the tower, reverse the hardest boss, we like barely scraped like a 3-minute clear with just traditional hyper carry. Then once I started doing quick swaps and doing like at best like 50% of the ceiling potential for it, because I haven't practiced it much, we cut off like over 30 seconds. Like, it was pretty huge.
Comes with the job, I guess.
Hi, discount Austin Powers. Yeah, baby. I was not aware, thanks to explain. Yeah, no worries. This is not the point of this stream, but like I said, we're just gonna be yapping about shit anyway. Have I cashed in a single fucking one of these? Whatever. Gives us potentially a chance to showcase things if I can like actually do it well enough. I'll probably have to stop yapping for that though.
With time.
Okay, 1, 2, basic. Each other hard. 1, 2, 3. Bop. Charge that. Zani can do the thing while that happens. How was that not a parry? Tell me, game. Oh, why was I aerial? That's super weird. Okay.
Come at me.
Whoop. Okay, I guess.
Come at me.
Pop this.
Once, I don't do overtime.
Basic ones. Parry. Trigger that. Back into Zani. How did that miss? Fuck you. Do Zani thing. Then, you know, could do another buffer. If they didn't die so fast, I could do more Zani thing, and then, like, do the charge attack instead of the buffer. Maybe at some point, if there's dead time, swap to Shorekeeper for a few basics. Because if you ever have, like, a team with Shorekeeper in it, or Verina's not as good at this, but she can do it by doing jump attacks instead. But if you have a team where you are doing heavy quick swap, and you have moments where you can't get meaningful quick swap out, you can always just swap to Shorekeeper and do like 2 basics and swap to someone else. In fact, you can do double swap tech if you're extremely sweaty, where, for example, say that I needed to get, like, say, for example, I wanted to do the thing earlier where, like, Zani does, like, a parry, and I swap to Phoebe and, like, trigger her confession mode. What you can do instead is you trigger the parry, go to Shorekeeper 1, 2, and then go to Phoebe for this. Because you can immediately double swap. You can immediately double swap. If it's not as good as it is in ZZZ, it has a bigger buffer window. Like in ZZZ, you can do like 5-frame swaps if you're crazy. But you can do that where you just kind of go like... Yeah, no, the buffering window is not as good. You kind of have to wait like at least 20-ish frames before you can even input something. But you can see how like... For example, like, you can do stuff like that even min-maxes even more if you're really fucking sweaty. It's not that important. The only team where that is important to do is the Chang Liao team, but it's literally the hardest team to play in the game. Which is like another team I want to, like, calculate and potentially make a guide on, because it's so fucking hard to play, but it's so fun to play if you enjoy mechanical shit like I do. Okay, anyway. That was a 50 minutes non sequitur. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, yeah, it has a much higher skill ceiling than people think. For sure. And Phoebe, like, Zani's numbers when you don't do any swap cancels is still very high with Phoebe. It's a lot lower without Phoebe. Again, I haven't had the chance to do full calculations, but Grim, who is the theorycrafter on Pridwin, who handles both Wuwa and Honkai Star Rail. I know people have like opinions of Pridwin. I can't speak for any of their other games coverage, but I do know Grim. I have chatted with him. I have seen like his work and everything, and he does a very good, thorough job with things and makes very good assumptions. So like, at least when it comes to Pridwin for like Honkai Star Rail related things, maths and ratings and whatnot, as well as Wuwa, like I trust Grimro to do a good job. So like, but yeah, like if we take a look at, I don't have like current access to his spreadsheets because I just haven't bothered to ask, because shrug, right? If I do get around to, if I do want to calculate, I'll just do it myself. But like I said, whatever Grimro recommends on here, generally speaking, I trust the information since I've seen his work and know him. But yeah, so obviously tier list. Tower Diversity is more like, it's going to be more like either cleave, because some of the floors have like 1 to 3 enemies before you fight the boss, and boss fight focus. Wuthering Waves is just AoE clear spam bullshit, right? Oh, interesting. He moved up Chong-Li to T0 even without the expert tag. Huh. Why would that happen? Let's see. Now that Brand's released, Chong-Li is more powerful than ever in Huihua. Makes it easy to play and buffer. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Because they added a new thing that she's incredibly good at, and we removed the expert tag on her because, well, she can't really go higher than T0. That's so funny. But it also means if you play her expertly, you're even higher than all of the best characters, basically, which I can say from experience is true if you can actually, like, do a good job with the Chong-Li Yao team. But yeah, interesting. For those who don't, like, really look at Pridwin stuff, basically, if it has an expert tag right here, then if you play really well with the team, right? Like, for example, with Encore, if you can effectively swap cancel her, swap back cancel her resonance skill, because Encore is interesting where, like, you press her resonance skill once, she actually channels shots for like 2 seconds, so you can swap over, do something with your support, then swap back to Encore and press skill again before she disappears, and still get the second resonance skill out. So stuff like that is what they mean by expert. And she goes up to 1 tier to T0.5 if you can do that, because it's a significant damage game when you can do stuff like that. Or you can also, like, bother to swap cancel, like, her forte heavy attack, all that kind of shit, right? Similarly with Gion, I actually don't remember why Gion has the expert. I believe he has some other... I'm gonna have to, like, actually look through the change logs. I remember reading it, I just don't remember. Let's see here. In our past tier list, we considered Gion getting an expert due to his double drag. Oh, that's right. He has a double dragon rotation. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's right. I forgot. He has a specific double dragon rotation, which is much more complicated than the traditional. Oh, I go to Verina, trigger forte, I go to Mortifi, trigger forte, I go to Gion and press Alt and hold basic attack and press E sometimes, right? He has a double dragon rotation that's a lot more complicated that pushes him up to this level, which I think is honestly healthy. Gion at the launch of the game obviously was incredibly strong single target DPS, but it's good that he's not super strong single target because he's one of the best AoE characters in the entire game. Cough cough, Camellia cough cough. But yeah, that's what the expert means. So, like, for example, Chong-Li has an expert +2 because, part of why she's my favorite character, not only just because I love her and her personality, her look, the Pag energy, and that we have Shalom at home, who is my favorite gacha character, but also she has an absurd skill ceiling because of how you can swap cancel literally everything she does, right? And like I was talking about, right, let's just actually do this real quick. I swear we'll talk about, like, Zani and stuff in a second. Welcome to my streams where I don't stop yapping fucking ever. Okay, yeah. So, for example... so obviously people are like, oh, okay, you can, because Chong-Li can swap cancel literally everything she does. So, you know, you have your resonance skill, right? It's like, okay, cool, and then you have, like, the attack afterwards. So you can swap cancel both of those. But what people don't realize is you can do that while also double swap canceling. Like, you can do double swap cancels with that, right? Because it requires one button press, and then you immediately swap off. You don't have to, like, wait on, because there's a 1 second cooldown between swapping back, right? So if I swap to Zhang Liao and then swap to Cheng Li, I can't swap back to Zhang Liao until that point in the animation because of that requirement. However, if I'm on Zhang Liao and does she have hers back up? Yeah, okay. If I'm on Zhang Liao, I can go bam. And that allows me to spend that extra second doing things on Brant, which could just be like a resonance skill, so and then Zhang Liao can do a plunge attack because his plunge attack in ult is actually really good. But yeah, that's what we talk about when we talk about, like, how Cheng Li has, like, an expert +2 tag. Honestly, the expert +2 just means that she's T0, and that's with, like, I believe for Grimm's calcs, that's just basic, like, oh, you do this, and then, right, and then you, like, do this, and then, like, you swap back. Like, what I'm, not even a double swap tech I'm talking about. If you double swap tech, she's, like, the Cheng Li Yao team is very arguably the strongest team in the entire game. It's just, you know, it's really hard to maximize because double swap techs work. Like, yeah, like, I'm not even really doing a great job with it right now. But you can swap cancel fucking everything. What the hell? Oh, shit. Bam. Buffer charge attack.
Pierce through the stars.
Resonance skill, aerial attack, Cheng Li, buffer this, bam, bam. Like, I fucked up the timing a little bit because I could have, like, charge attacked into Zhang Liao E immediately into Brant for, like, this, right? But the point is that in the course of, like, the last 4 seconds of the fights, minus, like, the extra, like, second I wasted on Zhang Liao not immediately pressing E and double swap canceling, I did about 12 inputs, maybe 15. But if you can do that, this team, like, normally you use Shorekeeper, I just use Brant and Overworld because it's funny, right? Like, normally with this team you would have... My god, am I fucking blind? I am fucking blind.
Understood. I am here to serve your will.
That was a quick setup. Yeah, normally you do this thing with Shorekeeper, right? So you can do the things I just do Brant because he's funny, and I find him funny in Overworld stuff, or if I'm not sweating content. If I'm sweating, I use this team. But like I was saying, like the double swap back, right? Like you can do, like, boop, boop, and then back to this, do her forward attack, press his thing. And every time you're doing this, you're building up more energy on Shorekeeper, and you're building up so she can get, and more importantly, you're building up Concerto faster, because Cheng Li wants your team to have outros as fast as possible. A well-built Shorekeeper ults off cooldown because she's literally based an energy regen character, like she literally builds energy regen as her primary stat. But like that being said, building up her Concerto for her outro takes a lot longer, but if you're doing like double swap backs and getting extra basic attacks in, right, and like getting all the extra charge inputs and stuff like that, she builds up outro like 3 times as fast. I'm not even joking. Because normally people just like go on Shorekeeper and then like do this stuff until like, okay, she has Forte now, and then we swap off. Or she has Concerto now, and then we swap off, right? Like, boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Like, this is what people normally do, right? To get her outro going. Well, that was weird. To get her outro going, right? But you can just do this instead. Right, like, you can do that. That wasn't even, like, super good. I did, like, 2/3 as many inputs as I could have, and I kind of fucked some of the, rotations. The point is, that's the kind of shit you can do with this team, and it's hilarious, and it's incredible how much fucking damage this team does if you do that well. Yeah, the only time you spent a decent amount of time is for that specific... Oh, did I just die? Oh, weird. Oh, it reset where he was. Yeah, like... The only time that you spend like more than you need to spend more than like 1 second on a single teammate in this team comp is when Zhang Liao does his basically when he's in his ult. The best way to build up his forte for his big nuke that he uses 3 times is the press resonant skill and then basic attack in ult form, and basically the resonant skill knocks him into the air, gets 2 charges, and then his plunging attack gets him 3 charges. So you swap off as soon as the plunging attack starts, basically. That's the only time this team needs to be on a character for more than 1 second, and that takes like 1.5 seconds if you swap cancel with good timing. So yeah, this team is like insanely ADHD and fun. And okay, let's talk about. God fucking damn it! I just spent another 50-minute tangent not talking about Zani and Phoebe. I am so good at this. Also, as the very top of the screen tells you, so like in the past few streams, like me and some of the regulars in chat were like talking about clipping and stuff, because I jokingly be like, clip that when I'm playing, when like things happen on stream, because I like found out last week that YouTube actually has a clipping feature for streams, but I couldn't find out what the fuck they were, and I couldn't find like how to access them. But then I learned today that apparently you can put the like top highlights or the top clips in the actual YouTube homepage for like the channel, right? So like we look at like channel, we look at the channel, you can see that, oh look, I'm live now, crazy. Which by the way, you have to add this. Like this is like not, like this is not default. You have to add this for it to tell people on the channel, hey, I'm live right now. Like YouTube what? Anyway. Now we have top community clips. So if people clip things, you can actually easily find them. You can also easily re-find them for yourself, right? And then yeah. So like, I guess now there is actually like there's actually like, if you clip things, they won't be lost into the void, never to be seen again, because I actually figured out how to put them on the fucking channel. So yeah. But yeah, so yeah, if you want to clip things, go for it. And if for no other reason, then if I explain something or something, you want to be able to go back and look at it without having to worry about timestamps, like the clipping function exists for that. And now it's easy to find the clips, because I couldn't even find the clips myself, and it's my fucking channel. So how is like a viewer supposed to find a clip without like saving like the link that it creates for you when you make a clip? So like, yeah, now that's a thing. So, you know, feel free to clip what the fuck ever, especially if I yap about something that you find interesting or whatnot, or I do something really stupid in a game, because I do fuck up a lot. Okay, anyway, your test one shows up. Yeah, it does. It doesn't have, I can only put the top community clips is the problem. So it does require it to be viewed for it to be on the carousel here, right? Because apparently all of these have 8 views and 3 views, and thus make it the top community clips. But oh wait, what the fuck? Can you not like click? Oh my god. Okay, I hate this. This thing sucks. Okay. So what the hell? So you can't go to, wait a second, you can't go to the clips itself? Huh? Oh my god, this shit is so bad. Because, like, the only thing it lets me do is, I probably shouldn't stream this part. The only thing that it lets me do is, actually, it's that tab. Actually, does it even matter if I stream this? I don't know, there might be something important on here I'm not supposed to show. God, it's even hard to find it on the fucking, like, YouTube dashboard where it is. Oh my goodness. YouTube's gotta fix a bunch of this shit. It's on community? No. Content. God, this stuff needs to be better. Oh my god. Where the fuck are they? I'm going crazy. I'm gonna have to Google how to find my clip. God, this is... So this does show, like, the top community clips, right? That have, like, the most views. But now I'm like, wait, shit, that's only gonna show, like, these ones and not newer clips. And you can't I thought you could just, like, click this and it would, like, show you all the clips, right? But apparently that's not true. YouTube needs to fix this shit. Clipping is so important for streaming. Or maybe it's just something, I don't know. Maybe I'm the one who just can't figure out the UI for it. YouTube clips. Wow, I can fucking spell. Tap your profile picture. Wait, really? It's under your profile? Why? Why is it not in Studio? Huh? I don't see it in there either. Oh, this is on Android. I think this was the post I was looking at. Oh, okay, yeah, that's not helpful. Manage to sign into YouTube Studio, left menu, select a video, click content. Yeah, that's where I was earlier. Thanks, YouTube. Real cool. Real cool of you. We already saw your home timeline, Rex. True. Yeah, it's not going to be viewed as I didn't... Oh, you didn't post it. Okay, yeah, I could see the... Okay, so I could see it. Yeah, because I could see it earlier. I just now can't figure out where the fuck it even is. And what the hell? Alright, create a clip. Do the clip. Don't allow viewers to clip. I allow viewers to clip, right? That's like a default, right? Because YouTube has a lot of weird defaults that I'm like, wait, no, I want that to be a thing. Settings, channel, advanced settings. Allow viewers to clip my content. Yeah, okay, it is enabled. Okay, cool. YouTube. Wait, what? I have to click a specific video? That's not how I had to do it before. What? Huh. Alright, go to content. Click, like, this one. It says clips. Oh, that's a lot of clips, but it's clips only for, like, this specific video. I saw a list of all of the clips before. Oh my gosh, this is gonna drive me fucking crazy. But I must know. What the fuck? How to see your channels, YouTube clips, all of them. Channel page, then to the video section. So I can't see them in... What? Okay. Okay. You go to video section. I'm on the video section. I don't see the clips button. Do I need to do it under manage videos? It's not on manage videos. This is not... Yeah, it's not under manage videos. Customize channel? No. God damn it, I thought this was good. I thought we had the solution here. I thought everything was gonna be good for this, but now it's just incredibly scuffed. Within the video section, yes, in the video section. Click the clips tab. There isn't a clips tab, YouTube. I don't even remember how I found them before. Okay, fuck it, whatever. Let's move on. Let's move on. It's over. It's so over, chat. Small indie company indeed. YouTube clips a bit spooky for me because it shows your name, lol. Oh, like as in like, wait, does it show like your? You mean like your? You mean like your account name, right? Like it just shows like Mirage when you do it. Since I think it's the same for Twitch. It says who clipped it. Yeah, I believe it's. Isn't that the same for Twitch? That it says who clipped it when a clip happens, or is that only on like the, streamer side? Maybe I don't know. Okay. Let's work on the thing I'm supposed to work on and not yap about other random bullshit. Okay. Who did Stacy? Alright. I guess though, let me... Yeah, okay. I think it was the same, lol. I guess it's just I don't share my name on Discord that much. More of a you issue. Yeah, I mean, fair. You should be able to change your, like, YouTube name if you really wanted to, though. In case you're, like... If you're, like, particularly concerned about it. Whatever your new name is, just let me know you're Niraj and I'll know who you are. Okay. So I just get that much multiplier. She requires Spectral Frazzle to even build up stacks for her ult period. So that is a more significant thing because you lose functionality. Yeah. Who requires 2 elements for proper functionality. However, this is not exclusive to Phoebes, as S0 can also work for this, just more cope. Wait, what the hell? I'll probably run with what I use on Discord? Yeah? Yeah, you should be able to. I mean, like, I couldn't tell you how to do it because this is, like, the channel brand account, not my personal YouTube account, but, like, people have different names. Surely there's a way to do it, right? Surely Google can tell you how to do it. Okay, yeah, so looking at... So, like, that's kind of the main argument, I would say. Like, outside of just, like, how does the damage change, Zani straight up loses functionality and can't even function without a Spectral Frazzle support, which means that she only has 2 options for that. In other words, Zani requires a Spectral Frazzle supports in order to baseline function. This... Okay, yeah, you know what? I just realized this is dumb. Let's just... What? How? I can press the right buttons, I swear. Let's go. Okay. 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 General supports sub-DPS / support. I guess just info. There's like a proper word that I should use for that, but I can't think of it. I'll change it later when I do. Okay. So, general sub-DPS support info doesn't just get damage multiplier. Other DPSs lose. This means that by design, her teams are more limited. By design, her teams are more limited in order to baseline function. At least in this particular... At this particular angle, this means that she does have she does have... I guess what is like the base question so I can make sure that I'm answering like the actual issue at hand. So does Zani need Phoebe more than other DPSs need their ideal slash premium sub-DPSs slash supports? I can assure you that Acrapheus wasn't the original name on this account. Yeah, I mean, figured, that makes sense. Like I said, I don't know how to fucking do it, because this is, like, what I'm on right now is, like, it's linked to my, like, main Google account, right? Because it's, like, you have to link the ownership to something, but what I'm on is what's called a brand account, which is specifically for the channel, while my own Google account is separate, and I could use it separately if I feel like it, I just don't. Like, I use this brand account for watching videos and all that stuff for myself. Whatever. Which means, yes, she... at least one more than other DPSs need their ideal partners or ideal teammates. However, you know what, actually, let's put this on the next tab, like down here. Bold. However, this is only if we are talking... if we are talking about... how did I put this? So, like, I guess the idea I'm trying to, like, verbalize or, like, put into, like, text right now is the idea that she does require Phoebe or S0 but that doesn't necessarily mean she requires Phoebe. And also, if we're talking about, like, oh, they require this character, what that essentially boils down to is someone needing this character, like having a partner design, right? Means that without that partner, they perform significantly worse, right? But the thing is, at a certain point, if the partner's unit performs so badly, then without the partner, then that's effectively the same thing as Zani not functioning, because at that point you're doing like such poor DPS, like it might as well just be Zani not being able to ult much, right? Because I guess there's a certain point at which, like, if your DPS drops low enough, like, it is detrimental. Cause like as is established here, Zani and Jinxi are the only ones who have hard requirements for teammates in order to function. Jinxi's are just more flexible because you just need 2 elements. Account settings for memory, and there's a timer on the amount of times you can change it. Yeah, that makes sense. Generally speaking, for those kinds of things, it's normally like, you know, you can only do it like once every so many months or every year or what the fuck else ever, right? Or like a cooldown in between, all that kind of thing. But again, I don't know what it is. I did like cut off the Mathlos Gaming from the channel's name more recently, just because I kind of never really liked it anyway. And especially since I'm, like, streaming and also, like, participating in YouTube streams and whatnot, it just looks kind of weird for it to be on there. It makes sense if it's just, like, a title tag, or, like, a channel title. But even then, it's, like, we know, like Mathless Gaming is cute, but, like, there's literally no reference to it in videos or branding or anything, right? It's just not really necessary. Alright, so you can change your names 2 times every 2 weeks. What? That is so frequent. What? Holy shit. This is only if we are talking about baseline ability to function. If other DPSs dip a lot, lose enough damage that they lose enough damage it can essentially be considered that they also are... Nah, that's not a good way to put it. However, this is only talking about baseline ability to function. If there is a certain point of DPS loss where it doesn't really matter whether you function or not. Which is important. Oh, okay, let's just do this. This makes more sense to actually tab this to a different line. There's a certain point of DPS loss where it doesn't really matter whether you quote-unquote function, I guess. Right? I mean, obviously, at the end of the... You know, let's just put this fucking at the very top, because, like, it's going... Anytime you you do, like, these kinds of evaluations or something, it's always gonna come up. Obviously, this is for looking at power evaluations. Meta/power evaluations. Play who you want to play. Play who you want to play, and play how you enjoy what you enjoy. Play what you enjoy. Play what and whom you enjoy. Pull for your waifus / house bandos, so long as you don't overspend. Okay, and pull for your waifus, and then just add like another line below. We love pulling for waifu / love pulling and playing for waifu / husbando in the Gundala. I'm leaning into it. Welcome to the Gundala now. It's a thing. It's one of the things now. It's one of the stream things. But welcome to the Gundala. We love gooning here, and we love wholesome gooning here. Because gameplay is great, story is great, and all of that is really fun. But these things are also only really fun when they are characters that you actually enjoy and care about, right? So, in not as eloquent of terms, the gooning is like the first and foremost, right? Like most gachas, I mean, don't get me wrong, like Wuwa has really good combat mechanics and stuff, but at the end of the day, for the vast majority, that stuff is secondary to characters that you like, and in fact, it's linked to characters that you like, right? Like part of why I like Chun-Li so much, and also why I like Zhang Liao, is because of their kits and how they play and mechanics and stuff, but that's still like a husbando waifu factor, you know? I support the Gundala, but that means Foamy takes on a new meaning. Let's go. Okay, did this work? Hi, I'm new. Hello, Skid. You look very strange. I've never seen you before, but you have the same profile picture as this other guy, Niraj. Crazy. That's wild. But welcome to the Gundala. Crazy. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah. However, this is only if we're talking about baseline ability to function. There's a certain point of DPS loss where it doesn't really matter whether you quote-unquote function. This is the more important thing to evaluate. IMO. I always use IMO instead of IMHO because, like, in my opinion, yeah, in my humble opinion, it just sounds so fucking pretentious. It doesn't matter who's saying. If you say in my humble opinion, it just sounds so fucking pretentious. That's probably just a me problem, though, right? Like, that's probably just a me thing. But, like, I don't like IMHO, personally. Okay. Okay. This is the more important thing to evaluate. And an argument against the Phoebes. Against the Phoebes needs. Oh, that's cute. The Phoebes needs. Is that the other support option for Zani is literally free because it's you. Because it's you, dummy. Because we are Rover. All of us collectively are Rover. Together we are the Rover, and this is our story. Our story, chat. The thing that hurts me the most now is the community has passed the threshold of standard weapon now. I mean, yes, yesn't. I guess, like, again, it comes down to how much you really care and about power evaluation, right? The gap between standard weapons, like the standard banner 5-star weapons, which you can get a fuckload for free because they shit out standard pulls in WUA. If you're assuming that you're pulling for weapons instead of, like, character banner, which, I mean, obviously, pull for waifu, pull for husbando. If you're a weirdo and Calcaro is your husband or Calcaro or fucking Lion Boy is your husbando, because they're the only standard husbandos and they're both kind of mid. As much as I love Calcaro's kit and everything. But assuming you're not putting for that, because power evaluation wise, right? Like in terms of account power, if that's what you care about, the only important standard banner character is Verina. Everyone else is not as valuable, except maybe Encore. Encore is pretty good, but that's kind of a you have to like play her swap cancel style for her to be pretty good. But you know, you're better off pulling for weapons to make your characters better, especially to make your limited characters that you pull better than you are really pulling standard characters. Again, if you care about account power. The only exception is Verina, but everyone gets to pick a 5-star, and you should pick Verina. You should always pick Verina. It's insane. Like, Shorekeeper is power crept Verina. No, she hasn't really. They have different uses. On top of that, you need 3 teams for Tower of Adversity, and 2 minimum for Tower and Wiwa, because you can use, like, a unsustainless team for, like, the early floors in Tower of Adversity if you want to. But you do basically need the 2, because unless you are able to not get hit ever against the bosses, you kind of want to have them. And so that means that even if Shorekeeper was technically power creep, quote-unquote, for Verina, we would still need a second, arguably a third Verina power creep to stop using her. Girl is fucking crazy good. For my SK gets absolutely shot on with Verina C2 going Concerto in 1 second from scratch. Yeah, C2 Verina's fucking crazy too. I have a actually. Do I have a C1 or a C2? I have this weird thing in gacha games where I don't, in most cases, I don't activate, like, my constellations or... Holy fuck, how the hell did I just lose the squishy part of my IAM earbud? Okay, found it. Fell on my pants. But yeah, it is one of those things where, like, this is the thing I picked up in Genshin, and I still do it because I think it's fucking funny. If I don't care about the characters' constellations or sequences or mind skills, like their copy stuff, I just don't activate them.
The impatient ones will fall right
like,
into our lap.
Well, on Yinlin's banner, I lost 50-50, and then when I pulled again, I got, I think, to like 60 or 70 pulls in, and I got 2 Yinlins on the same fucking 10 pull. And I was like, I was doing the poll party with some friends at the time, and they were like, yo, that's crazy. I'm like, this is not what I wanted, though. I just wanted one copy, and now I've basically paid for 2 of them when I only wanted the one. But it is what it is. So yeah, I have not activated her sequence since I got her. My Verina is okay. Yeah, she's only S1 sequence 1. Encore is sequence 2. Galcaro is sequence 1. I just think it's funny not to activate them, so I don't unless I care about them. I still do for the 4 stars. I actually forgot to get Lumi's new one that I got recently. And the only character I have activated, the only 5-star I have activated sequences on is Chang-Li, but that's because I fucking simp for her. She is like top 10 like video game waifus for me, period. But that's also because she's incredibly reminiscent of, and in my opinion, heavily based design-wise off of Shalom, who is my #1 waifu across all games for Path of Nowhere, because she's incredible, and Chang-Li has a lot of design influence from her, let's say. But yeah, it's also why my Chang-Li is built like a fucking brick shithouse. That being said, I didn't even spend much money on this, like, at all. The only reason I have S2 is because I was like, oh, I like Chang-Li, let me pull for her. And I got her in 40 pulls. I was like, okay, let me pull a weapon. Got her weapon in 20 pulls. I was like, well, I still have these other 80 pulls. Let's just throw them and see what happens. 70 pulls later, I got 2 more copies of her. So I'm like, well, I guess I just spent, like, what, 120 pulls and got 3 Chang-Lis in her weapon? Cool. Thanks, Chang-Li. I appreciate it. Yeah, so my Chang-Li is built like a brick fucking shithouse. The reason why her crit rate is so low is because since I have S2, she gets 25% crit rate when she has a Flamant, which is 100% of the time. So yeah, she has... So yeah, she has, my, how does this earbud keep popping off? I have a fucking, you know that rubber part of, like, your earbuds that, like, squishes into your ear? It keeps popping off inside of my ear hole, which is kind of annoying. Might have to find a replacement soon. Okay, anyway. But yeah, 25% extra crit rates. I forget. She doesn't have any more crit rates, just, like, defense, shred. Yeah, defense, ignore, and whatnot otherwise. So yeah, so she actually has 79.1% crit rate, so I just said fuck it and got as much crit damage as I could physically fit in the motherfucker. And that's like not even, yeah, my Chang-Li's kind of a brick shit house. I have spent more time farming and building her than I have, like, most of the other characters combined, probably, at this point. And even then, like, her echoes are good, but they're not, like, god rolls, right? Like, I think I've only got, like, I've only got 1 4 roll in here. It's just that I have double crit on everything and pretty high crit damage rolls on all of them as well. Chang-Li does math, true. What's the name again of who Chang-Li looks like? Oh, Shalom. Shalom. Path to Nowhere. This is Shalom. And... yeah, Shalom existed for 2 years before Chang-Li. I want to say 1.5 years, maybe. On CN, she existed for about, like, 8 months before on Global for Path to Nowhere. I love Kafka too. Yes, I do like Kafka. I don't like Kafka as much as I like these two, though. Because Kafka is a different, like, hag archetype from these two. And, like, obviously, I am a hag-loving hag. We love hags in this chat. But, like, Kafka is a different hag archetype because she is more of, like, your kind of, like... I think part of it's her, like, her EN accent. But, like, she reminds me more of, like, the, like, what do they call them? Like, the mistress of, like, a Wild West's, brothel kind of thing, right? The kind that, like, runs the entire town and has that, like, slight dommy-mommy thing, but isn't, like, all in, like, BDSM about it, right? Just kind of, like, more of that, like, a domineering, controlling presence. I don't like that, but, like, the reason why I like Chang-Li and Shalom so much is because they are both mastermind archetypes, and they're both really well-written mastermind archetypes. Because both are definitely your older, more, like, dominant hag type as well in some sense. But both Changli and Shalom are both very, very well written and very good manipulators and mastermind types. Shalom in particular is like the absolute best case I've ever seen in any media of writing a mastermind type. You know, like your like Moriarty kind of thing from Sherlock Holmes sort of thing. Like she does it so incredibly well. If you're a fan of like because there's people who are like fan of like the Makima archetype, right, from Chainsaw Man, and Makima is like a much worse written, arguably juvenile and much more toxic version of that kind of like that Shalom. Makima is like we have Shalom at home and also she's grooming minors basically. Because Shalom, like, the people that she manipulates, and she manipulates really well, are grown, with one exception of, like, this weird sidekick character in one of, like, the story arcs, but, like, she manipulates, like, grown adult women with their own drives, goals, personalities, and life experiences, and manages to, like, in a very realistic, understandable way, manipulate them using those kinds of things and information to achieve like common goals that are very importantly her goals. And Changli's similar. She's not as much that type, right? But she's like a very intelligence mastermind, very like educated, but also like constantly thinking, cerebral type of character. And they're both like got a lot of nice composure to them as well. And they have a lot of composure without coming off as like noble or prissy or elitist or elite or anything like that as well. They just come off as like very intelligent, mature, sexy woman who would probably gaslight me. But that wouldn't be the first time that a partner of mine has gaslighted me, so it wouldn't be the first time a mature, sexy partner of mine has gaslighted me. But anyway. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, right, we are talking about Zani.
Anything I can help you
Yep. I got too reckless with Jin C pulls and lost a 50-50 on Changli, so second half of 1.1 was me literally grinding every possible asteroid from the overworld. I feel that. Yeah, I did do a lot. I took a break. I took a break from Wuwa, from like halfway through, or like last quarter of 1.0 through the like 2 days before flat end of first half of 1.1. And I literally went on, because I needed the break, because like there was like layers of disappointments. Also, I had like a lot of my own personal bullshit I had to deal with. That's why like I made the Calcara video and then fucking disappeared. There's just a lot of shit going on in my life. There was a lot of layers of disappointment with like how things were handled and handling, especially in terms of like the localization. The bugs I get are whatever, but like the localization was incredibly bad. The EN voice performances were incredibly, unfortunately bad, and there's like legitimate reasons for that, but again, I've said this before in like any time I brought up voice actors in stream, that like I don't blame the voice actors. It's almost always the voice director's fault, because they're the ones who are being like, this is what we need from you, and then the ones who also go, yeah, no, we're using this take, right? So whoever the voice director was is not doing a sufficient job. But the reason why this bothers me so much is because yeah, it's kind of disappointing for a lot of people. I play PGR. PGR is Kuro's like previous currently running gacha game. I played PGR, and it's the longest it's the gacha game I've played the longest and still play today, right? Like I've been playing PGR for like almost 5 years now. And PGR has incredible writing. It has incredible voice acting. It has incredible story and characters that they really develop and get you attached to, and all of these things. And then I experienced Wuwa 1.0. And I was like, Kuro is not cooking. This is not even in the oven yet. You didn't turn the oven on. This is just a pile of mush that doesn't need to just cook. It needed everything else as well. And it made me really sad. So I took a break, came back right like 2 days before Jinsi went away. Also, the only reason I own Jian is like I specifically did not throw any pulls at Jian because I was saving for Yinlin, who I was hoping would be very similar to Vera, who is my favorite character from PGR, and she has a lot of similarities. There's definitely influences. Vera's just still much better written, unfortunately. They're doing a good job with 2.0 and all that though. compared, like, they're actually, like, cooking to the level, somewhat to the level they do with PGR writing and characters. But, yeah, I literally just said, fuck it, threw a 10 pull, like, 4 hours before his debut banner went away, and got a Jian. That's literally the only reason I own Jian. And so, like, with Jinxie, I was like, fuck it, let me just throw, like, 3 10 pulls real quick. And I threw 3 10 pulls, and I got a Jinxie somehow. So, you know, Kuro was very happy to see me back, I guess. Ready for the Yang Yang redemption arc? Yeah, it's just, it's so unfortunate. And I also feel for, like, I don't know if they went back and, like, fixed up anything, but, like, I feel for, like, because, like, you know, 2.0 brought in a lot of new players, because, A, a lot of people came back, or were willing to try it now because of how much people were glazing, rightfully and justifiably glazing 2.0, but it's also when they launched on PS5, so then they got this massive influx of PS5 players picking it up, right? But they still have to go through 1.0 story. They still have to deal with the initial, wow, you're definitely the main character, we're all gonna dick ride you and love you unconditionally while we barely fucking know you, Rover. Even Asmongold got caught playing the game off stream, lol. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I just want to add a Han Ying XP to Wuwa. Dude, I just want them, I mean, wait, a Han Ying XP? Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I would like to see actual XPs. Like, Yinlin with Vera's the closest we've gotten, and it's not that close. It's just very much more of, like, an influence thing. I want, like, actual PGR XPs, though. Like, if they stick actually Vera in here, I will throw so much money at them. If they throw Selena in here, the community will throw so much money at them, because apparently the community loves Selena slightly more than Vera, because she won. I was very surprised that she won the popularity contest event we had in PGR for an anniversary. They both made it to finals by a landslide, and then somehow Selena was way more popular. I'm like, huh, I guess the Vera, like, woof, are, like, just much more loud but less prominent than, like, the people who like the Selena elegance musician trad wife. Sigh. Man, there's a lot of PGR characters I would love to see in Wuwa, even if it is, like, an XP thing where it's, like, you know, Acheron or Raiden Shogun for Mei or Yayi in, like, Honkai Genshin and Star Rail. Okay. I'm so dead if they put Selena in the game. Yeah, exactly. Anyone who fucking plays PGR is probably going to throw their wallet or savings at Selena if she ends up in Wuwa, which is part of why I think they should do it. It's cool that they've gone with, like, completely different character concepts, but it would just be so cool. And, like, they've definitely, like, emulated a lot of stuff or based a lot of their ideas off of Mihoyo, and that's one I think they should definitely do. Especially because it would also bring more attention back to PGR, and now would also be a really great time for that, because PGR just got a spike in new players and returning players because of the Devil May Cry collab announcements. And the beta just started, like, today for that, so people streaming it. Hey Jin, welcome back. Thanks, Corey Fox. Appreciate it. Did wants to know your thoughts on how the future of Zani is compared to other DPS and Spectral MC may be a good unit for other DPS in the future, and does it limit Zani further? Yeah, it kind of does. Sorry, I needed to drink some water after that. Like, wow. Wow. I have written 16-ish lines of things about Phoebe and Zani, and we're an hour and 27 in. The just chatting section of Twitch is, like, made for fucking people like me. Okay, but yeah, yeah, so that is also a big thing with, like, the argument for does she need Phoebe? And in fact, let me write that down real quick. Sorry, my fucking IM keeps fucking around. Am I right? Let me actually tie up my hair real quick. The reason why my IM keeps getting fucked is because I have the exact same hair as my VTuber model here, my PNG tuber. In fact, I base this in actually just off of myself. It makes cosplaying my VTuber in the future much easier because this is literally just me. But I have the same hair, which means that I have the side shave with really long hair on the right hand side. And that means that my hair will just randomly yoink out my earbud or the cable for my IAM or some shit because it's flopping around. So now I've just tied it into a bun. Cool. But yeah, let me add that real quick. Okay, first off, I feel like the dummy is a bit medium-spirited, so we're just gonna say bruh. However, there is only one Stell. And then we strike through that smile. The fuck is the strike through in here? How do you strike through again? In this? Is it like Control S? No. Oh, it's not right fucking here. I'm stupid. Alright. Rover. The game, which means you lock out her for other team comps such as Havoc Duel, DPS, and Aero Erosion. I guess, and future Aero Erosion. Yeah, that is an important argument for, that is a very important argument, so thank you for bringing that up. But yeah, that is an issue, and that is definitely one of the big, one of the big points for getting Phoebe, specifically for Zani, is that your rover is, you only have one. You only have one, so if Rover ends up becoming incredibly important for Aero Erosion teams in the future, I'm not 100% sold on it yet, with, like, her and Chalcana yet. It really depends on interactions and, like, what the third teammate ends up looking like. Because I am still calling it right now. Next patch, we're going to be getting... Next patch, or the patch after, we're getting Cartethia, and she's going to be the Aero Erosion main DPS, because Chalcana is very clearly a sub-DPS character. Yeah, I'm calling that right now, but... How important they are for Aero Erosion is questionable because their kits only give so much Aero Erosion team amplified damage increase. And it's arguably not even as, it's arguably about as, or not even as good as just like using Shorekeeper or Verina. Because they get total damage amplify on top of everything else. However, Aero Rover is really interesting because they convert any they can convert any dots, I guess, like, yeah, any damage of elemental damage over time into Aero Erosion, which leads to potential very interesting team comps. Like, for example, like, probably until we get an Aero Erosion carry, it's very possible we play Chalcona with Aero Rover and with Phoebe, because she's literally the only other character in the game than Rover that actually applies a dot right now. And that would be a really interesting team, which also is arguably another reason to pull Phoebe. In fact, let's slow that down. Side thing. Phoebes is also the only other dot applier currently. And Air Rover can convert that into Aero Erosion for potential Chalcana teams. Vape. Biggest one is probably Bianca, right? Oh, are you talking about you mentioned are you talking about PGR? Because Bianca is not as popular as people might think. I'm so specific, yeah. MC as a character, as someone that wants Zani and Chalcana, but not Phoebe or Cartethia, I'm expecting bad things. Yeah, it might be a little cope, but, like, cope's fine, you know? I mean, part of what we're gonna do later on is, once I actually hit a point where I'm not just yapping about random other bullshit, what we're gonna do also is, like, do some... I haven't actually tried out Zani with, like, Spectral, with, like, S0 Zani? S0Rover's probably the best. I haven't tried her out with S0Rover yet. So I would like to take a look at that and see, like, I know theoretically and in terms of calculations, like, how much worse it is, but I haven't actually tried playing it, especially because, like, it's obviously going to be way worse in terms of hypercarry. However, as I was showing off earlier in the stream, Zani has a shitload of, like, high-skill quick-swap potential, and S0Rover makes good use of that because she has a 4-second cooldown, or 5-second cooldown on her Resonant skill. So, yeah. And yes, I will be referring to her as her because female Rover is the canonical one, and I will die on this hill. Don't worry, the yap is needed. Lost you. Strike is the one Strike is the one next to italics. Yeah, thank you. I realized that after being like, wait a second, there's not formatting things up here. I am great at Google Sheets, guys. I definitely have been using this a lot since I stopped doing video game math full time. Ha 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 ha. Pulling Phoebes to free up Rover for the canon story waifu team pairing real. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. It's like, it's the same thing with, like, for those of you who play Honkai Star Rail, the reason I mentioned Stell here because, at least out of all the modern mainstream gacha games, Stell is it's on my fucking Twitter bio. Stell is literally my spirit animal. Stell is the reason why I'm a Trash Panda VTuber. But yeah, Stell is my spirit animal. I adore Stell, and I genuinely aspire to one day be as, like, happy, content, and confident in myself as Stell is. I find her genuinely inspiring in that sense. And I love how much she just owns her trashiness. Which is why I am also a trash panda who definitely did not sell their soul to the underworld or anything. What are you talking about? But yeah, it was a similar situation when 3.0 came, when like 3.0 came around for Honkai Star Rail, because Stell also is like the first time in like the modern series where like the MC is actually really good. Harmony Stell was incredible and literally required for break teams, which were very strong and still are pretty strong. However, she's also incredibly good as Remembrance in 3.x in version 3, which means that you only have one of them. And that's where Fugue comes in. That's why they released Fugue right before 3.0, is because Fugue means, just like how Phoebe means for, just like what Phoebe means for Zani, Fugue allows break teams to not have to use Stell. And so Stell could be a Remembrance Stell, and Remembrance Stell is fucking busted. It's insane that she's free. She's way too fucking good. Kind of a similar situation with Havoc Rover, though. Havoc, like, her Rover is very, very good. She just has to be, like, dual DPS comps. Hey, Kanta! Zani plus Spectral Rover may be weaker, but I quite enjoy playing them together because of Rover's low skill cooldown, so you end up swapping between both of them. Yeah, exactly, Cancer. I was actually showing off earlier in stream, like, how much swap cancel tech potential there is with Zani teams that people, I don't think, realize, because the expectations to play her in, like, a traditional, like, hypercarry style, right? Where it's like, oh, you do Shorekeeper Verina things, you do, like, Phoebe things, and then you do Zani, and you do Zani things, and you press alt, and then Zani stays on field beating shit up during her ult. But, like, Zani has an insanely large amount of swap cancelable animations, and ideally wants to, because her Nightfall, her heavy attack 3, in her ult mode is really, really long, and she can take damage during it. And so, like, with S0Rover, you have that potential to swap back and use, like, and, like, either do, like, a charge attack, right? Let me just put S0Rover in here real quick. Oh, you know what, let's just, instead of Shorekeeper, let's, just so I can kind of talk about both at the same time. Oh, of course, she's not.
Let me
Of course, she's
be
in
there
error
for
right now.
everyone, as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, of course you can, like, do, like, ooh, doing Zani thing, and then like go to S0Rover to pop her enhanced skill, or if you don't have the enhanced skill yet, like, you can do that, and then swap back to Zani, right? And, like, you have that kind of, like, quick swap tech, right, with S0Rover, that you don't have, that, like, is really conducive to her. However, you also have that with Phoebe, it's just people don't really play her that way, or even understand her mechanics well enough to do that as well, because, like, you know, oh, Zani parry, bop, 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 and then, like, oh wow, we press ults.
Heads around.
And I kind of want to parry specifically. Okay, fuck it.
Reduce
I don't know that attack animation like at all. Okay. But now we do Zani things, and wow, Zani parries. Oh. 1, 2, 3. Swap back to Zani. Charge attack. Swap back to Zani. Do Zani things. 1, 2, 3. Back to Zani. Charge attack. Back to Zani. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, cool. Now we do her charge. Now we do her confession mode again. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And obviously you can swap cancel this when there's enemies around as soon as the, like, you can just swap cancel there, right? Like, that's also a thing you can do with Phoebe. It's just people don't... I think the big thing is people don't understand how her charge attack works. I think the general understanding that people have is that you have to do 1, 2, 3 charge attack, right? Like, you have to do it that way, but that's not actually how her charge attack works. You just need to actually have it. You need to do either, like, a dodge counter or 1, 2, 3, and then it lights up your attack circle right here. This is mostly explaining to chat who weren't here earlier, because we have some more people in than when I was explaining this earlier in the stream. But yeah, you have this blue circle up now, but you can swap off of her and do other things, and she still has the blue circle. And the blue circle around her attack just means your next heavy attack becomes the confession attack or the absolution attack, instead of this weak ass shit that when you input it, every time you input it, you're sad because you realize you fucked up. So like Zani's animations are like just about perfectly long enough for Phoebe to do a 1, 2, 3, and then go back to Zani for Zani things. And like you can do that constant rotation. However, confession also has a cooldown, right? Like after you do all 3 of these and you do confession, like if you do it if you use that to like make things way too fast, right? Like now you have downtime because Phoebe has to wait for this forte bar to go back up. Generally though, Zani gap fills that time pretty well. And then also if you for your supports, like say it's Shorekeeper, right?
I'll fulfill it.
When Phoebe can't actually do the things, well, like Phoebe can't actually do things because she's waiting on the confession bar. Instead, you can do Zani things, swap the Shorekeeper, 1, 2, E, back to Zani things, back to Shorekeeper, charge attack. And then, you can do that instead while you're waiting for her stuff to come up. And in fact, if you want to just be like stupid sweaty, you can do double swaps as well. So like, Zani does like, okay, we'll wait for that to be over. I'm gonna do this on an actual counter real quick. So you can do like, come on, you motherfucker. Oh, okay, I got hit, so fucked up. God damn it, fuck you. They hit me, so.
My shield can withstand more than that.
But yeah, I mean, I did do it correctly, but I just didn't do the double swap correctly. But yeah, if you have your heavy attack buffered up, you can like do a Zani thing. Trigger that heavy attack, go here, and then go back to Zani for Zani things, right? Like, you can do a double swap. It's not as clean as ZZZ double swaps, because you can do, like, 5-frame double swaps. Wuwa has a much longer input buffer delay. Like, it has a much higher input buffer delay, where, like, you have to wait, like, at least I'd say around 20 frames before you can actually do a double swap effectively. While in ZZZ, you can do, like, 5 frames or less for it. But it's still good tech, right? Where, like, Phoebe has her thing built up, so then you do like a wow parry, charge attack, and then back to Rover, back to Shorekeeper, and then back to Zani again, and then parry, and then do that, and then back here, and then we go back to Zani, right? I mean, obviously I'm not doing like actual rotation things, I'm just pressing random fucking buttons, because I can't really get like a proper situation in here. 1, 2, 3, bop, 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 bop. Charge attack, bop, bop, bop. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, bop, 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 bop. Charge attack. A few extra hits there, because going to Shorekeeper for even just a few basics, or even just for like a charge attack or something, which, you know, you can input like 1, 2, and then go off of her immediately like that, right? This builds up your concerto so much faster, which you can use to, you know, speed up the rotations of Zani to get her chunks of damage and get her more forte gauge more quickly, and to get Phoebe to just build up her own outro, because her outro does a fuckload of damage. It also means you can run less energy regen if you play this well, so you can run more damage stats on your characters, because you need less energy if Shorekeeper is generating more stacks and doing more full charge attacks and outroing more often. Yeah, Zani team, actually really high skill ceiling. It's just that people don't... I think a lot of the community don't recognize that it exists because she seems like she's such a good traditional hyper carry unit. And she is. She's very strong as traditional hyper carry, but her ceiling's a lot higher than people think it is. But yeah. Still not built RMC yet because she's with Firefly. Like, yeah, exactly. If you don't, I mean, if you have Firefly and you don't have Fugue, that's kind of exactly how it works. But that's also why we're like specifically talking about that in context of like Rover, right? Where like Phoebes is a big part of the value of Phoebes is that yes, S0 is free, but we have one S0. So, for example, currently Phoebe is the only other dot applier in the game. However,
Anything I can help you with?
and like, you know, it's like, okay, well, who uses Spectrofrazzle? Zani. That's literally it. And Phoebe herself, but she can't apply Spectrofrazzle for her own main DPS absolution mode.
Let me be there for
But
everyone.
Arrow
As we head
Rover
toward
does
our
a neat
shared future,
thing,
leaving the past behind.
which is why, like, Phoebe's a very interesting character, because I'm pretty sure she's gonna end up being best in slot for both of the Anniversary Patch characters, including Chalcona, because Arrow Rover does a funny little thing. Where the fuck is it? Was it in her kit again? Or is it in her... Is it in her other thing? I think it's in here? Am I crazy? Am I smoking something? I am not smoking something. Yeah, Quickswap Thieves is also a thing with Zani. Yeah, exactly. Now, mind you, like I said, to Kanta's points, like, S0 is better at Quickswap because Phoebe has downtime. So that's why I was specifically pointing out the whole, yeah, but you also can go the Shorekeeper thing, is because you kind of have to. The S0 is much better at Quickswap because she has such lower cooldowns and very little downtime. So, like, it is more Quickswappy. I just kind of wanted to point out the fact that, like, it is also, like, a thing. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I guess something mixed up in my head. I might go. Oh no, I'm fucking idiot. Okay, yeah. So in her resonance skill, while mid-air, press resonance skill to deal arrow damage, which removes all stacks of Spectral Frazzle, Havoc, Bane, Fusion Burst, Glacio, Chafe, and Electro Flare from the target, and inflicts 1 stack of arrow erosion for each stack removed. The only other character that can do any of this, other than like when Chalcona comes out, is Phoebe. So at least until we have a proper arrow erosion main DPS, Chalcona's best in slot team is probably going to have Phoebe in it. So, like, that's another point towards pulling for, like, getting Phoebe, is that she also very likely will, at least for the moment, be best in slot for Chalcona, assuming, you know, you're using Chalcona as an arrow, for an arrow erosion comp, and you're not just using her as a support for Gion, which I'm sure she'll be good for Gion as well. But assuming that you're not doing her for, like, a Mortafee replacement thing, or to stack on top of Mortafee and just save your Verina or Shorekeeper for a different team, like, I'm pretty sure Phoebe is going to be her best. I don't have access to like the content creator beta shit because I am not really a content creator anymore. And I've also never bothered even applying for Kuros. But like, yeah, point is that I'm pretty sure that's gonna be Chalcona's primary team, at least for the moment. I'm still calling it that Cartethia is gonna be like the main DPS for Air Erosion. When she shows up, that will probably ditch Phoebe, because at that point, like, Phoebe, you have to run Phoebe and Air Rover for this to work, right? And you can't run them and Chalcona and Cartethia at the same time. But it's especially nice since Zani teams lack the don't swap out because you lose this buff effect. Yeah, that's the thing, is that like outro skills really massively affect how much you can do that with teams. Because like, for example, Gion has a much more complicated double dragon rotation, but the timing is even harder because of the fact that swapping off of him causes him to lose his lose his Mortafee outro buff. Yep. Grand Slam Prayer to the Resonator on the field, reducing... Yeah. So, like, it's especially nice because the outro effect for Confession mode doesn't go away when the main DPS or whoever else is on field and when Zani swaps off. So you can do all the quick swap things and, like, she doesn't lose it. It lasts for 30 fucking seconds or until Phoebe switches to Absolution mode, which you never should do in a Zani team unless you do it on accident like I did earlier, and then you reset your run. But yeah, no, it's especially nice that they made her into this. They gave her the like universal outro similar to like Verina and Shorekeeper, and didn't give her like the classic amplify. Every now and then, in between patch downtime, I just spend stamina farming the sword mats, thinking I'll build a maxed out dungeon one day, but it always gets hogged by a new Yuan or a new rover. Lol. Yeah, pretty much. Dungeon's a fun character. She's just not strong unless she has like high sequences, and you also pair her with Havoc Rover, which means you have even less rover for other teams. Dual DPS Dungeon and Havoc Rover is actually really strong, but it's also very quick swap heavy. Okay, anyway, we're supposed to be doing at least someday we'll get other deals. Oh yeah, for sure. And that will become interesting. Oh, sorry. Keep bumping my mic. That'll become interesting in the future to see how that ends up interacting with things. Because, I mean, hell, that might be a character that converts other things into Spectral Frazzle, and suddenly Phoebe is free from Zani's grasps, from her very, very tight grip, which as she hugs her incredibly tightly and never lets her go because she is her one and only. Cough, cough. But yeah, it's very possible you get a character like Erover for Spectral Frazzle in the future, and then that support will like free up Zani to run Xiaokona or like any other dot applier we get in the future, right? That would be really cool. I hope that they do that in the future. But as of right now, we got Phoebe, and that's fucking it. So like, anyway, yeah. So that was a thing. Only the applier can convert. It is likely that Phoebes will be best in slot for Zani and Xiaokona for now, at least until an erosion main DPS appears. Cough, cough. Cartesia, cough, cough, cough. Is that how you spell Cartesia? I think it's how you spell Cartesia. Mind you, I'm not saying this out of any knowledge of like leaks or things like that because I don't know anything about that kind of shit. It would amaze me if Cartesia was not an erosion main DPS. Like it would just. I would be so confused if when they release Cartesia, she's not one. It fits way too well. Okay, but yeah. So this is an argument for Phoebes. So what else? So those are just kind of like general arguments for it outside of just raw power level thing. Yeah, I guess. Similar situation to Fugue plus Stel in HSR. However, I'm not too sold on the power of Erover. Honestly. Free healer is cool, but unless the set bonus stacks, her damage amplification is not that impressive compared to Verina / Shorekeeper. But if you are very interested in erosion teams. S0 will, in future erosion teams, S0 will likely be mandatory. Okay. But yeah, so that's definitely a big thing. Let's just review over the things we talked about. So Zani doesn't just get damage multipliers, it's actually like a functionality thing for her. In other words, she requires a spectral frazzle. In other words, for Zani baseline functionality, she requires a spectral frazzle support. Which makes me think of, however, it is also very possible that we get future Spectro Frazzle supports as well. In which case, S0 versus S0. Damn it, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Becomes less relevant. Yeah, I mean, in terms of future prediction stuff, it's difficult, right? It's always difficult to tell, because there's also the possibility in 2 patches they just go, oh, hey, here's another Spectral Frazzle support, because reasons. Yeah. So that's always a possibility, too. Waiting on the beta, Monka S. Twitter timeline just threw me a Virgil clip from the PGR collab. He did the thing. Oh, yeah, no, the PGR collab. Oh, the DMC collab looks so cool. We're probably gonna have to wait until like August or September for global for it to catch up, for us to catch up towards to getting DMC collab, but very exciting. Not to mention all the characters releasing from now until then are also like very meta shifting as well, and a lot of them just kind of work well as like, oh, this is just like my one Tootney or my one character kind of things, like solo carrying. Okay, I think it's generally good enough. So we'll talk about what Phoebe is like. Builds all of Zani's needed stacks each rotation without, by herself. This enables Zani to ult off CD and hit her quote-unquote potential. I don't really like the term potential, which is like what a lot of people talk about when they talk about the term they use for like, oh, like you need her to hit her potential. I'm like, yeah, but that's also not. You also need to be incredibly good at swap canceling to actually hit her ceiling. Yeah, in fact, you know what? Let's not use potential. I don't like that term. This enables Zani to ult off cooldown, which unlocks her stronger ceiling? No. Which allows her to deal significantly more damage. This does not let her hit her ceiling / potential, because to do that you need to be insanely good at swap, cancel, and double swap techs. Zani is arguably the third highest skill ceiling DPS in the game, behind Chun-Li and Zhang Li Yao. We love Chun-Li Yao team. Yeah. You know, just like I mean, I yapped about it like 3 times already on like over the course of the stream so far, but like this is a very important point. I think I'm just gonna bold this. I mean, honestly, like just talking about that in particular itself and really going over the nuances of that could be an entire fucking stream by itself. But yeah. Okay. Builds all the stacks. Gives a lot of damage multipliers to Zani. Okay. So this just enables her to like actually ult off cooldown with max stacks. This does not... In fact, I'm gonna fucking underline that. Because this is a very important thing. This does not, I guess, let her, hit her ceiling / potential because they'd be insanely good at swap cancel and double swap text. Zani is arguably, I mean, I would definitely argue Zani is the 3rd highest skill ceiling DPS in the game, behind Chun-Li and Zhang Li Yao, because those motherfuckers are like fucking StarCraft level micro and actions per second kind of shit. But yeah. Gives a lot of damage multipliers to Zani. Let's look at all of them real quick.
Anything I can help you with?
Today will be a fine day.
But remember if she has 5 Spectral Frazzle prayer. Yeah, this doesn't really give anything in particular. I think it's mostly her outro, but let me double check to make sure I'm not crazy and like there's something else built into the kit somewhere. Yeah, she also has her ult, but that's just more Spectral Frazzle application. Yeah, it's pretty much just... Oh, right, also, I guess. Also, this requires really good swap canceling and input buffering with Phoebes as well. A lot of damage multipliers to Zani. I guess really the main one is just her outro though, which is 10% Spectral Res reduction. Mostly from outro. 10% Spectro Res Shred. 100% Spectro Frazzle Amp. This is a lot. Although Zani's Sig dilutes this a bit. And it also extends the damage interval. I don't actually know how that interacts with Zani's Blaze, but I'm pretty sure that means there's also another 50% damage increase with the Blade, because the Blaze like immediately procs all the damage of Spectral Frazzle when it happens. I don't know. I guess let me put that down. More Spectral Frazzle damage interval. Need to test if this means 50% more immediate blaze. Oh, it's not blaze damage. What the fuck is it called again? It's like the thing before blaze. It's like Helia something. why is this not highlighted in yellow? Why is helical embers not highlighted in yellow? More immediate damage on helical embers. Yeah, why is that the only proper noun in here that for whatever reason isn't highlighted that's part of the kit? Because like Eternal Radiance makes sense. It's like it's an armor set. Oh, it's a gear set, but yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it outside of Phoebe's signature. Grant silent prayer to the resonator on the field. Oop. Bold. Most importantly, actually, not we'll fucking all capsing that. Hell yeah. Most importantly, this is not an outro that drops on swap out. It functions similar to Verina /2. It is a universal. It is a universal outro buff like Verina /Shorekeepers. This means that Zani takes 0. Fuck. What'd I do? Okay. Okay. This means that Zani takes bold 0 damage loss from using her absurdly high levels. Wait, from swap cancel tech, of which she can do a fuckload. Let's see. Okay, yeah. She also has her signature weapon, so let's include that real quick. That's not the one I want to click. It's this one. Information. It is... Additional 30% amplification, which again, diluted, but still good. And still more damage. Sig also gives 30% more. Is it Spectral Frazzle specifically? Yeah. Spectral Frazzle amp. Very diluted at this point, especially with Zani Sig. Very diluted at this point. In fact, let's just calc it real quick. So, assuming that there is... Okay. Just... So, let's see. Phoebes outro. Phoebes outro. Let's do this. Total amp. Oh, total amp. And then damage gain over damage gain. Okay, so Phoebes is going to be, just to make it a proper formula, 1 plus 100%. Put that into percentage. My Zani has 0 ER. I'm so sorry. I mean, so here's the thing, Trinity. Zani only requires ER if you aren't doing like the swap cancel tech I mentioned. If you can work in some swap cancel tech, that makes up the gap in ER that she would normally need. Because normally you run like around 20% also if you want to just do like straight hyper carry. But if you, the more like swap cancels you work in, the more extra energy her teammates are building up, which means that you can cover that ER gap that she has otherwise. Similar to like Zhongli Yao and Zhongli in that kind of sense. Like, if you're doing hyper carry with them, you probably want around 20, 30 plus energy regen, but you can run 0 if you have, like, really good swap cancel tech. Of course, that being said, if you don't want to do it, which I totally understand, Zani's still very, very good with traditional hyper carry, no swap tech. If you don't want to do that, like, I mean, you got stamina, time to farm up more echoes and get your ER rolls, I guess. Honestly, I need to farm some, like, I need to look at, like, removing ER rolls for myself, for my Zani, because I am doing so much swap cancel tech, I don't need the ER it has, it's overkill, and I would rather have, like, an extra, like, 20% crit damage or something. Phoebes outro, plus, Phoebes outro plus, okay, we'll do it this way. Plus Phoebes Sig. Fuck you. How the fuck do you do this again? Okay, we'll just do that. Fuck it. Plus Phoebes Sig equal to this -1 plus 30%. -1 plus 30% plus 1. Technically, this is correct formula, even if it is redundant. Divided by just this, which is a 15% damage increase. Oh, wait, no, I'm fucking stupid. That's what goes in the bottom there. It's equal to this plus 30%. Let's do this. Amp. This plus 1. 30% equal to this plus this equal to this divided by this. There we go. I want to do -1 to make it clearer. Okay. I do love that portion of these communities that'll quote calcs without realizing the gaming chair isn't good enough to get the number. I mean, it's one thing if, like, you recognize, hey, I can't do this, but this is the potential for people who want to, right? But yeah, there's definitely a lot of cases where people don't really add that nuance to it, and it's like, oh, but, like, numbers, and then they can't skill, they skill issue out of being able to hit those numbers, which, fair. Like, there are definitely teams in this game where you kind of have to talk about them while skill issuing out of them. Like Zhongli Yao. I talk a lot about Zhongli Yao. I want to do calcs on Zhongli Yao. I still can only, on a good day, play Zhongli Yao to, like, maybe 80% ceiling. Not even close to 100% yet. It is so hard to 100% output Zhongli Yao teams. They are absurdly technical, and you need insane actions per second to do so. Will also still react, and that's against, like, a training dummy monster or enemy. That's also not including needing to dodge and dodge counter and all of these other things, and how dodge counters might swap up rotation, right? Because if you're in, like, a relative dead time where, like, Zhang Liao, for example, needs a few more seconds to be able to do his resonance skill and ult again for the faster rotation, but Chang-Li is completely out of ult or resonance skill, but you get a dodge counter on Chang-Li, then dodge counter will take you into to basic attack 4, which you can then build, which then builds you an enflamement stack. So you can do a dodge counter and then swap to, like, Shorekeeper, do a few things, swap back to her, and add that in, but that's also only arguably worth it if you don't already have, like, an ult or something to pop. So, like, that team is fucking insane. I love it. But yeah, plus Phoebe Sig. Actually, you know what? Outro plus F Sig plus F Sig. Oh, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do this. And plus Zani. And we'll just do outro plus Z Sig. You know what? Fuck it. Okay. Just do it this way first. Zani Sig. And if I remember correctly, Zani doesn't have any amp built into her own kit, right? I'm not crazy.
Anything I can help
Double check
you
real quick.
with?
Nothing. This is just stagnate and Yep, nothing. Fuck, okay, there's a 20% amp in her kit too. Fuck, okay. What is this in her resin skill? Res skill. %. Fuck, am I gonna have to make a matrix for this? I might. I might actually have to make a matrix for this. Let's do this for now. We'll just get everything down first. Okay, so yeah, so it's already diluted because of that. It's not a significant dilution, but it is a dilution. I think that's the only one in her kit, though, right? Spectral damage bonus is a separate pool from amp, so that's fine. Nothing in there either. Wait a second, doesn't she get an amp, though, from her enhanced skill? Am I crazy? Target action or forceful riposte. Oh, I'm stupid. This is yeah, this amp is the sunburst you trigger from using her enhanced skill. Right, okay, I was like, I remember it being an enhanced skill thing. Zani, enhanced skill, 20%. Zani's signature, which I somehow got 2 of on a single 10 pull, so now one's staying level 1 forever, smile. Spectral Frazzle, amp by 50%. God, so much Spectral Frazzle. Spec Frazzle, amp. Okay, that should be all of it, though, right? That should be fucking all of it.
Anything I can help you with?
People arrive. Time to watch theory crafting for a game I know nothing about. Hey, Epic, thanks for joining. Yeah, fun theory crafting. Let's go. No diss to anyone with skill issue, by the way. I'm a Gen C main. Oh yeah, no, just to be very clear, like no diss to anyone who has skill issue. That's what characters hyper carry teams exist for. Is for people who don't want to deal with all of that, and that's why evaluating them at hyper carry is very important. And like when we were looking at Pridwin's ratings earlier, because for those who are new to the chat, Grimro is the guy in charge of Honkai Star Rail and Wuwa TC on Pridwin, and I know him and I looked at his sheets and calcs and everything, and they're very good. So like, I can't speak for all of Pridwin. I know people have opinions on Pridwin, but specifically Honkai Star Rail and Wuthering Waves, and also Nikkei, but different person. All of those I definitely personally trust. And they rate theirs primarily based off of hyper carry, which is, you know, your traditional first support does their thing, outros, second sub-DPS or support does their thing, outros, and then main DPS does their thing until their thing is over, and then you do the rotation again, right? They do have characters that have expert tags, though, which is, oh, if you can do the swap cancel tech and stuff, this character goes up a lot. In fact, I might need to mention that to Grim and talk about how Zani arguably also should have an expert tag, but she's already T0 is the point. Like, she's already T0, which is a problem for that. Because, like, the same thing with, like, Changli. Changli is T0 and loses her expert +2 tag in Weewa because that's with her doing hyper carry, but she becomes, like, a full 2 tiers better than everyone else if you do actually hit her, like, quick swap potential. Anyway. But yeah, so, like, That's what these hypercarry teams like Gian teams, Carlotta teams, Camellia teams, and also Zani teams. Just a hypercarry again, Zani's incredibly strong with Phoebe, and still very strong with Spectral Rover, just noticeably less, and that team does require proper quick swap tech to really function. Which we'll get it, which is another thing we'll add to the doc in a second. But yeah, like that's what these teams exist for people who don't want to do that. I am a psycho who loves little tiny nuanced mechanical shits and like high skill ceiling like characters and play. So I love doing the Zani tech, and that's why my favorite team is Changli Yao, even though for 99.9% of the players of Wuwa, they should never even touch that team, because if you can't perform at least decently well with the swap cancels, the team does garbage damage. But its ceiling is absurdly high if you can perform. I don't know, Rover plus Zani feels better to play than Phoebe. Oh, that's totally fair. That's also totally fair. Like I said, especially if you're doing more quick swappy stuff, it feels better. But also, if you play quick swappy, we covered it earlier, and I'll probably cover it a little bit later as well. But basically, Phoebe also has a lot of quick swap tech that people just don't realize exists because they don't understand how her forte passive works. Which is understandable. They don't. Crayfish, welcome back. What have you missed? Lots of yapping about not that much, and a few extra lines to the doc. Also, we're doing some calcs right now, but I am gonna have to like actually make this a matrix. Okay, so copy. Oop. All right. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Actually, you know what? Let's set an equals in case I like fucked something up at some points and need to change both the cells. Okay. And then obviously you can't have two of the same. Well, shit though. The matrix doesn't account for them being overlapped though. Matrix isn't gonna be sufficient. I guess we just manually do every permutation because the matrix isn't going to be sufficient for this. Fuck. Okay. Okay. So... Bleh. Okay. Let's just do this. We'll set a tag to each of these. Whoop. Oops. Set a tag to each of these. And then we'll just make fucking... Okay. Total, Spectro, Razzle, amp. Fuck it, let's do this. Okay. For A plus B. B is... I could set this as like a reference thing, but I could like set up as a lookup, but that's so much more effort than just doing it manually when there's only four of these as limited permutations. Plus 1. A plus B plus C equal to this. Fuck it, at this point we just do a sum. Sum of plus 1. A plus B plus C plus D and then we probably just make a matrix of this, honestly. But yeah, okay. equal to sum of plus 1. That's not the correct number. Plus 1. Okay. All right. And then we can have A plus C equal to sum of... God, there's too many fucking permutations of this. Oh wait, no, why sum? That's just more complicated. Maybe I should have made it. Maybe I should have made it lookup. Oh well, whatever. A plus C plus D. C plus D. Right, plus 1. Whoops. Shit. Might farm out the last couple of AT down tickets. Go for it. I still need to, like, actually go back and do some solo hunts with him for that sake, but I'm getting around to it. Fuck, at this point, this is, like, so big, I should probably just move it to the side entirely. Like this. Since it's gonna be, like, a big-ass matrix anyway. Let's see, plus D. A plus D. Because not all of these aren't necessarily, like, equivalent, right? Like, all of these, none of these require... Oh, shit, Phoebe's Sig requires B and C to happen at the same time. You can't actually have them be independent of each other, can you?
Today will be a fine day.
Okay, well that makes the matrix simpler, but also means that I now have to, like, fucking go back and change some things. Because it's on outro, right? Yeah, okay, so you can't have them independently. If you have C, you must have B. B right back, though. Gotta be. Just realized I also need to get caffeine, and I also forgot that I have a fucking BRB thing, so yeah, BRB. And we are so back, chat. Brain rot screensaver. Yeah, basically. Nepping, I found out, put out a bunch of their gifts, which are the ones you saw there and in the starting soon page. They put out a bunch of gifts at, just for anyone to just use for whatever on their Twitter. It's only a pinned post. I was like, okay, I love Nep's little gifts. I'm gonna use these. So now they're like my only streaming assets because I haven't bothered actually making or working with other streaming assets. I will get around to that at some point. My friend Port and I are gonna go over things, like go on the stream, just go over things and like get me like actually set up with like proper assets and transitions and shit like that. I just haven't really bothered because I'm just kind of like having fun. Streaming is like a hobby, as like a casual hobby right now, but I'm enjoying it so much and want to keep doing it so much that I'm probably gonna start like actually taking things a touch more seriously with it. Maybe make a stream schedule, work on some assets. I want to make some emotes for so that we can have emotes in the chat as well. I found out that I apparently fucked up because it turns out that because I want to start channel member stuff, but channel member stuff I don't feel comfortable doing until I make my own. I have emotes. I'm planning on making my own and everything. But I didn't check my email, and it turns out YouTube offered a $500 signing bonus for starting up memberships that ended on the 21st of last month. If I had known that, I would have gotten working on those emotes and everything much faster, because it was literally just 500 free fucking dollars for starting channel memberships on your account. RIP. But yeah, okay. So 30% more. Amplify. Just do Phoebes. Yeah, plus Phoebes sig is actually accurate because it does have to be with it. We'll do this plus 30%. Okay, so it's either B or C. It can't be B plus C. Everything else can be normal though. So like, yeah, A plus B. Yeah, so A plus B is just that. A plus C. I could technically set up like a proper lookup table for this and have it automatically do this with inputs, but that's like way more pain in the ass than just doing it manually with this few permutations. A plus B plus D. It's better for me to put this before or after, and whatever, we'll just do this for now. A plus C plus D. Right, all of these have to be plus 1. What am I doing? Oh, no, actually, the smarter thing is to add the +1 during the matrix. Yeah? Oh, fucking no. Yeah, I'll just do it in the matrix. Fuck it. A plus C plus D. And then this so A plus B, A plus C, A plus B plus D, A plus C plus D, and then it's just A plus D left. So this is without Phoebes, period. Okay, these are the baselines. So yeah. Damage gain. What the fuck is? Oh my god. The light, like the backlight in my keyboard is being weird lately. Hopefully this is kind of clear, but if it's not, whatever. It's a matrix. This is a matrix. You can figure it out. nothing. This. Wait, shit. I don't even... Fuck, right, that's... God damn it. That's not nearly complete enough. B plus... So just B. So I didn't have... Yeah, I didn't even have just plus, like, just A, right? Well, just A can just refer from up here. It's not really that necessary. So then we also have B plus D. Because A plus B is already done. B and C are mutually exclusive. So B plus D is the only permutation remaining for that. Okay, and then we have C plus D. And other than them by themselves, which isn't well, other than them by themselves, this is the last permutation possible with a 4x4. With a 4x4 with one set of mutually exclusive events. Wait, what am I doing? That's not right. Okay, cool. That is everything. We have nothing. Set this equal to this. What? 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 Cool. It's equal to this. This equal to this. That's gonna be a fucking way for me to do this more efficiently. No, not really. Okay, whatever. I love doing things manually because I'm too lazy to look up the things I would need to make a formula out of it, although there's a lot of things spreadsheets can do functionality-wise. But I also don't want to do this on Python. Not to mention my Python knowledge is fairly low outside of specific statistical packages. Woo! Actually, you know what? Let's do this. So on column left. This is the kind of thing where a lookup would be useful, but it would take more effort to make a lookup than to just do fucking 6 of these by themselves. Shit. I didn't include them by themselves either. Okay. I am wondering if a lookup table would have been faster at this point. Whoops. Ah! Buttons are hard. Keys are hard to press. Let's see first. Fingers doing wrong button pressures. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to just make this into a table eventually. Ugh. Okay, one more to the side. I have to make this a separate sheet so it's actually like readable, and also so I can make it into. Well, I could probably just insert a table, but I don't know. We'll look at it after all the data's in there. And then this would be this divided by this, and now I have to fucking add +1 to all of these. At least I can do it this way. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make this into like a separate tab probably, since the... I mean, I could just have this right side of it just be actual square. No, because that's gonna fuck with like the formatting of everything here as well. Yeah, we'll make this in a separate tab in a second. Whatever. Okay, so this has to be this divided by this, but the M has to be locked. Oh, actually, -1. Cool. So damage gain of this over this. And so then we can use the exact same formula again. But if we do this, we just have to move this up to 42 and it's fine. And then we just do this again. Move this up to 42. Wait, actually, I can just lock 42 as well, right? Yeah, because the important part is that the column changes. I am dumb. I'm not crazy, right? That's fine, right? Okay, sanity check is clearing. Cool, now we have a matrix. Yay, we have a matrix. Let's make this more readable. Just one darker. Maybe we color them? Coloring is probably going to be easier. We just have to keep red and just not use red and gray. Or red and green, because that's going to use that for conditional formatting. Just make this a slightly darker yellow. Slightly darker purple. Cool. Alright. Yeah, let's just go ahead and put this on a separate sheet. And then... Fuck. Okay. Cut. X is not the C button, Jinx. Okay. Just take all of these. Oh, that was way too much. That is a bit more readable. How about this? Okay, we'll just do that. Just make this A. B. C. D. And make this equal. Nothing. That is not the right button. I am pressing the wrong things. Nothing. Oh, you gasp. Theorycrafting? Yes, I am. It's crazy. I'm actually on a spreadsheet for the first time in like weeks. We're making a damage percent bonus matrix. Wow. Okay. Now for the fun part. Actually, let's do... this needs to wrap properly. Okay. We love conditional formatting. Color scale, red to black. Oh, that there. Red to green. And it's the lowest negative on here, 67. I'll set it at 60. Yeah. It's probably better that we put the max point at maybe like 1.8. 1.7. Or actually, no, we'll just do like a straight min to max. Fuck it. Yeah, we can just do a straight min to max. Why did I do that? Okay. We'll also add another rule that if 0 format black. Wait, how am I just supersede it though? Can I? Oh, fuck it, whatever. It's whatever. We can just leave zeros there. It's fine. Okay, we have a damage. Okay, we have a damage. We have a spectrofrazzle amplified matrix now. Let's spectrofrazzle damage amplify comparison matrix. Vop, 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 vop. Vop, vop. And it's very, very important that... Let's see which one. Let's see. Inserts. Image. Where are you? Where is the one I want? Oh, fuck, that's right. That one's actually an MP4, so I can't put it in there. Why did it have to be an MP4? Okay, fuck it, we do this. There it is. And we also insert... Fun fact, you can put GIFs in Google Sheets. It's funny. I did this exact thing for my Monster Hunter Wilds calculator that I have not actually gone back and fully finished out using after I updated it like crazy to be very efficient at comparison work. But it's very important that we have this in here. Fuck, I put it in cell, didn't I? Haha, in cell. Oversells. Why incel when you can oversell? Ha 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 ha. Alright. It'll learn eventually, right? There it is. Thank you, Nepping, for the Poggers gifts to use for this. Versus. Whoop. I put it over there. Center, bold. And let's put it in, why not fucking everyone's favorite font, Impact. Okay. Cool. There we go. All right. What the fuck is underline? Oh, I guess they don't really let you underline, huh? After this. Retro, fragile, amp. So, amp. Fuck it, just amp. Copy, paste. Okay, cool. I make all of these also bolded, so it's a bit clearer. Okay, cool. We have a proper matrix now. As someone who just does highway mathing, I'm so glad Wallenstein's proved the theory I've been peddling to friends since Zani release, but then again, that guy is literally not human, so Wallenstein, I'm not familiar with them. Are they like a YouTuber, or are they on like Reddit or something? Not familiar with Wallenstein. I caught up to right before the Cartethia story. Gotta say, it's really a step up from the Jinzo arc. Yeah, exactly, Flight. It is so much better. Like, yeah, it is so much better. 2.0. Like, it's nice to see Kuro actually really flexing their writing skills and their character design skills, because, like, I know they can do it really well from PGR, and it's part of what made, like, the early parts of version 1 so disappointing for me personally. Let's see here. Wallenstein. Oh, okay. They have Zani as their profile picture. Interesting. Changli, you can't do quick swap, 1 HP challenge. Oh, they're like a challenge runner slash tester. Interesting. The Beto no-hitter back then? Oh, wait, yeah, shit, that is him, isn't it? I completely forgot about this motherfucker. Yeah, the 1 HP Beidou player. Yeah, okay. Zani plus Changli quick swap. I am curious to see if he actually does the Phoebe quick swap tech or not. Let's see. Based PGR music choice, by the way. Oh, nice. Charge attack. Oh, wait a second. Is that a tech I didn't know about? Yo, if you dodge cancel her charge attack fast enough, you can still use the same charge? Oh, no, never mind. Wait, no, did I apply Spectral Frazzle stacks? Hold up. Okay, no, it didn't. Okay, never mind. Okay, no, that first one didn't actually trigger the, did not burn the forte, nor did it actually increase stacks. Okay, so that was actually just like a misplay thing. I was like, wait a second, is that a tech? Can you get twice as many off in a single, like, basic 3? But no. Not quick swapping here. Okay, they did. Okay, there's one quick swap. There's a second one. Okay, yeah, no, they're doing the thing now. Okay. They could have done some earlier ones for, because obviously Phoebe was out and couldn't do anything else, but they could have done some earlier ones with Shorekeeper to build up some extra concerto. That's not really, like, huge, though. It's a minor optimization. This is such a good track from PGR. It is a very good run. It's not quite at the ceiling, though. There's a lot more tech you could do in there than what Wallenstein did. It's still very good, but there is more tech you can do than just what was done there. How built is there? How built are they, though? Because they very clearly have a better built Zani and Phoebe than I do. Yep.
Anything I can help you with?
Let's just do this. There's a lot more crit damage subs than I have. Holy shit, that's so many more crit damage subs. They're probably also running like a crit damage 3 cost though, right? Yeah, okay, scratch that. That's way more like crit rate subs than I have. They are lacking a lot of heavy attack subs though, which I have a lot of, so... And that's not a super diluted pool on Zani. How was their Capitanius? Because that's definitely a thing that I'm curious about. Also, because we always, what's the word? Bleh, words are hard. Holy fuck. We always, holy shit. I need some water, 1 sec. My brain is, like, incredibly dry. Oh, Jesus. Okay. We always give proper props to and credit to our peeps. So here is the video that we're currently watching. It is in the chat now. I want every one of you to take like 10 seconds of time to click on that link, give this video a thumbs up, and also subscribe if you're cool with that, because this is a really good run. Wallenstein's very clearly a very good player, and they have also pretty insane gear. But even that aside, like, they're very clearly a very good player. And I mean, they already have 120,000 views on this, but they deserve more, and we always support those that we are watching on stream, you know? Don't want to be one of those kinds of reaction streamers, right? Because technically, all of you watching me watch this right now is a view that they could have been getting, but not otherwise. Okay, cool. I'll also make sure to add it to the description of the video later. Shit. What the fuck is that Capitanius? I mean, it's like it's like a min roll crit rate and like a lower mid crit damage, but fucking still, I cannot get a good Capitanius to save my fucking life. Like, I just cannot, dude. In fact, I actually have some. I have burned so many of the fucking main stat changes for Capitanius because I cannot get a Spectral one to drop for my life, and I've been killing all the motherfuckers every day for a while. Like, holy shit, my guy. Holy shit. I cannot get a good Capitanius. This is still technically my best one. Yeah, that's almost as good as my best Echo period, which is on Changlei. God damn, that is a solid Capitanius. Also good mid-rolls. Lower mid-rolls. For attack, crit rate, and damage. Still very good. Yeah, they have pretty decent, like, quality rolls on the important stats. Like I said, they do have less heavy attack than I do, and probably less attack, about the same attack percentage. So, like, theirs is still better, but it's not as, like, clear as it seems from, like, the crits ratio, the crits difference. But their crit damage is so much higher than mine, so... Oh, that's a good crit rate roll. Yeah, I mean, they definitely very heavily prioritize crit, which, fair. Yeah, let's look at the total stats again real quick. Okay. I mean, they have no heavy attack bonus. I have 33%, which is... Well, okay, no, they have the 12 from Capitanius as well, so... I have 21 more than they do. But... Huh... They have a little more attack than I do. Let's do a super quick calculation. Let me just screenshot this so I don't have to, like, tab back over to it. Just curious. Let's see. Super duper quick calculation. Okay. I'm not gonna bother accounting for pool dilution for heavy attack because that's too much of a pain in the ass. But just like very baseline. 2390. 52.3%. 320%. And then they only have the base 12, right? I don't remember seeing any heavy attack subs. No heavy attack, no heavy attack. No heavy attack, no heavy attack. Okay, yeah, no, they're going for like straight crit rolls, which fair. Shit, is Spectro included with heavy attack? I want to say the same pool, right? Heavy attack percent and Spectro percent are the same pool, so we should account for that. Because he's also running double Spectro like I am. Yeah, okay, so... percent mods equal to 60% plus it's 12%, right, for Capitanius? I'm not crazy. I'm just super curious now, like, how my Zani pairs up, even with my cope as fuck. Motherfucker here. 12%? Yes. Oh, and 12% Spectro, so it's even more diluted. Yeah, okay, I have 45%. As well as 82%. He also has... Wait, 82%? What's the other 10% coming from? Huh? 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 There's also... Oh, duh. Fucking Eternal Radiance. And then also 20%, which is basically 100%. So 25%. 25% total. So 15% plus 10%, 82% base plus the 15%. Okay, so plus 10% plus 60% plus 12% plus 10%, oh, plus 15%. And then plus 12% again for heavy attack. Yeah, okay, dilution is important in this case. Yeah, okay. That should be all of it. Well, I have additionally... Oh, I'll calc my own shit in a second. Let's just make sure that this is format percent. Okay, percent mods. Back. Right. Oh wait. CR. CD. We might as well just consider this full plus 20%. It's 20%, right? Am I crazy? Yeah. 20%, cool, which is up 100% of the time for Zani anyway. Crit damage, there's no other crit damage multipliers I'm missing, right? Jinx, his build is now updated. He has a better build in the Spectral Rover. Oh, okay. What? I guess we check that one then. I mean, he has a better one in the Spectral Rover run, but I want to specifically compare for this particular run, right? That's kind of what I'm interested in. No, I just compared it. Your builds are literally the same now, plus minus 3%. Yeah. Oh, so he did drop his crit damage for more heavy attack likely than I did. Okay, interesting. Either way, I'm just curious for this particular one. Because, I mean, that gives me kind of like a base point to be like, okay, if I try to clean up this run personally, like what range should I be aiming for, right? Just out of curiosity. I don't know if I actually bothered doing that or anything, but I'm just kind of curious, you know? That this particular run that was, what, minute 32 clear, I believe? Oh no, minute 45. Yeah, minute 45. So I guess just I'm curious that if I ever feel like getting around to like testing that and like cleaning up the rotation and whatnot, like what range I should expect to be in to see just for like pure comparisons point, ego point, honestly. But I'm also just curious how his build compares in this run. Cause like when I was like kind of fucking around, I think we got like what, a 2-minute 20 clear or something, and that wasn't even me like really maximizing stuff and me still fucking up a bunch of shit. But I think in the first Zani stream we hit like 220 when I had basically no practice playing her. And just was implementing more quickswap stuff, and not even like the quickswap stuff I've been talking about earlier on. That stuff I all kind of figured out and learned and practiced after the first day. But yeah, crit mod is equal to this times 1 minus 1 plus 1. 259%. I didn't fuck up my crit formula, right? Crit rate, 72% chance to proc times 72% chance to proc times 220% more damage is how much plus 1 is how much damage you get over just not critting, because the other part is 100%, so that cancels itself out into not being part of the formula. Okay, cool, yeah. Should be right. Okay, and this is Wallenstein. Okay. Let's see, 2318. Is this necessary? Hell no. Am I still gonna do it? Hell yeah. Equal to 56.9% plus 20. Her weapon doesn't have something I'm forgetting, right? As that's a relevant bonus. Nope, it's just amplify. The attack's already accounted for. Yeah, defense shouldn't amplify, so neither of those really matter. They're equivalent for us. Okay, yeah. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. percentage, because it bothers me they're not formatted the same. 282%. And we'll just drag this down. Okay, I have a slightly worse crit mod. However, compared to Wallenstein, who had 0 heavy attack, I have 33%. Is that including the Capitanius? Sec. Yes, it is not including Capitanius. That's a completely separate. Cool. Equal to this plus %. Ah! No. Okay, equal to this times this times this. Oh, wait, no shit. Equal to this times crit mod is accurate, but percent mods needs to be a +1. Right? Yeah, no, means it's a 259% increase. Is that right? Fucking gaslighting myself right now, or is it actually supposed to be 100%? Why is my brain not remembering how crit formulas fucking work? Okay. In theory, let's just say we have 50% crit rates, and we have a 200% crit damage. Yeah, that's not right. Fuck. That's 1 minute 20. TOA is just 2 minutes. Oh, okay, right. I guess I got a 1 minute 40 then. I don't remember. Or 1 minute 20. Oh, wait, maybe I did hit around the same time then. I don't know. I have to look back at the VOD. I don't know. But either way, I'm just curious. Calcs don't include Capitanius if you're looking at the echo-only details, so you still have 45%. Yeah. I just checked that. And I already added the 12% from Capitanius into the calcs. Appreciate you checking, though. For 50% of the time, you do 200 extra. Oh, wait, no, yeah, that is correct. I'm fucking stupid. Alright, yeah. And if I make this 250, it's 150% on 75% damage. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not dumb. This is the correct formula. It just, for some reason, my brain was like, this doesn't seem right. Okay, cool. I put the wrong fucking number in here. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Oh shit, my build's actually better. On the heavy attack portion. Heavy attack portion only is still like 60%, I think. Grim's calcs are like 51% or something. But even then, yeah. So yeah, actually mine is like slightly better. But you said that his updated one is probably closer to. His updated one is probably closer to like what I actually have, which yeah. So actually, my Zani is actually better. Interesting. The crit, yeah, the heavy attack mods actually go decently hard, huh? And we have basically equivalent ER. Huh, interesting. Interrestaurants. My Phoebe is so much worse, though. Holy shit. Oh shit, did I close the tab he was in? No, it's right here, okay. Not that it matters, Phoebe doesn't do that much damage anyway, but... Holy shit. The gap between our Phoebes. His Phoebe probably has Sig, right? Yep, his Phoebe has Sig. It's not, again, not a huge increase. In fact, we know exactly how much damage increase it is now. So everything plus Phoebe's Sig, since we both have Sig, is going to be AC plus D. I have an AB plus D, which means that his Phoebe causes his Zani to do 11% more damage than I do. So it's not that huge. And Phoebe herself doesn't do that much damage when she's in confession mode. Ugh, this PGR track is so good, bro. It's a classic. One of the older but bangers. One of the old ones is still a banger. Oh wait, his Shopkeeper also has Sig. What the fuck does her Sig even do? It also has like an amp, right? Yeah, it's an extra attack, 50%, oh, 40% attack. Yeah, okay, so it does have extra attack inflation, but that's not much either. Considering the attack percent that's already in, that's probably close to like, what, 8%, something like that? Okay, interesting though. I mean, his is still better. Since he has plus Phoebes Sig. Oh my goodness. Plus Phoebes Sig. Plus Shoalkeeper Sig. Okay. And I don't care to really pull for either of these. I care too much about getting Chalcona and her signature, and I don't need my Zani to be stronger than she already is. She already shits on all the content incredibly hard. For me, it's more a matter of just, like, enjoying, like, maximizing her play. Okay, let's see here. But yeah, yeah, Wallenstein, neat. Neat. Alright, back to the point on... God fucking damn it. I should probably actually, like, bold the really important ones, right? So, like, AC plus D versus AB plus D is, like, an important one. Oops. So we bold that one, right? Maybe even italics it. Make it more noticeable. Then we also have lack of Zani Sig, which is AB plus AB AC versus AB. So AC versus AB. That's also a very important one. Let's actually make the fonts bigger for these ones too, because these are the really important breakpoints. The rest are like fun to look at, but these are the actually important ones. Because this is basically Phoebe signature versus no Phoebe signature. Like, presumably, if you're playing correctly, Zani's always going... Oh, sorry. Phoebe Sig versus no Phoebe Sig, and Zani Sig plus Phoebe Sig versus no Zani Sig, and then also ABD versus AB, which is Zani's signature. These are like the most important breakpoints, because this is basically what do I get from pulling signature weapons, right? I didn't look at A. Yeah, no, yeah, AC versus AB, that's Phoebe's signature. ABD versus AB, Zani's signature. And then A plus C plus D, both signatures, versus no Zani... Okay, yeah, I also need to compare with no Zani signature either. But yeah, so this is both Sigs versus no Phoebe Sig. And then we also need both Sigs versus... no, wait. Yeah, versus no Sigs, period, which is AB. Yeah, those are the relevance values, right? 24 permutations. So this is Phoebe Sig versus no Phoebe Sig. This is Zani Sig versus no Zani Sig. Probably want to compare that also against no Zani Sig but Phoebe Sig in case you're trying to pick between the two. I mean, obviously you get Zani Sig, but yeah, it's just an important value still as well. AC plus D, so this is both Sigs versus no Sigs versus Zani Sig, and versus just... There we go, yeah, that's the one that was missing. And then versus just Phoebe Sig. Okay, 7 to 13, 12, okay. Yeah, versus just Phoebe Sig. Okay. And I guess just summarize them over here because that's important as well. A plus B. So we have nothing versus no sig versus Phoebe sig. I could probably just make these a little bit. Oh, I don't even need to do all of them. I can just do this one. So this would be no sig versus Phoebe sig. And that one is equal to, so... Oh, I guess... Okay. Go backwards. Phoebe sig versus no sig. And that is A plus C versus A plus B, because it's kind of just assumed A and B are always active. But the full matrix accounts for everything in case you also wanted to see what it's like if you like don't bother Phoebe outroing or shit like that, right? And it kind of shows off how important Phoebe sig is, because anytime you drop B, holy shit, is that like massive damage loss compared to everything else, right? But yeah, Phoebe sig versus no sig. The next value we have is Zani sig versus no sig. Make all these wrap just in case, because it's probably gonna get kind of long. So Zani sig is ABD versus no sigs 23%. Zani sig versus Phoebe sig, which is ABD versus AC. Yes, yes. Importance note. Impo note. This does not include other damage increases to Zani, such as from the death thread and higher base stats. Do that. Okay, cool. Just this is just bold the Spectral Frazzle amp increase. Okay, let's do this one then. That should be enough, right? We merge these. Yeah. Okay. Oh, also I have a PJR question if you don't mind. Can I just throw most of my early game because BC into early damage skins, since I'll eventually get more BC and character shots eventually anyway? FOMO skins new. Yeah, I mean basically if you want. Kind of the big thing to keep in mind with that is that like each patch, free to play, if you do all of your events, all of your weeklies, all your dailies, give you more than enough to pull every new debut S rank. For the most part, it gets a little weird at times with like some the like S rank pacing releases, but for the most part, you get enough for that. And if you add like monthly pass on top of that, you get more than enough to get like a copy and everything. You just have to make sure you do all of those. Then also you have all the shit you get from early story and stuff like that. So yeah, as long as like if you like bum rush content right now, you can realistically get enough for like 3 to 4, like 3. I think 3 S rank pearls is like the more accurate amount from what I've seen other people like talking about being new players. 2 to 3. So just account for the fact that you're going to lose those like for the current characters if you care. If you don't really care for the current characters that much, the one I would recommend getting the most is Nana Knight, because out of all of them, Nana Knight is the best at just being a solo carry. Like, unless you have a triple S Crimson Weave Alpha, she doesn't even like take field time. It's literally just you go on Nana Knight and you don't leave. On the other hand, Lucia Pyro Oath is very strong, but she wants to rotate through teammates because she's not as good at just being on the field all the time. So Nana Knight is the highest value out of the two right now. If you're only getting one, ideally get both. But like if you're only getting one, and also Dante is coming out in probably like August, September-ish time, and Dante is also competes with Lucia for things. She's not. I don't know which is strictly better. I'm going to guess Lucia is probably still better in most situations. But also near collab characters were meta as fuck, so maybe not, who knows. But that's also a thing to consider, is that Dante is coming out in the DMC collab and potentially is a replacement for Lucia if you don't have her. So yeah, just because he's also going to be a fire. I think he's an attacker. He takes her slot anyway. But yeah, so that's also just the thing to keep in mind. That being said, if you don't care for any of them, then just fucking do whatever. I mean, this current patch comes with a free bolter anyway, so you can just run bolter. She's pretty good at solo carrying. Since she has built-in, like, orb generation in her rotation, so you don't have to worry that much about swapping off of her. Zani Shig versus Phoebe Shig. We have... Or is this... Zani plus Phoebe Sig versus... Let's just copy this down 3 times. Make life easier. Versus, first one is no Sig. Then next one is A plus C, so Phoebe Sig. And the last one is versus just Zani Sig. Equal to this one. Drag down. Easy clap. Cool. Very important. Yep. All the more relevant comparisons. Sigs. Basically, which Sigs give more amplify. Basically, how much more amplify. Amplify the Sigs give. Let's move this over here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Center that. Up the size. Make it wrap. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. It's too big. Bold italics, cool. Actually, let's remove the italics. Okay, cool. So anyway, very clearly, like, Zani Sig is most important, because this also doesn't include, like, the stat increases. This is just Spectral Amplify. I just wanted to look at the Spectral Amplify because it's relevant to what we were looking at. Very diluted. Very diluted. With Zani Sig, it's only a... Did I, like, fucking fuck something up real quick? Nope. Okay, yeah, that's right. It's... Okay, cool. With Zani Sig, it's only, I think it's 8%, right? Both... Oh, 11%. Yeah, 11%. Sense, amplify, increase. Without... It is a... Wait a second, what? Yes, that makes sense. Dilution. Yeah, okay, 40%. Oop. Zani Sig, it's a 14% amplify increase. Refer to next tab for the full matrix. Cool. Sig amp matrix. Okay, cool. But yeah, so I mean, is Phoebe Sig worth it? 40% isn't a low amount, but obviously you're better off getting Zani Sig, so we're realistically looking at the 11% amplify, which, it's good, but is it worth, like, not having polls for Chalcona or a future character, or having polls for a different rerun character you want, or anything like that? I'd put her Sig at a pretty low priority. Zani is a lot better, because like, this 23% is not including the massive amount of extra attack and crit stats and the defense shred it gives you as well. That being said, I mean, she's also still good with the standard 5-star. Her free-to-play options aren't very good, unfortunately, but shrug. It only really matters if you care about slightly bigger numbers / slightly smaller time run clear number. Can it be the difference between, like, clearing tower diversity or not at max stars? Yeah, probably, but it depends on skill level too, right? As we talked about, Zani's skill level is her skill ceiling is very high. So, like, I'm actually a little curious to try that at some point. I might stick my R5 Stone Art on her, and see if I can still, like, clear with, like, 4-star weapons, for, like, final tower, like, mid-tower, floor 2, the hardest part of tower adversity. Pretty sure I can, but also the buff is, like, in Zani's favor right now, which people don't account for a lot of the time. Okay, anyway. So, yeah. Spectral Rover. Struggles to build enough Spectro Frazzle for Zani. However, oh fuck, why do I have to pee again already? I have been consuming so much water trying to stay hydrated, but it makes me have to pee so much, so PRP again. And we are back, chats. Quick little pee, which I have to do a lot of, apparently. Does Wolin's S Trollkeeper have S2? Actually, good question. I didn't check that. I didn't consider, like, the Shorekeeper's sequences. That S2 is a big deal. Nope. Not S2. Yeah, I mean, that team is obviously better than mine. That Phoebe's way better built, because, like, I didn't bother building Phoebe that much when I got her as a main DPS, because I liked her, but the main reason I got Phoebe was because I assumed that she was going to be, because of her confession mode, I assumed that she was going to be the ideal support for a Spectral carry, and my guess was that Zani was going to be the Spectral Frazzle carry, and I was correct. But that was really just a guess. But either way, like, by Phoebe's design, I'm not that interested in her as a main DPS. She's kind of... I find her Absolution mode kind of boring to play, honestly, and Spectral Rover's Frazzle application is kind of a pain in the ass to work with. But, like, I saw her confession, but I was like, okay, she's obviously gonna be, like, a Spectral Frazzle enabler for a Spectral Frazzle carry. My guess was that it was Zani, but even if it wasn't, I wanted to get whoever would end up being, so I was like, okay, let me grab Phoebe. I mean, I basically pulled her and didn't lose 50-50. If I lost 50-50, I was just gonna skip, but... yeah. So, I didn't bother building my Phoebe. Her gear's kind of shit. What good gear she does have is just, like, the secondary stuff that, like, Zani isn't using. Not to mention that she's running the free-to-play weapon, which is actually not bad. It's actually fairly competitive with her signature, just it doesn't have, like, the amplify for Zani. Like, if I remember correctly, Pridwin... Let's take a look what Grim said. Because he actually did the calcs, and I haven't. What does Grim say? I remember it being, like, very good free-to-play option. Her free-to-play options, Ocean's Gift is very close to, not her signature, sorry, to the standard 5-star. Which is nice because it means I have to move it around less. I'm kind of lazy. I don't feel like moving it off of Zhuzh as often as I might need to. Yeah. And because Ocean's Gift R5 was free with the event. I mean, obviously her weapon's much better, but again, I don't really care about DPS Phoebe, and her damage contribution isn't significant enough in confession mode. Wait. There we go. Nom nom. Alright. So, that's that. Alright, so I'm going to spend enough Spectral Fragile for Zani. Zani needs 18 stacks for max, if I remember correctly. Right? It's 18 stacks. You know what, fucking Grim has this running down. Just gonna make my life easier and look at Grim's shit. Let's go. Characters. Okay, it's 18 stacks, right? Yep, there we go. 18 Spectral Frazzle. 18 to 16. Okay. $16 to $18 per alt. Just so I have that information down there. Let's do one row above. I might as well get precise numbers down since we're doing precise numbers in some cases right now. It's 5 per, right? Yeah, 5 per confession. It's one fucking stack from activating confession. That's so fucking funny. It's one stack. Plus confession CA X2, which is 10. Plus our ult is 8, right? Yeah. Which is 8. It is really funny to me that Absolution gives 1 Spectral Frazzle stack, which means that for like her first like 1 or 2 charge attacks, you can actually get, without having a teammate that can apply Spectral Frazzle, she, in Absolution main DPS mode, she can actually get like maybe 2 charge attacks off with the damage bonus from the 1 Spectral Frazzle stack. That's so cope. Equals 18. Equals 18 to 19. Equals 18 to 19. Let's do 18/19. I feel like it's confusing to have the minus there. Okay. Okay, how much does S0 give again? It's like... I'm on fucking air over still. Oh, we're in battle. Oh, also though, motherfucker. Very important thing you might not be aware of. Oh, I actually have to like teleport out. I forgot to mention this. But that movement power creep. Yo. For those who also don't know about this with Phoebe, Phoebe is movement power creep in like the funniest, most minor way possible, in that she can move around the map like this. It actually matters a lot more in Jinzhou because you can't fly, but like, yeah, you can do this with Phoebe. It's like actual movement power creep is fucking hilarious. Yeah, and like because she gets 2 per jump, and the dodge air dodge counts that you can just do. Boop, boop. It's actually really fast. Like, obviously, it's also nice because it makes it easier to get in the fly mode if you're like, if you don't really feel like finding something super big, because like right here, right, I can't like really get in fly mode. But if I do this, easy fly, and we swap the Zani because no one wants to see Phoebe flying. Yeah, it's really nice. It's not a huge deal though. Like, it's not like, I know like Genshin did a bunch of like movement power creep tied to specific units. It's not that huge, right? Because flying exists in Renacita. Like flying exists in Renacita, so it's not that big of a deal. But it is just funny that like she's movement power creep as well. Whee! Bop. Okay. Anyway. Getting distracted. It's 11:17. Did I do PGR already today? I think so. PGR resets at midnight, so I'm gonna have to look at that in a second. But wrong buttons. Correct buttons.
Anything I can help you with?
Okay, Phoebes.
Today will be a
Oh,
fine
not
day.
Phoebes. Make my life easier.
Let me be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
I am glad that the new voice director, or maybe the voice director just got better for Wuwa, or maybe they changed studios, I don't know. But I'm glad the voice director is like letting Rover's voice actress really flex her muscles, her like voice acting muscles a lot more, because like in the more recent, in like 2.0 or 2.x, like her voiceover has been like a lot more emotive. And definitely one of the most tragic parts of version 1 was the like internal monologue we got from Rover during that one like puzzle dungeon that was just like, wow. Like, again, it's not the voice actor's fault. Pretty much it's almost always the voice director's fault if the performance isn't great. But it still was little.
Let me be
It
there
left a
for
lot to be
everyone
desired, and it
as
hurts
we
my
head
ears and
toward
soul.
our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Guess I'm getting it, and I'm fine just playing PGL for waifu, so Crimson Weave and the Neon Dynamite skin just looks so cute. It's hard not. Oh yeah, by the way, we get a free Crimson Weave in the next patch, just so you know, in case you're like trying to pull for like Alpha Crimson Weave, or if you want to get her skin now, because her skin is the best skin in the game, and I will die on this hill. It's like it's like the first gacha skin I've gotten in years in that game. Actually, the first skin I really invested currency or whatever into in a while. I don't really get skins much in PGR. But yeah, we get a free Alpha Crimson Weave and the free Feral 21 next patch. So that's nice. It's also another reason why Nana Knight is so good, because that's her team. We get Nana Knight's entire team for free next patch in PGR. There was that dance scene with Carlotta and game had you do quick time events. I couldn't make screenshots on mobile, but I missed the inputs. That's really funny. Yeah, Genshin also added flying. They just competing. Everyone is. Oh, really? Genshin just added like straight up flying as well. That's really funny. But we still got wall running. Hope Phoebe gets good alternative frazzle enablers. Yeah, and that's the thing is like it would really surprise me if they didn't make a new Spectral Frazzle supports, because that way like Phoebe gets enabled to do main DPS stuff, but also is also able to still run a Zani team while also Phoebe does like fucking, you know, arrow erosion bullshits that we were talking about earlier. Oh, good thing I haven't pulled it in standard. Yeah, I would be careful about pulling in standard because debut characters are 100% rate up in PGR and just 70% rate up in the rotating event one, and I generally would not recommend it because you can get burned on that pretty badly. And like I said, it's PGR super free to play and like monthly pass friendly, but that's only if you don't waste your pulls. Right? But again, you know, pull for waifu. Also, a thing to keep in mind, Alpha Crimson Weave and everyone before, and like a lot of the characters before her, if you go to the shop in PGR and you look at the voucher shop, you can see you can buy shards of them for vouchers. You get most of your vouchers from the battle pass, and you get most of them from like buying premium battle passes if you care about that. But even if you don't, you build up vouchers over time from events and from the free battle pass. So you can literally just buy a Crimson Weave with vouchers in there, or you can buy extra copies of her, which I did so I could get triple S, which was kind of silly because we get a free copy next patch, but I don't care. I want to use Alpha now, and you don't use Alpha on the field if you own Nana Knight in meta optimal gameplay unless she's triple S. And I fucking dumped so much BC into that skin I'm going to use Alpha right now. Okay, what the fuck were we looking at? Okay, so how much does she produce again? I don't remember. Earbud keeps falling out, motherfucker. Okay, yeah, no, oh my gosh. 2 Spectral Frazzle for Forte skill. It's so good that Phoebe literally just needs Spectral Frazzle. Oh my god, this is no Spectral Frazzle. Holy shit. Christ. 8 per... Wait, 6. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, you can't really build up enough stacks with her. Zani's gonna have to take, like, less. Like, it works really well for, Phoebe, because she literally just needs a single Spectral Frazzle stack on the enemy as main DPS. Oh, that's so fucking cope. I didn't realize it was this bad. I forgot how low her, Spectral Frazzle production was. Genshin just has grapple locked behind specific units. That's not incredibly frustrating for new players at all. Oh, okay, fair. Oh, good thing I haven't pulled her in. Oh, yeah, read that one. Wall running and climb running. Who's Nana Knight? Oh, sorry. Nana Knight is the Nami Star Trail. It's just that, like... So, Nanami has a bunch of versions, right? And it's just kind of become, like, habit in the community to call them Nana something, instead of Nanami whatever. So, like... Nanami Star Trail looks like a knight, but also uses a fucking charge blade, so we just call her Nana Knight in the community. And her previous version with the fucking mech, we just call Nana Mech, because what was it, like, it was like Trailblazer or something? No, I don't even remember the EN name for that one, because I just call it Nana Mech. And when Nanami gets an inevitable new frame, we're just gonna call it Nana something again. Sorry, if PGR sidetrack, whatever. At this point, if people don't realize, if like viewers don't realize that I'm going to randomly tangent for 5 to 30 minutes on random shit while doing things on stream, they're in the wrong stream. It's part of the charm. We're here for the yap, smile. And if you're not here for the yap, I apologize. Watch the VOD, I guess. God, that is so cope. I'm not missing anything, right? That they didn't change anything for her, like, any of this, right? Yeah, that's a big yikes. Although, it's fun fact that a lot of people don't realize, she does actually technically heal. She does technically heal. So you can technically run her on a healer set if you wanted to. Moonlit still exists anyway, but you could technically run her on a healer set if you wanted to. And she does give the world's tiniest amount of healing if you want a little bit of healing to reset less than like Tower of Thirsty or something. What's the cooldown on this again? What is Schrover's cooldown on this? 6 seconds. 6-second CD on Schrover skill. 6-second CD. There's another note I wanted to put on here. What was it? What the fuck was the other thing I wanted to mention about this? Wow, my brain is kind of melting a bit. I should eat some of this food I have. I haven't eaten much today. I took like 4 bites of my pork chili rice bowl I made, and then gapped on stream. I haven't really eaten anything today, so my brain is getting kind of dry from lack of calories. I need blood sugar. I just have this problem as a person. But I don't really feel hunger until I get, like, way too deep into, like, not eating, right? Like, I don't really feel hungry until I haven't eaten for, like, at least, like, 16 hours or something. But I realize I need to eat because of other things happening, like my brain getting really bad brain fog and things like that. Oh, I started to have really bad brain fog. The first thing I think is when was the last time I ate. So let me just take a few bites real quick. Oh, I mean free standard pulls from getting from the story. I'm still at chapter 4 story skipping. I'll follow what you said and try reading in chapter 6 almost. Yeah, I mean, it's my recommendation. If you don't really like chapter 6 though, again, you can skip that one. The community generally agrees chapter 8 is where you start reading. I just think 6 is pretty good. 6 normal is pretty good. But yeah, I mean, you got a good amount of polls. PGR doesn't give you the most amount of polls for, like, story, though. Like, generally, new story chapters are, like, maybe 2 polls in Blackguard. 2, maybe 3 on the longer chapters. But they're so generous everywhere else, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Let me be there for everyone.
The fuck was it I wanted to include in this as well?
Toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
I should probably swap off of this. Give me that Swanhua. I have gotten insanely lucky in this game. Like I said earlier, I got Jian and Jinxi purely by accident throwing random temples at their banners before they left. I got Chang-Li's weapon in like 20 pulls. I have bought the battle pass and monthly pass pretty much throughout the entire time playing this game. I did take like I did take a month break at one point. I have missed some dailies and shit occasionally. But with all of that, I've only ever, like, I still have this many pulls. I did go ahead and buy, like, the 100 pack, before they did the reset, because I was just like, wait, is it even the 100 pack? I think I bought, like, the 50 pack, because I was like, fuck it, I might as well, right? I'm going to play Wuwa for a long time. I might as well buy it when they do so that I have it available again later in case for the anniversary top-up, reset. But before then, I had only ever bought, like, pulls of like the 25 tier or something for Yinlin because I lost 50-50 and I hadn't cleared enough of the main story yet, or like the exploration stuff to have enough pulls for her losing like 50-50 at like 70 in or something. Yeah, I have not bought many pulls in this game, but I've just gone so insanely lucky. I have like basically fucking everyone I care about, as well as a bunch of signature weapons.
Our shared future.
That being said, the rates and pity build up in this, and soft pity, increase in this game is a lot better than Genshin's at the very least. And guaranteed weapon is nice. Man, I'm still incredibly swooning over OG Yinlin lifting my head up with her sword. If I can use base Vera till endgame, I totally probably would. Oh yeah. OG Yinlin, that is insulting to Vera. I'ma be real. It is insulting to call Vera OG Yinlin. Yinlin is but a shadow of a copy. I mean, she's still good, but like compared to Vera, like Vera is so incredibly well written. If you get a chance, I would recommend reading Vera, like playing through Vera's personal story, because you have like the little side thing where you can like most people, most of you just skip through it to get the extra black cards, but they have like the little side story things that go into the background, and Vera's is so, it's so fucking good. Like her backstory, she is probably the best written, like, crazy sadist redhead character I've ever seen because of... Oh, shit. 11:30, my phone's... One sec. But yeah, but it's because of how her backstory and everything goes, like, she is, like, in my experience, at least with media, the best written example of, like, the crazy sadistic redhead, and it all makes complete fucking sense. With her backstory. Like, it's great. I also just love how much she owns it. Like, I love how much she owns being the red-headed Grim Reaper. But yeah. Okay, yeah, that is a fair point, though. PGR, I don't know if I've done my PGR stuff still. Let's get a little bit more done. What's her alt cooldown?
Let me be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
20 seconds. 20 seconds on alt. How much does Zani give herself with her enhanced skill? I don't think they mention it here. I think Grim has the number in here, though. Oh, yeah, this is also an important note. Rover's shimmer doesn't apply to the heliacal embers, unfortunately. Oh, the depletion extension rate does not apply. Okay, I can erase that line. Where is that line? Let's go and delete that column, actually. Oh, row, sorry. Thanks, Grim. I appreciate you having tested all these things and doing very good write-ups on them. To get all without parry, intro basic 3, new basic attacks. She does build up some from her enhanced, but I don't know if he actually lists the value in here. And counting is annoying. But I might have to. Okay, I might have to look into. I might have to like actually look at it myself. Let's say here for redundant, replaced by this. So it adds 1 stack of helical ember, which cuts 1 away from what you need. And then it adds blaze. That is not helpful information. Wait, actually, is it in the? It's
Let
not
me
in
be
this.
there for
I thought I
everything.
checked
Anything
like
I
the
can
skill
help you
description,
with.
right? It's not in there. Concerto, 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 concerto. Why? Okay. How much do you have, Zani?
Efficiency. Fine. Come at me.
Okay.
Bluebird, be
I'm gonna
my
build up Zani's
salvation.
ult so she can burn all of it. Actually, fuck this. I'm not doing dailies anymore. Let's just go test this in Tower. Tower is actually a good testing ground for shit. Because it resets everything. Tower is like actually an ideal place for testing stuff. Okay, bop bop bop. Okay, let's pick a weak floor so they're less annoying. Cuddle Water's probably the least annoying out of them though. Let's see. Test it with. Am I fucking blind? I'm fucking blind. There we go. Okay. Oh boy, you don't gotta sell it to me. I've been sold since even her ENVA is incredible. I actually don't know what her ENVA sounds like. They added the EN dub to PGR like a year and a half ago, I want to say, and I've been playing in Mandarin since then. Oh wait, no, I do know her EN dub, because I listened to it after Lion was talking about it. And I don't like it as much as her CN. I'm just too used to the CN voices. The EN voices sound weird to me, because a lot of them are kind of different takes on the characters too. Vera's EN is a lot more like... It's a lot more like, I guess, like, deeper, or like... gruff, like butchier, gruffer, like mommy-dommy type voice, which, you know, I'm normally into and everything. Like, I am a hag-loving hag who loves hags who love hags. We love hags in this chat. But the CN version I'm so used to because it has, like, this little bit of, like, sadistic shrillness to it, I guess. I'm just so used to Vera's, like, original CN voice. I can't really... I don't know. I'm too used to the CN voices, is kind of the point. And I actually am one of the very few weirdos who actually prefers Alpha's CN voice to her Japanese voice, because the Japanese voice is fucking Yui Ishikawa, like the actual goats. But I still just am more used to and prefer the CN voice. Okay, let's see here. So we have no stacks on Zani. Okay, and bam. That fills... Oh, okay, I see. Each tick actually correlates. It's like each of these little ticks correlates, apparently. Because that is 2 Spectral Frazzle stacks. Okay, I was wrong. The color walls are not less annoying. Oh, wait, no. What the fuck? That's so much more than the last one gave. What? Oh, wait, I Spectral Frazzled... No, I did Spectral Frazzle both, did I?
Keep it together.
This might not have been the easier, the less annoying side to test things on.
No hesitation. My shield can withstand more than that. Just a scratch.
Okay, let's see.
Come at me.
I mean, it seems about the same as the 2 stacks, but it's not... It's not, like, that thorough of a check. Okay, let's do this.
Is that all?
Okay, cool. So... Okay. Screenshot that. Copy that.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Okay.
That's just a scratch.
Ow.
You made it personal now.
Restart.
Strike from the shadows.
2 stacks. That looks the same to me. Okay.
My shield can withstand more than that. Give me your worst. I don't have all day.
Wow, I have so little blaze. Let's go. Okay, anyway, didn't want to keep listening to them do the thing. Each enhanced. Each Zani Forte skill is 2 stacks worth. Yeah, I mean, this is probably including the one that she, like, naturally gives you, right? I should have saved that so I didn't have to do it again. I didn't have to, like, swap over to it again. That includes, like, the 1 helical ember stack, and then also probably just the extra blaze it quote-unquote gives.
Anything I can help you with?
Yeah, because it says that it gives... It applies 1 helical ember, which would be 1 extra, which would be like 1 stack of spectral frazzles worth, and the last stage of the attack recovers blaze, right? That's how her thing works, right? Helical embers give her blaze. Helical embers kept at 60 stacks with each stack. Last time the conversion happens, blaze depending on the stacks. Embers are kept at 60 stacks. Or am I like misunderstanding something here? Just lasting 6 seconds, it will be like counted towards a spectral frazzle stacks. Let's see here. 100. Every stack of helical embers converts to spec convert. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, naruhodo. You have to convert it from Spectral Frazzle. So yeah, the extra helical ember stack from doing that does explain it though, like, cause I mean, let me make sure I'm fully understanding and checking this properly. Let's go back into tower. Yeah, let me just save a run so that way I don't have to keep doing this every time. Needs more doomage. Hey, Welt. That message was 10 minutes ago. I apologize. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so... I mean, I don't really need the parry. Okay, yeah, that helical ember didn't build anything up. So yeah, you get 10 blaze. Yeah, you get 10 blaze. So, you need 16 stacks, which is 80 blaze, basically. So, realistically, you can get 1 ult in per rotation. I love hearing Zani crack open an energy drink. But yeah, so, assuming you get 1 Zani Forte in, you can do 2 with like good quick swapping tech, but just assume you have 1. So, alt 6 plus Zani Forte 2 plus assuming you only do 1 Srover, you can fit like fucking 4 in if you're actually like good at quick swapping, which we'll have to look at, which will like account for. But assuming you only get the 1 in because you're doing like traditional hyper carry rotations, right? So you don't really get the chance to do more than 1. Plus Srover Te 2 is only 10 stacks. Meaning we need 6 more for minimum. For minimum. For, yeah. 6 more minimum for her Zani ult. Let's see. 2 more S0
Time to get back to work.
2 more S0 fortes is 4 stacks. Brings min speed of min CD min speed from CDs is 18 seconds. Oh, I guess min rotation speed. 18 seconds, 'cause it's 3 total. And then Zani. Zani Forte is another 2 stacks. Very low CD if you parry good. Like, with Zani, you can get 2 parries off within like fucking like 4 or 5 seconds if you like 2 like max fortes off with if you have an intro plus like parrying good basically. Because technically she doesn't have a cooldown on her like enhanced skill. It's just based on how much forte you can get how quickly. Overall, need some combo of 3 more forte skills between them. I also just realized that I said that thing and I should add that to this.
All right. Where are we off to next?
With good parries and outro and swap canceling, you can achieve 2 parries in like 2 to 4 seconds. Realistically, you can. Since her actual like normal parry, oh, that's a 5-second cooldown, so maybe 2 to 5 is a better number to quote. Let's say 3 to 5 because realistically you have to build up the other one, right? But like the thing is, like you can do 1 right, and then let's try to get like an outro built up real quick. So Zani has no redundant power right now, right? Oh no, they're going to die. I can't show off the thing. Damn it. Okay. I will have to build up outro in a less damaging way, I guess. Well, I guess the more important thing is just
No hesitation. The hour is
probably not be
upon
using
us.
ult. It adds a lot of outro, but it does too much damage. Okay, cool. Because, like, realistically, right, so you get a parry off, you get, like, a proper parry off, and then, boom, and then proper parry off, and, like, a dodge counter, or, like, basic 1 or 2, and you have, like, the first parry. And then with outro happens.
No contest.
Oh, wait a second. Shit, what was it? Grim mentions it here, and I just kind of don't really care about it because I do so many swap parries. Intro, skill, basic P3. Skill, okay, actually, so that does require a skill usage. The parry, following an intro skill with stand defense. Oh, wait, no, yeah, you have to use the skill into it. Okay, so that does kind of complicate that a little bit. Let's just say this then. Under. In 5 seconds or less. Because there are cases where you can get 2 parries off incredibly quickly because you are doing swap cancel parries, so her field time doesn't really count, I guess, if that makes sense. Or you have like a little bit of overflow built over from like previous parries and whatnot. But yeah. 3 or more 4-day skills between them. This is a very easily achievable.
Time to get back to work.
Bold. However, it requires you to make use of swap cancel tech. Cancel tech to achieve swap cancel tech to still alt off CD for Zani. Yeah, like this is very, very achievable. But yes, it does require you to like actually do swap cancel tech, because if you do like a traditional like, ooh, Zani does things, okay, things over, Spectral Rover does things, and then pretend this is a Shorekeeper does things, and then Zani alts, and then you do the thing again, you're not gonna build up enough stacks. Like, you have to be swap canceling in Spectral Rover. You have to be swap canceling in Spectral Rover. Like, you can swap cancel that, and you can swap cancel that, right? And that just gave you an extra 2 stacks out of the 6 you need to get. And then you just do that again, right? Oh, wait, I fucked that up. I'm not used to playing S0 Yeah, but yeah. But. Yep, then you can swap cancel that. And then you can swap cancel that.
No contest.
And then, you know, get an extra parry in, because, like, during, say, Shorekeeper's parts, you have an opportunity to knock off a parry. Like a swap parry on Zani, and like it's very achievable, but you can't just do like a normal hyper carry rotation. You have to do swap cancels if you want to be able to max out like get enough stacks for Zani. Get enough stacks for Zani while not delaying her ult. Food. TLDR. It is very realistic to build max stacks for Zani alt off CD. However, you have to use swap cancel tech. I'll just move that shit over there, I guess. It's be useful to keep it for future reference. Have to use swap cancel tech. Okay, cool. Phoebe teams hit a much higher damage DPS point with swap cancels, but do not need to. DPS point, I should say level. DPS level with swap cancels, but do not need to do them. I do them because it's fun and I like smaller like clear time number. But do the codings ever have reruns? Yes, but the gacha ones take fucking forever to come back around. I got the Live Imperia fairy gacha skin, like, I think, like, the 3rd month when I started playing PG, or maybe the 2nd. And it didn't rerun until, like, 2 months ago. So that's, like, years. So, like, yeah, they do come back, but they take forever. If you want to get the Crimson Weave skin, gacha skin, I would definitely say do it now, because it's gonna be a very long time till it comes back around. And it might not even, honestly. Like, it might reach a point where they have enough new characters, they just don't rerun those gacha skins. Hi, I'm completely new to WoWa 3 days playing. Well, welcome to the club. Merc, welcome to the Gundala, and welcome to a very fun game. I got Phoebe, Encore, and Verina. I'm having issues related to weapons, and what should I pull next for the most value on my account to clear endgame in one minute? Zani, honestly. If you don't have Zani already. Phoebe... Okay, so, I guess... Zani, if you want to have a stronger team for Phoebe. If you want to have, like, Phoebe be a support for a stronger team. However... that basically lets you change one team to a stronger version, because Phoebe with Spectral Rover is a perfectly strong team. Like, that is a perfectly strong, it's a good team. It struggles a bit in Whimpering Waste because it doesn't have, Spectral Rover struggles with the AoE application of Spectral Frazzle needed for it, but otherwise it's like a solid team. Zani will definitely be stronger, it'll be better at Whimpering Waste, it's a stronger team than her, but that is just you changing the main team. If you want a second team because you need a good second team for endgame, then instead, who's on banner right now? I mean, the main answer would be, like, Camellia, but I don't know if she's on banner right now. Another issue with Zani, too, is Zani's free-to-play weapon options aren't that great, so you really want the standard weapon for her, at the very least, or a signature. That's not the case for a lot of other characters. Who the fuck's on banner right now? Out of all of these, it's probably Jian, but only if you have a copy of Mortiphy. Jian's also very good with the battle pass and some free-to-play weapons, and like the standard weapon is very good on him too. Out of who's currently available, if you really want to pull another one this half of patch, out of all of these, for pure account value, Jian's gonna be the biggest boost. But again, if you have Mortiphy, he still actually works pretty good with Sanhua. It's just not, like, nearly as ideal. All the relevant to DPS get String Master next phase. I don't know about pulling weapons, honestly. If you are trying to catch up, I don't think weapons are really generally worth it, with a few exceptions. Because you will eventually get standard weapons. You will eventually get standard weapons that, and, like, outside of Whimpering Waste, you can just trade gear. You only need, like, one good weapon of each kind, and you can swap gear in Tower Adversity. Whimpering Waste requires you to run 2 teams without gear swapping, so that's different, but Whimpering Waste has worse rewards. And also, it's just in general harder. Like, Whimpering Waste is just so much RNG resetting more than anything. I'm not playing high. Yeah, I was a big fan of your Genshin content in 1.0 to 1.2. Oh, awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming back by. Yeah, 1.0 through 1.2, like, the early Genshin things were by far the most fun. I talked about this on, like, the last stream. But, like, they were fucking crazy, dude. Like, there were no standards. We did not know the best way to do things, and it was just, like, this Wild West of figuring shit out. It was so much fun. That was definitely my most enjoyed times in, like, the Genshin, like, theory crafting days. It's like 1.1 through, like, 1.4-ish, probably. Oops, keep bumping my mic. But yeah, you also have Encore. So, you know what, so I have mentioned this before, but in case you joined into the stream recently, I can't speak for most of all of Pridwin's stuff, because, like, I know people have varying opinions on Pridwin's content. However, for Wuthering Waves and Honkai Star Rail, I know the theory crafter who's in charge of those, and I've talked with him. He is great, like, great person. I've seen some of their sheets. They do very good, very thorough math. Their assumptions are good. I like how they evaluate things. So for Wuthering Waves and Honkai Star Rail specifically, I would personally 100% trust what you see on Pridwin for it. And so, if you are willing to put in more advanced tech, right? Because that's also a really important question, right? If you want to clear endgame, do you want to clear endgame with, like, are you willing to do complicated tech and like higher skill level play to clear endgame, or do you want to clear endgame with, like, traditional hyper carry, lower skill input gameplay? Because if you're willing to do higher level tech, that means that Encore can just straight up be one of your carries. Yeah. So you don't even need a second team if you are willing to play Encore well. She's not the best at Whimpering Wastes again, but that's difficult. But like if you are willing to do more advanced tech on her, Encore is just good enough to clear endgame. Like, period. Sarah Core, she ideally wants like you ideally probably wants to get the Cosmic Ripples for her, because it's kind of built for her, specifically, and Jinzo, is Augments free to play? No, it's not. You have to pull this. Fusion Accretion is free to play. It's not that big of a damage loss, but like, it is noticeable. But if you're willing to do more advanced tech, like, Encore is very strong. The problem is that most people aren't willing to do it. Like, if we look at the tier list, right? Grim, so this is an Expert +1. Expert +1, Expert +2. What this basically means is if you're willing to do the more advanced, complicated tech on them, which is largely generally swap canceling and like well-timed swap canceling, then you can upgrade them up. In this case, 1 tier, so both her and Jian would be considered tier 0.5 for this, and Changli is considered tier 0. And in fact, if you like, on specific teams, if you can truly maximize them, she's like several tiers above everyone else, but that is absurdly difficult to do. It's not realistic to expect to do that unless you're like actually willing to like be speedrunner level tech. And also same thing for Whimpering Wastes. Like, she's not as good, unfortunately, because she doesn't have as much AoE as you want for like Whimpering Waste, but she's still a solid choice. But yeah, as you were saying, like, as someone was saying, the more relevant DPSs are in second half. Most relevant DPS, period, is gonna be Camellia. She is very strong in single target. She is the strongest like, she's better than Jian in AoE. In Whimpering Waste, I'ma be real. Jian is good in Whimpering Waste, but Camellia is much better. And also one of her 2 best supports is fucking Sanhua, who is literally free. So you can just run her with Sanhua, and you can clear any of the end game if you just simply play the team well enough. And run them, and like ideally have like a Verina or something with them. The other really important pull, which unfortunately isn't happening this anniversary because it happened last patch, is Shorekeeper. Shorekeeper and Verina are just like the 2 most busted supports in the game, period. Like, the best account value you can get, period, is to get Verina standard, which you already have done, and then to get Shorekeeper. Like, that. Like I said, Encore. You can even make like with really high level tech and stuff, make like a fucking Chixia teams work and stuff as well. But yeah, and you can make Danjin teams work pretty well if you run Danjin dual DPS with Havoc Rover as an example. But yeah, most valuable picks. If you're looking for specifically DPS picks coming up next half of patch, Camellia, 100% the best one. Close second would probably be Carlotta, because she's still pretty good at Whimpering Wastes. The only issue is Carlotta really wants Zhuzher, who is on this half of patch, because she wants that premium support. She does not do super well with, like, Sanhua, for example. She doesn't do super well with Sanhua, and, like, that's kind of the main thing, is, like, when you're looking at, like, a newer account, right, a big question is, how good are they with Sanhua or Rover? Because those are the free characters, right? And that's part of what makes Camellia so high value, is that her, like, Rachia is the tiniest ever fucking, like, power creep of Sanhua for Camellia. It's not a big difference. She's still basically best in slot support for Camellia, and Camellia just does a dickload of single target and especially massive AoE damage. So yeah, that would be my top prio. I would then say secondarily would be Carlotta, but again, Carlotta falls off a bit if you don't have ideally Zhuzher, or you don't have you don't have like someone like Brant or someone who amplifies resonant skill damage, because most of her damage is resonant skill damage type. For the next phase, you recommend Carlotta? Honestly, yes. Aside from being very single target, Shadowheart is always just. I mean, yeah, no, voice acting is great. And the type of person who play child national stuff for fun and trying to do optimal stuff, and sometimes like to do 4-star clears, even though there are a lot of characters. I know. I feel I don't do damage in war right now. I mean, you probably don't. You need to hit like end game investment first in order for like end game to like be realistically clearable. But if you're willing to do super complicated shit. I really hope they give new players a free Zhang Liao because we got a free copy of him when he originally came out. But if you're willing to do really complicated shit, Changli is the best character in the game. But that requires you to play her really well. Like, Changli is straight up the best carry in the game if you're willing to min-max the shit out of her. Because a perfectly played Changli in all of her generally optimal teams is never on the field for more than 1 to half a second. And because of that, you're literally playing her and every other character on your team at the same time. But that requires a huge amount of technical play. And if you want just like the best, this will demolish absolutely everything team, it's the Chang Liao team with Changli and Zhang Liao. However, that team is insane. That team is like insanely hard to play and like to optimize properly. Like, I love that team, and I even want to kind of practice it a lot more and make a guide on the team, but I can at best do like 70-80% of ceiling, because if you're doing truly optimal rotations on that, you are doing minimum 3, sometimes 6 button clicks per second. Like that is the level of like technical this team becomes if you really want to truly min-max it. But that's also what's fun, is it has a high ceiling. And if you don't play the team well, it's one of the worst teams in the game. It does very little damage if you don't constantly overlap. But if you play it really well, you can have minimum 2 characters on field every single second you're fighting, and oftentimes 3 characters on the field, because of how much swap cancel and double swap cancel tech you can do with them. The other input part of Carlotta poll is static mist. The standard 5-star gun still looks pretty good on her, so you can just... Yeah, that's also true. Although, I mean, generally speaking, the 5-star weapons work really well on most characters. But it is particularly nice because Mortarphy is just generally speaking a very good sub-DPS for general content. At least in Tower, Wuthering Waves, he's still pretty good, but it depends on the carry he's with. But, like, he can also use the standard. He actually uses it better than she does. But yeah, he can also use that. That being said, though... Generally speaking, assuming you aren't going for like specific characters and teams, the highest value standard 5-star weapon is probably still the regular sword, because the most relevant characters use it, and especially the two free units use it. Kala still does well with Taochi, but requires a teensy bit more effort. Yeah, no, she still does well with Taochi, but like it's still just not nearly as good, I guess, is my point. Because the thing is, like, Taochi gets her amping to about the same point, but Taochi's damage can come nowhere close to comparing to Zhizh's. Like, even excluding her outro buffs, Zhizh just does a dickload of damage as a sub-DPS. She's, like, generally just very strong. But yeah. Yeah, notice how Changli is the only one with expert plus 2. I mean, I'm gonna be real. If you talk about, like, this is just Changli, so this score is Changli and Hyper Carry, where you just, like, swap the Changli, do all of her stuff, and then do her forte charge attack, with basically no quick swapping. The expert plus 2 is assuming you're doing, like, constant quick swapping. I would personally give this an expert plus 4 if you're talking about maximizing the Zhang Liao team. And probably an expert plus 3 if you're talking about, like, the Changli Qixia team, which is actually really strong and is probably the best comp that the strongest team that uses a 4-star in it as like a primary DPS, because it's a dual DPS team. But that team also is pretty difficult to play, and I need to build my Qixia just so I can fuck around with it because it's a funny team. Like I said, in my opinion, Changli is the highest value DPS kind of character, assuming that you can learn the tech with her and play her to that potential, but she has to have that or she's okay. She's like an okay character. And this is not just because I'm a massive simp for her, even though I am a massive simp for her. She is worth playing without Brand. I don't know if I can get both, and I like the Chalcona design too. Someone told me Chalcona is going to be good with the goddess. I liked her too. Yes. So Chalcona is going to be good. Since A, you already have Phoebe. And my prediction, I don't have access to the beta or anything, and I don't really look much into like leak stuff or whatnot, right? But my prediction is that Xiaokona's best team when she comes out in like what, 2 weeks or something. Her best team is going to be her, Phoebe, and S0 Rover, because S0 Rover can convert Phoebe's Confession Spectral Frazzle into arrow erosion stacks. So that's going to be like, and Phoebe's the only other character other than Rover who can apply dots right now, other than like Xiaokona. So that's probably going to be her best team for now anyway. The only issue with Xiaokona is that if you care about having multiple teams right now, Phoebe can be a main DPS with Spectral Rover, but Xiaokona's gonna require S0 Rover most likely, and that means that you can't do both at the same time. Again, though, if you play Encore well enough with Sanhua, you don't really need another team. That team alone is just very good. It's just hard to maximize. Honestly, Conley, I don't think you need to bother too much right now on the current adverse balance. If you're free to play /subs only, just go save for Xiaokona and Cartethia. Yeah, I mean, I would, for the most part, say that too. Like, if you like Xiaokona and Cartethia, just save for them. There is a lot of, like, currency for you to get as a new player, though. But, like, yeah, just save for them if that's what you really care about. Because, like I said, with Phoebe and with Encore, you frankly have two solid teams. They're just harder to play. Specifically, the Encore team is harder to play. But other than that, like, she's good. She's very good. You just have to learn how to do, like, her swap cancel tech properly, basically. If you also care for it, Dungeon is the goat. Dungeon... So, Dungeon is okay. She is good with Havoc Rover. The problem with Dungeon, I think a lot of people don't realize this because they watch so many, like, solo Dungeon showcases, because she's really good at soloing bosses, but not in a fast way. Dungeon's damage is not that particularly good until she hits sequence 6, and even then, it's not really comparable to, like, any of the, limited main DPSs or Encore, or even Havoc Rover. But she's good in the Havoc Rover dual DPS team. The problem with that is if you run Dungeon and Havoc Rover, you can't run Spectral or S0 Rover, which cuts off a lot of other team options. Because the thing about Dungeon is that Dungeon does a lot of individual damage, but that's because she is basically her own team. There isn't really anyone that, like, does a particularly good job buffing or working with her other than dual DPS Havoc Rover. So it's basically, even if her own personal damage is pretty good, you're comparing her personal damage versus, like, an entire team with Gian, or an entire team with Carlotta or with Camellia, and she just falls off really hard. If you actually care about endgame content clearing, she's only really relevant if you have S6 and also play her with Havoc Rover, unfortunately. She's really good for, like, simulation trials and things like that, though, because she's so good at soloing bosses. Like, she has such a snappy basic attack, it's so easy to parry with her. It's so easy to parry with her, and like I said, her solo output is impressive. It's just her solo output isn't as good as full team outputs. That's kind of been her problem since launch. Oh my god, that's something good to play. The overall content, this game has teams that can brute force content. My biggest issue right now, I got 3 catalysts and only 4 stars. I got its variations. Gotcha. That's unfortunate. Yeah, this game does have teams that can brute force content, and like I said, the better you are at using them, the stronger they are. Like, if you maximize Zhang Liao, you can clear everything with a significant margin of, like, time left. Even without, like, signature weapons and stuff. That being said, you have to basically be a macro to play it to its potential. It's insanely hard to play well. But technically, that's, you know, the damage ceiling is there. But yeah, I mean, save and pull who you want to. Xiaokona is going to be a good unit. And similarly to what your friend thinks, like, again, I don't have any, like, actual knowledge on this, but my prediction is that Cartethia is going to be an arrow erosion carry and all main DPS and work with Xiaokona specifically well, right? It's what they did with Phoebe and Zani, because Phoebe came out a while before Zani did. But I specifically pulled Phoebe because I knew that she would be good for for whoever the Spectral Frazzle main DPS became. And while I was hoping it would be Zani, and I was correct, even if it wasn't, I would still pull for the new DPS if it was a different character who was using Spectral Frazzle support. But yeah, anyway. pull for them, but if you want to pull on any of the reruns right now, out of all of these, honestly, they're all pretty meh. Like, Zhang Liao needs Changli or needs Yinlin to really do that much good. Zhe is really good with Carlotta. She's also just generally a good sub-DPS, but she's still not a main DPS. She is a strict sub-DPS. Yinlin kind of fell off really hard and really is only super optimal with Zhang Liao. But Zhang Liao Yinlin is way easier to play than Chang Liao. Chang Liao is insane. Like, this is just traditional hyper carry. You do your support stuff, you do your healer support stuff, you do Yinlin stuff, and then you just stay on Zhang Liao until his ult's done. Jian is nice because his best sub-DPS is Mortafee, which is very likely for you to own a copy because he's a 4-star. So he works well with 4-stars. He works okay with Sanhua, but not very well. But that being said, like, honestly, you got Phoebe. She's the most important one on this banner if you care about, like, account health, like, accounts, like, how good your account is and not just waifu shit. And on next banner, I would just, yeah, Camelia's just the best choice for your account, period, at that point. Outside of Changli, if you're willing to, like, min-maxer, just Camelia's the best non-shorekeeper / Verina to have on your account. Because she's so good at both kinds of endgame. She's literally the best character at the AoE endgame Whimpering Waste. Again, excluding Changli Yao if you're fucking psychotic. And basically her best install, where she is like the tiniest buff, like tiny bit stronger than Sanhua, is Sanhua, and Sanhua is fucking free. So like, yeah, like, you literally can just pull Camellia, use Sanhua, use any random fucking healer, but ideally Verina or Shorekeeper, and, like, you have one of the strongest teams in the game at period that clear any content. Alright, how many pulls in am I on this? I know I'm pretty deep in. 51 pulls. Yeah, nah. I was like, should I pull this for more Zani power because it'd be funny? But nah, Chacona takes priority. I'm getting Chacona and her weapon 100% just because I love her character so much. She's like an incredibly extra artistic redhead, and that's like literally 2 of my exes. It's definitely one of my types. So I'm definitely pulling her and her weapon just for simple reasons more than anything else. And if I am correct in my prediction and Kartethia is next patch, I'm also gonna pull Kartethia and her weapon because she is such a good fucking character. Like, Kartethia is the best job they've done in WoW for character writing, in my opinion. And it's one of the only cases where the WoW writing has been, like, on par with PGR writing, because PGR's writing is insanely good past first few chapters. I just talked so fucking much. I need water. Jesus Christ. And the only 4-star I got is 2 variations. I mean, oh yeah. Yeah. Brother, I got 2 variations in 3 days. I barely got my second variation a year into the game. Oh my god, free one, that's insane. But yeah, the variation is insanely good. It's just as a support weapon, but it's insanely good. It's by far the most valuable, like, by far the most valuable 4-star weapon in terms of general account health, because it's a huge enabler for Shorekeeper and Verina, and they're the most important units in this entire fucking game. But yeah, it's that valuable for that, but they're not main DPS weapons. The only problem, so you still need your DPS to do DPS. 4 stars are 2 variations, 2 Overture, Marcato, Nova Burst, Commander of Conviction. That one's generally good. 4 stars is Commander of Conviction as well. If I recall correctly, it's specifically good on Sanhua, who free and overpowered unit. Winning Redshift. This game has a good free-to-play craft weapons. Oh yeah, the free-to-play craft weapons have gotten better, but it is very unit dependent on how good they are. Also, can you still get the free Phoebe weapon? I don't remember if that was, like, limited time or not on the fishing event. Where is that shit? Oh, it might have actually... Yeah, I think it was limited. That sucks. Yeah, Phoebe got a free-to-play weapon that is, like, comparable to the standard 5-star weapon, but I'm pretty sure it was only during the event's launch. It's not permanent. That's unfortunate. Damn. Okay, we can't get that one. I didn't see her lore yet, but I liked her design. It's super clean. Oh, yeah. Found a weird bug with Violet's tempered arc belt got stuck in a power clash animation. I was feeling. Yo, that's awesome. Did you record it? Please tell me you clipped that. The current event only gives the skins of the weapons. Damn, yeah. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because on Phoebe's debut patch, we got an R5 Ocean's Gift, which is like as good as like the standard 5-star weapon on her. Very, very nice weapon. But, you know, what I would say is, like I said, I implicitly trust Grimm's calculations and evaluations, so Pridwin.gg, wiki, go to your relevant characters, Phoebe, builds. So, you can't get this, but Waltz in Masquerade R5 is a purely craftable weapon, and it's good. It's a purely craftable weapon, and it is, as you can see, still very good, with the baseline being the standard 5-star weapon. Her signature is, of course, way better, but, like, frankly speaking, unless it's simp reasons, I wouldn't recommend pulling for signature weapons if you care about building up your account more right now. Because you were mentioning, you know, caring about endgame and stuff. If you don't care about endgame, then just fucking pull whoever you like the most, you know? Like, at that point, it doesn't really matter if you don't care about, like, pushing endgame. Because, like, any invested character and teams in this game can clear the normal content, and can in fact clear anything except for the end game. Like, you can clear any of the simulated sim trials, which are like the 1v1 bro boss fights of increasing difficulty, because you just simply don't get hits. You can always kill them eventually. The time limit isn't a real time limit. The time limit just makes the boss do more damage. So if you never get hit, you can literally spend 25 minutes killing them. Of course, that's, you know, unrealistic, but yeah, if you don't care about endgame, just pull whoever you enjoy, because you can run fucking, like, I don't know. You could run fucking Alto carry and still, or like run fucking Yuan Wu carry, who actually he scales pretty well after like S3. It's kind of funny. He's still not good, but like he does a decent amount of like off-field official style damage. But yeah, yeah, Yuan Wu, like, you can clear any of the actual in-game story content. Mind you, the story content is a lot harder than in other gacha games. Like, the bosses don't fuck around that much. If you're end-game, like, built like I am, that they die pretty fast, but, like, they don't fuck around. You actually have to play decently well to clear a lot of the bosses in the story. Because that's the kind of game Wuwa is. Assuming you don't have, like, you know, overpowered meta as fuck teams, but, like, you can clear them with anything. Okay, that was a fun tangent. Woo! Oh, Ocean's Gift is available in Gilded Marketplace? Is it? I was not paying attention to that shit. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I didn't claim this. Where are you? Well, I missed PGR dailies if I didn't do them already. I'm pretty sure I did. But I've been yapping so much, I definitely missed it if it was there. Wait, no, this is the projection. Yeah, this is just the skin. Unless I can't see it because I have it already, that's just the skin. Not the actual weapon itself, but I might just not be able to see it. Okay, it is just a skin in there? Yeah, because I don't... It's possible I can't see it because I own all of the copies, but I don't know, shrug. Maybe this game likes me more. I was cursed with Faf Sword in Genshin Impact. Oh no, you couldn't get a Favonius. That's so unfortunate in Cope. I missed the sword and can't get it there. Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not very good, but like, yeah. That's unfortunate. But yeah, those are my general recommendations. They also apply to pretty much anyone else who might have a new account or is just looking for like more account power. Shorekeeper, Verina, most important characters in the game. Best general pick for your account health is Camellia. Unless you want Chang-Li and you're insane and you're willing to put in a bunch of skill, like a bunch of skill input and effort, then Chang-Li can outdo most anyone. For the most part. Like Merc was asking earlier about her being good without Brand. She's not good without Brand if you play Hyper Carry. She is good with Brand if you swap cancel a lot with her. Like she's good. Like she's good. Just period. If you swap cancel a lot with her. In fact, like you can literally just throw her as a sub DPS in basically any fucking team, and she'll perform well if you can swap cancel her well, because she can swap cancel like once every second or less. Like she never needs to be on field for longer than that. I misread it. Thanks for correcting. Oh yeah, no worries. Busy rushing PGR content. Let's go. Rush, rush, rush. Speaking of which, I need to do the PGR events that are gonna like end in like a day. Just do that tomorrow, I guess, for stream. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. S0 damage is not that impressive, but to be honest, neither is Confession Phoebes. Phoebes provides a lot of damage amp. For Zani, though, refer to Matrix tab. And S0's is not nearly as impressive, right? Like, there's Spectral Res Shred, and it's about it, I think.
As we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Like, it's pretty much just like her Spectral Shred in her, yeah, there's nothing in her forte for it. It's really just like her sequence. It's only 10%? Yikes. Yeah, she doesn't have anything else, right? I'm not missing anything. Doesn't even give her anything. It's just like it's just the stagnation field. S0 gives 10% res shred keck W. This game doesn't seem like to like giving a lot of shred. Yeah, no, it doesn't. This game does not have much in terms of defense shred and things like that, which honestly I think is fair. That's fine. That's fine because it's a lot. Instead of defense shred, this game gives amplify, because both are very strong pools that are basically almost always undiluted, and are basically full damage multipliers. And so, like, you know, what you might see in, like, Star Rail or other games where they have, like, defense shred or resistance shred, instead in this game, we just get amplify, which is built into outros. And so, like, with the amplify being the primary focus, there's not really much reason to include shred outside of including it as, like, a really premium thing, right? That's why a lot of, like, that's why some, like, 5-star weapons or sequences will have shred on them, because it's kind of just as, like, an extra, like, it's like an extra, what's the word I'm thinking of? Just like a bonus thing. It's like an extra, like, you get more shit for, you know, pulling better things, basically. Outside of that, it's just not really prevalent, and that's fine. Amplify is kind of the main, like, good damage multiplier in this game. I don't know what the damage diff, honestly, is, though. Would need to calc, which I may or may not do.
Time to get back to work.
Okay. What else we got here? So, S0 looks perfectly great, but she requires you to swap cancel if you want to actually have enough stacks for Zani. Which honestly I think is more fun, but also you can swap cancel with Phoebe as well. It's just people don't. And in fact, swap cancel with Phoebe is much more efficient gameplay. But, you know, you don't have to. With S0, you basically have to if you want Zani to, like, actually be doing her thing the way she's supposed to do it, I guess. Because outside of just losing all the stats bonuses that Phoebe gives you versus Zrover, you're losing out on like how often you can do her alt burst damage rotations, right? You're losing out on, you're not only doing less damage per alt, you're getting less ults in because you can't build up enough stacks fast enough, so it requires you to have that. But that's kind of the, I guess, main takeaway in terms of that. Whether you do enough damage with the good play with Zrover, I can't say, because I don't have, like, damage calculations, and I might do, it would be fun to do them.
Where are we off to
I
next?
don't know if I actually want to put in the time into that, because I'm kind of just doing, like, streaming as a fun hobby thing right now. And even, like, that matrix we made took a second to make, right? And I don't... Actually, I still probably have old sheets that I can use for base calculators. So I'll say, I don't even have, like, a standard, like, calculator sheet I could work off of to make it faster, but I actually might. Because I did do, like, Calcaro and Yinland calculations when, like, the game came out. So, yeah, I actually might have that, which will make things a bit faster. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it, but either way, point is, or I could just probably just ask the Grim or someone about it, right? I could probably just ask another theory crafter I know about what the general ranges of damage difference ideally look like with that, because they've probably done the calculations. And also, if I'm gonna like spend time calculating stuff for Wuwa, by far the thing I'm most interested in is calculating rotations and like output differences and ceiling for Chang Li Yao, because the team is so much fun and it's so fucking crazy. I want to unlock Pain Cage before Monday reset. Yeah, push then. Definitely push. Like I said, you can always just read the story recaps anyway. Like, definitely push on. Oh, wait, do you have a mentor? Because if you have a mentor, you'll be able to, like, level significantly faster. You kind of have to have a mentor if you want to level up your... If you want to level your commandant level, your Shihuigua level faster in PGR. I mean, you can just kind of apply the random ones, or I can... If I know what your UID is, I can just, like, invite you to be one of my students. But yeah, the mentor system is very important in PGR if you want to build your account level quickly. 5-star weapons, it's usually sword greater than pistol. Before you mentioned that you know the TC who did calcs and Wuwa Pridwin, he has a YouTube channel, or you recommend some channel that do Wuwa content. No, I don't believe Grim has a YouTube channel, because all of this stuff is on Pridwin, right? Like, that's what they do the theory crafting for. However, I don't personally watch much of him, just because shrug. I don't really feel like I need to have more input than just what Grim's putting out on here. However, they do link videos on here, which means that Grim approves of the videos. And it's pretty much always I win to lose.
Hello and welcome.
Yeah, I win to lose. He's also like one of the much more popular content creators for guide makers and whatnot. I have not seen his own numbers. I have not seen his work. Like I said, I really haven't watched a lot of his content, period, because like I just don't really watch much guide content in general. You know, I normally prefer like to talk with theory crafters, look at like write-ups like this, calc things or test things myself. But yeah, apparently, like, I don't know, Grim thinks that I win to lose this stuff is good enough to warrant putting on the web on like Pridwin, so I would recommend him if anything. I don't really know any of the current Wuwa like content creators, because I kind of left. I dived back in for a bit, and that's kind of where I met a lot of the like theory crafters and whatnot for Wuwa when it first came out, and then I kind of dipped out, and I haven't really been part of like any kind of like content creation circles since. Honestly, I'm just streaming on YouTube because I find it fun. It's a fun hobby. Okay. Conclusion on to Phoebe or not to Phoebe
All right.
in
Where
a
are we off to
vacuum.
next?
Phoebe make Zani do funny big number because she applies a lot of buffs. versus S0 Zani. However,
All right.
she...
Where
Okay,
are we off to
Phoebe
next?
Phoebe also makes playing Zani way easier because you can efficiently play traditional hyper carry. However, you can also include lots of swap cancel tech to improve your DPS
All
even
right.
more.
Where are we off to next?
S0 requires swap cancel tech in order to have Zani function properly and not have very slow alt rotations. However, there are many runs on YouTube that prove that S0 teams still do enough damage.
Time to get
S0
back to
requires
work.
swap cancel tech. Let me see here. Oh, is it row above? There is plenty of the words are hard. I need water again. Plenty of runs on YouTube proving that S0 team damage is sufficient for endgame.
All right. Where are we off to next?
However, there's plenty of team. She literally cannot build enough. She literally cannot build enough stacks for Zani. Again, female rover, fem rover is the canonical rover, and I will die on this hill. I will not be taking questions. She literally cannot build enough stacks for Zani
Where are we off to
without
next?
swap canceling in to fit more forte skills. To fit in more of her or Zani's forte skills. I should probably also, just because this is like, I won't always be available to like explain it, I need to make sure it's thoroughly detailed. Hyper carry refers to the playstyle of doing your rotations one member at a time and just staying on your main DPS during their main DPS during their damage window without bothering with swap cancel tech. Swap cancel or other tech. Let's do one more above. Example. Is that how you do example? It's EG, just EG, right? Example would be Verina slash will a shorekeeper do their things. Phoebes does her confession into basic basic attack 1 through 3, heavy attack times 2. Her confession plus alt. I mean, alt plus confession. Either one's fine. Like, you probably just start with alt most of the time because you don't want to waste the, you don't want to waste, I'll just do alt into confession. Do that things. Phoebes does alt into confession into basic attack 1, 2, 3, heavy attack times 2. Swap to Phoebes.
Time to get back to work.
And swap to Zani and do the funny damage things. By a noticeable margin. As a hyper carry
Alright.
with
Where
Phoebes,
are we off to next?
Zani does more than enough DPS for any content in the game. However, you can also include lots of soul cancel tech to improve your DPS by an even further margin. This can help cover stats deficiencies, whether it is weapon or gear or whatevs.
All right. Where are
It
we off to
also
next?
is just fun and funny to kill bosses stupid fast. Let me bold this traditional hypercarry. That's not the right letter. That's not bolded. Okay. Let me just bold this one too. Phoebes enables this because her outro buffs do not go away when you swap off Zani. Unlike many other hyper carry teams.
All right. Where are we off to next?
Due to a lower damage ceiling, gear and good and higher skill input is needed to clear all content with Zrover teams. Let's see. Got a random one just a few hours, but I'm ready for like 49 by the time I got one. Yeah, but you will gain commandant levels so much faster once you actually like with all the weeklies and stuff. I went to lose has some bad taste from the old Genshin days. I don't know, maybe it's changed since then. I mean, I'm gonna be real. The old, yeah, I do kind of remember him during the old Genshin days, but like kind of when he got into it was kind of when I was getting out of it. So like him and like Braxophone both like. I don't know much about that content. From what I've heard, they are both really nice people. But I don't know much about that content because, A, I kind of had this weird, stubborn thing about not watching other content creators when I was doing the full-time stuff because I didn't want them to, like, bias my opinions or anything like that. Which, in retrospect, was really stupid and one of the big things I would change if I were to go back and, like, do content creation again like that. Because you need to know what other people are talking about. You need to know what is and isn't like things people want to talk about or look at or see in content, what is working, what isn't, like, you know, what the trends are like in your niche or in your field. Like, it's very important to pay attention to other content creators. I just kind of had this weird stubborn refusal to do so back then. So yeah, I don't know much about the content. It's just like I said, if Grim trusts I win to lose, I trust I win to lose, basically. I just, through proxy. And I'm gonna be real too. Back in the Genshin days, I would do so much differently now than I was when calculating those. And like in the early Genshin days, my calculations were kind of dog shit. Like, my calculations were initially kind of dog shit. They were just kind of the best that like the theory crafting community had, because there weren't any other fucking theory crafters in the first few months, really. Like, there were very few, and the others were doing... At the very least, mine had a solid foundation in the theory crafting I did similarly in Monster Hunter back in the day, right? Because that at least gave me like a proper understanding of calculating proper MVSs, damage rotations, how to do certain damage simulations and stuff. So at least was a stronger basis, but like my calcs, the way I did my calcs and the assumptions I took for my calcs in the earlier Genshin days, I'm definitely like, man, I would not do it that way today. And like the theory crafters nowadays, like if like for Honkai Star Rail, for example, like Waba, for ZZZ, like Rivenus or I Am Rivenus, like Riv and all these, like I've looked at their sheets as well, and it's like, yeah, no, this is how I would do it today if I were to go back and do it, and this is not, I was not nearly this thorough, and my assumptions weren't nearly this good back when I did it full time, because it was just, theory crafting was in its infancy, you know? And like, at least it seems to me like these, like, theory crafting has become a lot more prevalent and respected since then, because it was definitely a very uphill battle in the early Genshin days, trying to get people to understand the difference between confirmed, calculated theory crafting and streamer or YouTuber I like who spends way too much money on this game says this is good, so I believe them. Which, like, I mean, there's always gonna be peeps like that, right? But it was a much, it felt like it was a much larger majority of the players back then. And now it seems to me like theory crafting has become a bit more well respected and seems to generally be doing better content wise as well, from what I've seen. And just in general, there's just more theory crafters. There's more, and like, for the most part, like, theory crafters don't really see each other as, like, competitors, right? Like, they collab a lot. Theory crafters share their ideas, share their rotations with each other. Like, I did very briefly spend some time with, like, some Wuwa theory crafting, like, groups and whatnot when I got back into content for, like, a fucking month or something when Wuwa came out. And, like, it's just collaboration. They don't really see each other as competitors for the most part. I can't speak for everyone, right? But generally they collaborate a lot. Like, I know that a lot of the I know that, like, I know Grim. I know that, you know, Pridwin Peeps collaborates with the content creators. I mean, that's probably part of why, like, I Win to Lose is trusted, is because they probably actually do, like, share data and collaborate on calculations and stuff like that, or at least compare the stuff to each other and discuss their assumptions and things like that. So, like, the quality is definitely just generally going to be higher these days, I think, than it was in the early days. And it's understandable that weird takes with that. I mean, my fucking 1.0 take on Genshin was that I thought that the best team for Abyss was fucking, like, Diluc, Venti, and, like, I think fucking, like, it was, like, Kaya Jean or some stupid shit like that. It was, like, because I was going for, like, pure, like, motion value per second, like, raw damage stacking, because we just didn't understand elemental reactions well at that point. And then, you know, like, fucking, like, a month they were like, oh, wait, no, Vaporize Diluc is how you're supposed to play with Diluc. And, like, I literally accidentally made the national team as, like, a second team that I didn't even think was better than, like, the stupid Diluc team I had in 1.0 on the very first Abyss that I used to clear the Abyss on 1.0, like, fully clear it, not max star, but fully clear it on 1.0, was with, like, I accidentally made the national team. I was like, okay, what other characters do I have? Well, Jingqiu is, like, strong, and Bennett is strong, And Xiangling is also strong. Like, this is just like they have for like, you know, the non-premium characters, like the non-5 stars. It's like, oh, okay, they have like a good MVS. They have good MVS. They're very buildable. They overlap nicely, right? There's a lot of like off-field damage built into it. And then I literally stuck Chong Yun on there because I needed an ice character to break the fucking Fatui shields. Like, I didn't even put him in there intentionally. I just threw him in there because of the Fatui shields. And yeah, I literally just, that was like literally like, okay, this is the best team I can throw together from the other characters that are available that aren't 5-star characters. And then I was like, wait, this team is clearing faster than the other one. Why? And that's when I started looking more at like elemental reactions and realizing, oh wow, the vaporize and everything, and the occasional melts if timed with Chong Yun's ice application for like a Bennett ult or something is really strong. And that's kind of when that got more understood. But yeah, I didn't even name the team or even really think about it. And then like a month later or something, everyone started talking about the national team. Like, oh, I accidentally made that team like a month ago. Weird, but it's really popular in CN, I guess. Yeah, that was a thing. So yeah, like, the early days were fucking rough anyway, and takes and understandings and general quality of theory crafting and understanding of how these games work just have improved over time. Wow, I have yapped about that for like fucking 20 minutes. I could never trust a Zhongli Glazer. Okay, to be fair, like, there were good things about Zhongli. It's just that the good things weren't relevant to endgame pushing. And yes, he did need a buff. And no, I don't know what... It's insane to me that people would, like, claim this, but, like, no. My side of the Zhongli drama did not really contribute to MiHoYo buffing him. Part of the reason why I knew that I was correct in my evaluation of Zhongli is not only because I crunched the numbers, it's because all of CN was fucking furious about Zhongli's release date, because CN had a much bigger theory crafting scene and also has a longer history in gacha games, so they had a lot more theory crafters who came over who could start calculating Genshin quickly and well, because a lot of them came over from like other gacha games. Like, they had Honkai Impact 3rd. They had like Honkai Impact 3rd theory crafters come over, and they could translate this stuff much more quickly than we had to like fucking figure shit out in global. But yeah, like, they were fucking furious, and like, the reality is for the most part in MiHoYo, like, anytime there's been an outrage and they've been like, oh, here's apologems, oh, here's things we fucked up, sorry, have this like free shit, it's basically always been because the CN community gets pissed off. And that's because A, it's a much bigger market than global. They definitely make a lot more money off of their CN markets. But B, it's because the CN market can actually fuck them over. Because in China, the government's business regulations services and agencies have way more power and are much more intense. If enough of them reported them to the governments, they could get just straight up shut down or massively fined or very restricted. That's less likely to happen now because they've succeeded so heavily that the CCP is basically would say they give their full support to MiHoYo in their endeavors, but still, in the early days especially, that was a thing, and like, the CN community was fucking furious about Zhongli, because A, they also evaluated him as numerically very weak, and B, they were especially pissed because he was the Archon of China. Like, Li Hui is China. It's very clear to anyone with a brain cell that Li Hui is inspired heavily by China, and they were fucking furious that the Archon of their country they take so much pride in was not good. That's why MiHoYo actually buffed him, and that's why, like, any of those changes of stuff actually happened, despite on global it being such, like, a back and forth stupid drama about it. There was, like, no doubt on CN side. Well, I yapped so much I missed a bunch of... Still remember the DPS Chi-Chi over Zhao. Okay, yeah, DPS Chi-Chi was funny though, and then it's funny they released like a relic set that like actually made DPS Chi-Chi better. I don't know, maybe maybe that's one of the vids I was kind of mad and Verina was not a thing, and I didn't even like Zhao Lamau Kek W. I don't hate him, but I'm not Ziox. I don't. Is there some kind of drama that I don't know anything about, like the content creation space in Genshin anymore at all? And even with like Star Rail and ZDZ, I basically know that like Guoba's really cool and does good work. And for ZZZ, I'm friends with Rivenus, and he does good work, and that's about all I know about the the theory crafting content creator scenes in those games that I play. Yeah, I can't speak for Ziox. I've really never watched any of his content, plus most of his stuff started happening, like, in the later parts of, like, my Genshin journey, or whatever. He was, like, doing a much better job with, like, putting out faster guides and stuff like that. Part of that was because well, okay, there's a variety of reasons. I don't really want to talk about exactly why, because, you know, not my story to tell sort of thing. But that being said, I don't know, like, I've only heard good things about Ziox. Like, I've only heard good things about Ziox. And like I said, with, one second, I need to check something real quick. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Interesting. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. I just had to, like, check something real quick. But yeah, I don't know much about Ziox. I've heard only good things about him, but I basically never watched his content, nor have I ever had a discussion with him. But that being said, like, as I understand, Zajef does a lot of the calculations for him, and I do know Zajef, and I do even though we haven't talked in fucking ages, I still would personally consider him, like, an old friend at this point. And I've always loved what he does. And yeah, like, if Ziox's numbers are related to Zajef's work at all, then I can say it's good work. Definitely. Because Zajef knows what the fuck he's doing.
Alright. Where are we off to next?
Where the fuck I am? Thanks so much for your help. Maybe I'll look more now. Go bye-bye. Have a good day. Oh, no worries, Merc. Sorry that I missed your message when it came up. But yeah, no worries. I'm more than happy to help. This is the kind of shit I like doing, is, like, you know, going into too much nuance and detail about simple questions that people ask, because I like details too much, and I like going, oh, I could just tell you, yo, yeah, get Shorekeeper, get Verina, get Camellia, okay, cool, bye. But, you know, I'm gonna spend 20 minutes explaining all of the exact nuances behind it, but instead, because that's just the shit I do.
Where are we off to next?
Because I am a yapper. Took us months to figure out proper mechanics, get guys to look at the code and figure out the gauge and application mechanics. So the gauge and application mechanics, actually, the theory got worked out without looking at the code first. Like, elemental gauge theory was like fully worked out before we ever got able to data mine it, and then the data mining just confirmed we were correct. As I recall, at least. These days, the gameplay dego to figure out how many attacks you can fit and assume KQM standard artifacts investments, multiply all the numbers to the attacks in the rotation, get a final DPS number. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like I said, stuff is way more standardized now. There's way more standardized, and that's a good thing. It makes things more efficient. It means that like, especially for future games, like, people already know what they're doing. There isn't any of that, like, confusion of, like, wait, is this the assumptions we should make? Is this how we should calculate things? No, it's like, it's already known, and that's a good thing. But like I said earlier in the stream, the early days were really fun, if for no other reason than it was, like, the most fun theory crafting in terms of, like, testing things, exploring things. Like, the entire thing of like, I only participated slightly in it, but, like, with all the theory crafters I knew, like, really trying to figure out elemental gauge theory and everything, and also working with, like, early KQM and everything like that, which was a lot of fun. Like, yeah, I don't know. It was a really fun time, but it certainly was not the best time to be confident that you were getting good information or good recommendations. Oh. Chong Yun being in that team was always weird. Yeah, I mean, I literally was in there because I had to bring it for 2 issues. Yeah, I had to bring an ice unit for it. I mean, it kind of makes sense in terms of, like, okay, Chong Yun can, like, you can do a reverse melt for Bennett's ult, and that's really good. But otherwise, yeah, it was a little weird. But that's why it's called national, because they were supposed to be leeway units plus the one token white guy with Bennett. Zhongli Zhong could have been avoided if he released like 7 to 8 months into the game when most people have been deep into endgame. Yeah, I know, but they also wanted to release him sooner rather than later, because like leeway was in the game at the beginning, and they wanted to have like, oh look, this is the China God character. They claimed it was a balance patch, they didn't do it right after his release. Yeah, no, I mean it took a second, but yeah.
Where are we off to next?
Yeah, CN actually had a good reason being the court over this. Hoya reverted that change. 2 or 3 days ago, a whole temple. Woo! We love a temple. We love Genshin first anniversary and getting 3 polls in the glider skin. Let's go. Just need to avoid content creators who participate in drama and content wars. Definitely smart. He seems funny and cool for his age bracket. I wouldn't really know as a Twitch unk. Ziox, yeah, no, I mean, same flight. We're both fucking old at this point, so like that age bracket, that demographic is just like content I don't really engage in at all, so I can't really say much. I don't really know anything about it. The Jeff refers to you guys as the OG Trailblazers from when I saw him on stream a while back. Oh, that's nice to hear. I need to catch up with him. Like,
Time to get
I haven't had like any kind of like theory crafting work or whatever otherwise like reason to contact him, but I need to catch up with him. It's been a really long time, and I'm glad. I don't know how he is doing specifically, but when I have occasionally just seen like his stream numbers and stuff like that, I'm glad to see that he's still doing well and all of that, at least in terms of those like surface level numbers that I can see. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I definitely need to catch up with him sometime. Very, very cool guy. Very cool guy.
All right.
It is weird to hear people talk about trailblazing and stuff. I discuss this in my Monster Hunter stream too, because people bring it up with Monster Hunter stuff as well. I recognize that I was one of the first EN theory crafters, and I know that some of this work I did kind of became part of like future standardization and stuff, but it feels weird for me to like consider myself in that way in any case, because I literally was just lucky in that I was one of the only global people who had previous related theory crafting experience and started playing Genshin. Because there just weren't a lot of theory crafters who did similar things with like, you know, different gear loadouts for specifically like third-person action games with variable, like without like that wouldn't like, you know, fucking MMO like specific skill order kind of bullshit, right? Like there wasn't a lot of like theory crafters like that, especially, and there were even less who like started playing Genshin. So I just kind of lucked out with that, because again, I don't think a lot of the early work I did was particularly good, but you gotta do the wrong things. Well, but doing the wrong things means you get closer to doing the right things, right? But it is funny to me, and I will always feel comfortable claiming this, that it is hilarious to me whenever I've seen, like, modern day theory crafting spreadsheets for, like, the mainstream gacha games, and they use MV or motion value as a number, because that has literally nothing to do with gacha games. That has literally nothing to do with Genshin, Star Rail, or anything. I've even, like, even when I have, like, talked to like the newer theory crafters in the scene, some of them will bitch about it, and that's funny to me because that is 100% my fault. Because motion value is primarily a fighting game term, but it's also an official Monster Hunter term. Because Monster Hunter's made by Capcom, they make Street Fighter, so for their official guidebooks and everything for the entire series, they've used motion value as like a piece of terminology. But it has nothing to do with gacha games, it has nothing to do with Genshin or anything. But when I was doing all those early calculations, because I couldn't think of another fucking term to use, because they don't give us a term, like attack multiplier is confusing and can be easily conflated with, like, you know, damage multipliers. Attack percentage dealt also is still just very confusing. Percentage of attacks is confusing because you could also conflate that with attack percentage bonuses and stats and everything. So I was like, fuck it, just use motion value. It's what we use in the Monster Hunter. And then apparently that's just kind of what people often use in a lot of the spreadsheets nowadays. And it's really funny because I've chatted with, like, I have, like, occasionally had the opportunity to chat with, like, some of the newer theory crafters and theory crafting content creators, and, like, yeah, it's really fucking stupid why we use MV. It doesn't make any sense. Like, that's actually genuinely my bad. I'm sorry. Because I dragged that shit over from Monster Hunter. I still think that internet is the best team in the game because the one team makes you utilize your game mechanics. Oh yeah, that's fair. And also because you can execute so many variations, deviating, yep. Yeah, MV literally comes from Monhud. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Jingqiu? I came back to ask one more thing. I still can pick a 5-star unit. Should I pick Verina? If you don't have Verina, yes. If you do have Verina, then I mean, if you have Verina and you have Encore, all the other standards are kind of mid, honestly. Fuck, who even are the other standards at this point? Like Calcaro has just been hard power crept and is very hard to play, and you don't get a lot out of playing him. Ling Yang is just not good. They fucked up really badly, not only with his numbers, but just his general design, honestly. I am very comfortable saying that he is a failure of character design. He just does not work well with the systems in this game, unfortunately. Like, he needs a full redesign to be good. You can't just buff his numbers. He just doesn't fit well into how this game's mechanics work. Encore, we discussed, very good, very strong. But requires, like, a level of swap canceling. Who the fuck else is in there? Jianxin is good? Question mark. So, like, she's really nice because she has a gather, right? But as like a support replacement for, say, someone like Verina or Shoalkeeper, she's very mid because she takes up way too much field time. But her ult is really nice because it's literally just a fucking venti ult that sucks together enemies into a tight space. But even that is, like, you can just reset if you're willing to for enemies not to move around as much. Like, it's not really that useful or necessary. Yeah, Calcaro is mid. Is there, what the fuck? Other, like... Is that all the standard characters? Then I'm Verina? Is that... Oh yeah, it's only a 5, huh? Yeah, I mean, honestly, Verina is the most important character to pull for your account, next to Shoalkeeper. Encore is the only one of these that's still really in any way meta relevant. Otherwise, I don't fucking know, pick who you want. Who do you like more? Jianshin is at least funny and fun to play. And can act as, like, a sort of stand-in as a support role. Also, she's specifically good for, who was it? What's the fucking outro buff again?
Anything I can help you with?
I think it's Carlotta? I think she's good for Carlotta.
I'll do my best.
No, not Carlotta. Resonance Liberation. She's specifically good for Zhang Liao. She's specifically good for Zhang Liao and Calcaro, I guess. But yeah, if you end up getting or plan on running Zhang Liao and you don't want to run the Chang Liao incredibly fucking hard to play well team, and you want to run traditional hyper carry, Yinlin is still his best option. But Jian Xin is the second best DPS for him because she gives a very good liberation damage amplification, and he specifically does by far vast majority of liberation damage. So, like, she's good specifically if you want to run hyper carry Zhang Liao. The others are all kind of mid. Calcaro is very hard to play and requires a lot of good swap cancel tech and still does not do that much damage when you do that. He's been power crept really hard, unfortunately. You can probably still clear all the endgame content with him with, like, perfect play and a Yinlin, but, like, yeah, it's not great. And Ling Yang is, like, legitimately just probably the worst character in this game. Like, he just does not have a place in how the game works, and it's just unfortunate being a standard 1.0 character that he just doesn't work with this game very well. He was an experiment that just didn't go right. He needs a rework, frankly. Jianshin is just a cutie I will never not recommend. Fair. She is pretty great. We love Kung Fu Panda. If you do have Verina, go for C2 Verina. Yes, if you can get C2 Verina, C2 Verina is a huge power spike for her, but you also don't really need her. Like I said, if you don't have Encore, I would prioritize Encore if you are willing to do her swap cancel tech and want another carry option, because she is a good fusion carry. But, like, yeah, I mean, C2 Verina is by far the most valuable thing you can get out of stat in the banner. That being said, that's for the selector. If you're throwing standard pulls, if you already have Verina, I would just say throw everything at weapon banner, like standard weapon banner. It's much more worth it to get one copy of every 5-star weapon than it is to get any other standard characters that aren't Verina. Just because they are universally good on basically every single carry in the game and a lot of supports. Right? Like, owning one copy of every single 5-star standard weapon allows you to just not give as much of a shit about signature weapons. There's very few cases where signature weapons are, like, such a huge difference you really want them. Brance is kind of the only one I can think of. because it is like that. Like you can't use the standard weapon on Brand and have him actually hit what he wants to hit for energy regen stats, because he wants a shitload of it to actually cap out his passives. So like he's kind of the only case, because the energy recharge 4-star weapons like aren't very good either. He's kind of the one case where it's like he gets an absurd spike from his weapon. It's always fun seeing that MV complained and knowing exactly why something old law something when they were ready. Yeah, pretty much. Why does Yinlin drop off as a sub DPS, and does C6 help that at all? The main thing, Flight, is just that like she only has one optimal use case in like a meta team, and that's Zhang Liao. Which is good, mind you, because like if you are an older player like myself, or you were around for his patch, we all got a free Zhang Liao, and I really hope that Kuro gives a free Zhang Liao to newer players as well. Because frankly, they like got so many new players in 2.0, it would be a good idea. So she is really good, because if you have Zhang Liao and he was free, then she is like the ideal sub DPS for him. Otherwise, it's just a numerical issue, really. It's a numerical issue. She doesn't work well with basically any other carries. Like her outro buffs aren't relevant for any other carries for the most part. Because basically no one else does a majority resistance liberation damage, and basically there aren't other electro carries. Kalkaro basically doesn't count. Unfortunately, as much as I love his play and everything, he barely counts if you care about meta stuff. Like she's not bad, mind you. If we take a look, like she's still T's1, which is still good. She's still a meta character, but that's also where like every fucking 5-star limited is at, right? That's kind of a thing, is that 5-star limiteds in this game are just very good. She's still good. In Whimpering Waste, she is also still like she's still good. It's just that like if we're talking about like you know, good sub DPSs, all of the other sub DPSs have, except for Cantarella's such a weird character, dude. Like, it was nice to basically be comfortable skipping her meta-wise, because she's not very meta. It's just very weird, because she's such a beloved fucking character, and they did such a good job with her story and characterization, and she's okay. She's a very okay 5-star. But like, Yinlin is just like... The issue with Yinlin as a sub DPS is that she has very little use cases. Basically just Zhang Liao, while like Zhuzhe, for example, is generally speaking just does a lot more single targets and cleave damage than she does as a sub DPS, and also works better with more carries because she does resonance skill amplification for outro, so that means that she's better for Jinxi and for Carlotta, who are, you know, arguably the two best hyper carries, period, for like tower adversity. Jinxi struggles a lot in Whimpering Wastes because her cleave is not big enough. But Carlotta is still good in Whimpering Wastes, especially with Zhuzhe. Like, Zhuzhe power crept Yinlin just straight up outside of Zhang Liao teams. And on top of that, sub DPSs are in a weird spot because fucking Sunhua exists. Sunhua is free and absurdly broken. It's crazy that she's a free-to-play unit. Like, Sunhua is just absurdly good, and outside of, like, the specific partnered pairings, she's basically the best sub-DPS option in general. Like, she's just that fucking good. Sunhua is absurdly strong. And that's also part of, like, I guess kind of stuff I wanted to kind of discuss with this, in terms of talking about them relative to other characters, right? Is that if a character works well with Sunhua, then that generally means that that partnered unit is much less important, because Sunhua is free and absurdly good. Same thing if they work with Rover as well, though, is part of the thing too. Yeah, I mean, either way, like, Yinlin's still good. It's just she fell off. She fell off because Sunhua and Mortafee are so good as sub DPSs. They kind of just represent like very good general use ones, and then Yinlin has limited best in slot cases, and for non-best in slot cases, Sunhua at S6, Mortafee at S6, and just Zhuzhe in general kind of just outdo her. Without the copies, it's a bit more comparable, but I mean, Sanhua doesn't even need S6. S6 is just her personal damage. I think it's like S3 is kind of her big breakpoint for like sub DPS damage. But it's because that these two fucking exist and Zhezhe exists that like it's also why like Rachia is kind of mid as well, especially because Rachia is supposed to be a Sanhua replacement specifically for Camellia, and she is, but she's barely better. She's barely better, and Sanhua's fucking free. Yeah, like Brands as well is also kind of honestly. Like he's pretty outside of the Changli hyper carry. He's a good sub DPS though, and he also heals, which is nice because it means you can not run Verina or Troll Keeper. They still add a bunch of damage bonus to your team, but like him being a healer is really nice for that reason. But he does work with more characters too because he's a resonant skill damage buffer, so he works obviously well with Changli, but he also can work for Carlotta, and he can also work for Jinxi very well as well. So yeah, and that's the thing. I quit when his free event came out. Goddamn flight, that sucks. Maggie made a pretty good video about how you can just run the old fusion set on Brands with the standard 5-star / Kami. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Again, I haven't done any calculations on it. It's just that like, I have not even ever cared about trying Brand hyper carry because I don't even like running hyper carry. Period. Like, if I run a hyper carry team, I will figure out how to add extra tech in it just to make it more fun for me. That's why, like, I've been exploring so much Zani tech, right? Because, like, I can just run traditional hyper carry and clear any content with her anyway, but it's more fun to fuck around with. It's more fun to fuck around with, like, how I can make her rotations and make the play even better and more engaging for me. Same thing with Jian. I really need to get around like learning the double dragon tech. It's just literally the only time I use Jian is as a janitor to clean up the early falls of Tower Adversity. Like it's literally what he exists for my account. And like I could still do that with any of my other carries. It's just that he's the easiest, most brain dead one to do so because he's a fucking AoE. But yeah, shrug. You do have S6 Sanhua? Yeah, Sanhua's fucking stupidly good, dude. You can stick her on literally any team that does not require a partnered sub-DPS, and she will perform well, because her rotation, her outro rotation is basically the fastest in the game next to Verina. In terms of how quickly she gets outro out, she works incredibly well with Moonlit's set bonus, which is universally good for carries and dual DPS teams. She does a fuckload of damage in that very short burst window too, and she's very good for both hyper carry and quick swapping teams. Like, Sanhua's just so good, dude. And her outro buff is like very good for a lot of characters because quite a few characters have at least a decent percentage of basic attack damage, and her outro is basic attack. But also she's like, you know, great with Camellia, and Camellia like in general is arguably the best hyper carry in the game, period. And part of that's because, for your account at least, and that part of that's because Sanhua exists, but also because she does way too much damage for an AoE, like single target damage for an AoE clearer. I have to pee again. I will be right back and catch up with chat. And we are back. Hello, chats. I have to pee a lot. Oh, what's up, Icon? Good to see you. What else did I miss? Also, she sucks at multi-wave content, right? Because a hard refresher coordinate attack. I don't know who you're referring to with that. Like Zhizher? I'm not really sure who you're. Oh, you mean Yin. Yeah, that's a big issue. Yinlin's coordinate attack requires marking enemies versus someone like Zhizher who like just and Morphe who just have coordinate attacks happen when you hit things. Yeah, that's a big issue with Yinlin too, and that's part of what makes her suffer from Whimpering Wastes, despite being a very big AoE character. Is that like you can't keep her stuff active on the multiple waves because you have to kill so many fucking waves of enemies in Whimpering Wastes. Oh. Still not sure how Sanhua works as a sub-DPS. You just leave her icicles on the field to detonate. Yeah, what is her basic? You don't care about her damage. You just get her outro very fast. I mean, you don't, but also she does a fuckload of damage. Let's go Sanhua, my goat. True. Expert plus caveats on the tier list is taunting the viewer a bit. Yeah, they're much better, but are you? I mean, true. I mean, that is the reality, though. Like, I still will always contest that the skill ceiling in ZZZ is higher. The skill floor is just much lower. But Wua has a very high skill ceiling as a game. It has good systems that allow for like very interesting, skillful play and tech. But yeah, fastest Sanhua outro rotation. I'll show you. Do I have a Sanhua team going right now in here? I can just throw them against whatever, but. No, I didn't do any of. You know what? Fuck it. Wait, can I use her? Yeah, I can use her against this. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do. I am feeling a bit brain dead right now, so maybe I'll play like shit, but we'll see. But you know, as a point on Camellia, as Camellia being a very, very valuable character for your account, if all you care about is power. And we'll do. I mean, do it better with Shorekeeper, but let's use Verina just because Shorekeeper is less likely to be on your account. Let me make sure that they have all the gear correct. Yeah. Yeah, her stats, her gear isn't even that. Why do I have so much ER on her? Wait, what the fuck? Huh? Oh my god, did I just roll that much ER? I have not looked at her echoes in fucking forever. Why does she does not need 46 fucking ER? What the hell? Why do I have 46 ER? It needs like 10 at most. Like, what the fuck? Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. Sanhua... I also probably don't need 74% on Sanhua, but it's whatever. I'm just lazy and have been using the same set for her for a while. Let's just grab standard weapon. But she also works really well with, is it Little Cutter? No, it's Commando she's really good with, if I remember correctly. I just don't know if I have my Commando anymore. Anyway. But yeah, just throw that on her as well, because like I said, sword, generally best one to grab. That being said, you can run her on a lot of different weapons and use the standard sword for Camellia instead. Another reason why I say the sword is still generally speaking the best pull, or the best like standard weapon for you to grab for your account. Because Camellia is, in my opinion, the best premium carry to own for your account. She's also definitely got the most longevity compared to all of them, because even when like she gets power craps in single target, she's still always gonna have the most absurd AoE DP, like most absurd AoE like size out of all characters. So she'll still always be relevant for Whimpering Waste, at least to some degree, until a lot of power creep happens. She just hits in such a big area. But yeah, and also it's good for Rover, and like Rover's good in many different teams. It's good for Sanhua, and Sanhua works as a sub-DPS in basically every team that isn't a partner team, like Zani, Phoebe, /Zani, Spectral Rover, and then Spectral Rover can use it. Yeah. Very, very good. It's got Changli, who, if you are willing to learn and practice and do her advanced tech, is also IMO one of, if not the best limited to pull for your account, because she is Sanhua that is way harder to play, and has a much higher damage ceiling. Because she also likewise just works as a sub DPS in basically any fucking team if you can play her well. That being said, my Changli is a bad representation of what you should expect out of a Changli's output, because I built the ever-loving fuck out of her, and she's the only character I have activated. It's the only 5-star I have sequences on, because I simped really hard. I didn't even, like, spend or anything for this, though. I got 3 copies of her and a weapon in, like, 120, 130 pulls or something. I just got really fucking lucky. Yeah, my Changli is not a good representation of what you should expect Changli damage to look like, because she is my most built character by a fucking mile. Because by the way, this 54% with sequence, it's probably why I didn't prioritize it that much. It's 25% because it's up 100% of the time. So yeah, my Changli has 79.1% crit rate and 329.6 crit damage. My Changli go burr. I like this character a lot, if you couldn't tell. Anyway. Yep. Do you have variation? You do not. Throw on variation. Oh, right. I have 2 variations now. I forgot. Let's go. I forgot I finally got my second variation. I should upgrade this. Oh, really? I don't have any green packs? That's crazy. Alright, whatever. Her stats don't fucking matter anyway. I say her stats don't matter, but because I think it's fucking funny, I built my Verina for damage. She's, instead of using like HP, like healing percent or something main stats, she's using fucking crit rates, and I built her for crit. Because I thought it would be funny. With 1 ER. I don't think the 1 ER is even necessary in most teams, it's just it is for some teams, so I still run it, but I could run her double Spectra bonus as well. She doesn't do dick for damage anyway. I just think it's fucking funny to build her for damage. Okay, anyway. Kamei's AoE is gonna cube event too. True, and she moves so fast in the cube event. Like, she has fucking zoomies when you use Camellia cube. It's hilarious. Splash radius. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Camellia just has the biggest AoE in the game, and it's for literally all of her fucking damage. It's not like, oh, some hits she hits what? No, literally all of her fucking damage is in the gigantic fucking circle around her. So she'll always be relevant for a Whimpering Waste unless they, like, massively power creep way too fast. It's gonna be years since she's probably not relevant, at least for Whimpering Wastes. The only issue with Camellia is she's not good at swap canceling. She is very strictly a hyper carry character. What is a good Changli team without brands? Changli and literally any other carry in a dual DPS for the most part, if you can play Changli well. the best team is the best team. But it is like literally the hardest team to play in the game, and not by like a little bit, but by like an incredibly significant margin is Zhangli Yao and Changli, the Changli Yao team I like to call it. However, she's really good with Qixia, and that team is a bit lower skill floor. Like dual DPS Qixia and Changli is really good, and if you can't perform the Changli Yao team well, it actually does more damage than that team. It's actually stronger if you can't perform well enough on Changli Yao, which is really nice because most people probably have an S6 Qixia just from like fucking bad luck, or just from fucking like pulling normal shit, right? Yeah, she actually makes Qixia into a viable like dual DPS teammate, because Qixia is also the only character that makes full use of her buff, of her outro buff. She's the only primarily Resonance Liberation damage fusion character in the game. Can't touch the Coral store anymore to get random mats. We need to save everything for echo modifiers now. Oh, I mean, I don't even use them. I mean, I don't, yeah. I mean, the random mats or whatever. This Kuro shits out mats in this game. Like, legitimately just shits out mats. If you just do all the events and stuff every single patch, like, they give you way too many resources in this fucking game. The only thing you'll ever really be lacking is like echo level up materials, and that's what you often will spend most of your time farming, like with stamina anyway. The only thing that's ever in like strong difficulty, or like very strict scarcity is weekly boss mats. This game basically gives you exactly enough weekly boss mats to max out every new character if you pulled them, like exactly enough. Like you have to do every weekly boss mat for you have to do like 3 weeks of weekly boss mat for every single character you own, in order to max them out. It is tight. The anniversary night market right now does give 15 boxes that can be used for like cashing in with anyone, which helps fill the gap a bit. But that's literally the first time we've ever gotten that. Weekly boss mats are the only truly scarce thing in this game. Tempted to grab her sequence in phase 2, not gonna lie. Who, Camellia? I don't even honestly know what Camelia's sequences look like. Like I said, literally none of my 5 stars have sequences, and I have a bunch I could activate. I just think it's funny to leave the red exclamation mark. It's a thing I started in Genshin, and it's just funny to me. Changli's the only exception to that. So heads up regarding Nikkei Little Mermaid story. Prepare yourself. Shitos knows which strings to pull. Oh yeah, no, I know. I am so ready. I actually have to do Nikkei. I haven't done any Nikkei today, but I haven't done. Shit. Okay, we'll do like this real quick, and I have to do dailies real quick. Okay, but yeah. So there's 2 different ways you do Sanhua. So if you don't have out intro, which you would normally have for Verina, which is better. But if you don't have, okay, well, shit, I have to redo this now. Believe you need like 1 base. We'll do the Verina one first, just because you can. This will also mean I can teach you guys how to do the 3-second Verina outro rotation, because that's Shorekeeper makes your team do more damage than Verina. Verina's big advantage is she builds outro way fucking faster. Verina is very good at quick outros, which makes her very valuable for teams that want frequent outros. It's what arguably makes her better for Changli teams than Shorekeeper is, but I just like Shorekeeper better, so I generally use her with her. But they both work well for basically every team. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to immediately go into basic attacks on Verina to build up a stack of her forte, then use her ER, or then use her ult immediately to use her ult that builds up a chunk of concerto. She needs variation for this rotation, but you only add like an extra second or so if you don't have the variation on there. And then we're going to pop her skill, her echo, jump cancel that into basic attacks to burn her forte stacks, and that gets her to outro. So just to explain beforehand, because it literally happens in 3 seconds. So
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
oh shit, I fucked up. Either way, yeah.
Stay behind me. Lotus pervade. Engrave.
A sprout of
And she's done her rotation with outro.
blossoms. So
I mean, this is why, like, Sunhwa likes to be... Oh, fuck.
Keep trying. Crimson. It's getting fun. Leave it to me. What fruit of evolution?
Whoops.
Luminous energy.
Stay behind me. Shackles be gone.
You can actually do this even faster if you put a base in the first set. I'm just being fucking lazy, honestly.
Keep the dance going.
Oh, well, I'm wishing.
Let's have fun. It's getting fun.
She's very easy to play. Like, she's also probably the simplest character to play in the game.
Fruit of evolution. Bask in the sunlight.
Stay behind. Lotus pervade.
So what you should be doing is basic 1-2, then you do this. Then you do this.
Change your perception.
Oh, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. But you can swap cancel this, and yeah, you get the outro. Wow, okay.
Struggle harder.
I'm not playing well, but you can also just see, like, even with me not playing well, how fucking easy that was and how fast we cleared. Like, that was bad play as well. But yeah, so basically, the absolutely, like, optimal way... I'm not doing her rotation as fast as I probably should be. So let me show you what her ideal one... Because I keep forgetting to fit the first basic in, and I keep forgetting when I'm supposed to fucking... echo cancel. Basically, you know, boop, boop, boop. Oh, I fucked that up. I'm supposed to do ult first, whatever. Yeah, I fucked up that dodge too, whatever.
Stay
Pop
behind
this, basic 1, 2,
You
ult,
frigid death.
E, charge attack,
Not worth mentioning.
cancel there, boom, easy. What was that, 4 seconds, maybe less? And I also had to throw a dodge in the middle of it.
Self-deceivers.
Because you can cancel her
Vitality.
gigantic fucking nuke, because fuck you, Camellia also has one of the biggest nukes in the game, why not?
Let's not leave it to me. Fun. The fruit of a bask in the sunlight.
Stay behind me.
1, 2,
Lotus
ult,
pervade.
skill,
Cycle approach.
charge attack, cancel now.
Change your perception.
Oh, I did it a little too fast, damn it.
Ancient roots.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna tank this shit because I'm feeling lazy.
The dance going.
And mind you, my Verina is not built for healing either. Oh, I fucked up, whatever.
Crafting. Suffer. Chaos.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tank this shit because I'm just feeling fucking lazy.
Let's move. Fun. Watch out. Noticing the fruit of a luminous energy.
Yeah, Verina's rotation's a little bit off,
Stay
just because
behind.
basic 1, 2.
Shackles be gone. A change.
Bloom from ashen shell.
Yeah, you see how fast it is? And also, if you pay attention to the damage bar, it's a good amount of damage, too. Like, it's not
Struggle harder.
tiny.
Entertain me.
Like, obviously, my Camellia has signature weapon. My Sanhua is using standard 5-star weapon, but, like, her damage contribution, even though it's good, is not, like, the craziest, right? And my Verina is built for damage, but it literally doesn't matter. She's, like, sub fucking 2% of the damage in this team or something. I just think it's funny for her to be built crit. But yeah, that's just Camellia doing Camellia. I'm not even playing this team very well, to be completely honest. I'm not even playing this team super well, and, like, I'm clearing with 30 seconds left, and it's a single target. She's an AoE specialist. You see how wide her fucking spin is, right? And because she is a strict hyper carry, she's just so much easier to play than, like, the quick swap teams by definition. And she kind of has to be... She can't really quick swap. She doesn't have good quick swap things, and quick swapping loses Sunhwa's, like, basic attack damage buff on her. I've been playing both these characters wrong this whole time. Yeah, I mean, you need to know the rotations, but, like, they're very strong. Shorekeeper, on the other hand, takes a lot more field time. to build up her first forte, so it's generally, or her first concerto, so it's generally best to like swap back to her and pop her pop like her pop her outro, right? Like you like part way through your full rotation, you just pop back to her, build up a little bit more concerto, and then like pop her stuff, and then her rotation's very her outro rotation is like 6 seconds once you actually have an intro into her, once she can intro from an outro from a different character. But like without that, it does take a while to build up your first outro. So she's better for teams that kind of don't want to like immediately hyper carry, like swap into that, because Verina's is very fast. But yeah, I guess to explain in more detail why and how we do this with the Verina one, for example. So the reason why we swap into her, you also cannot immediately swap, because if you're not in contact, Verina won't do her combo skip. Like if I do this, oh no, okay, yeah. So I did it too slow actually, but so you saw how like it basically starts you at basic attack 3. Otherwise, oh my god, leave me alone, leave the child alone. You see how long it takes to hit basic 5? And basic 5 is what gives you the stack. But when you swap into her, even without intro, she starts at basic 3. Oh my god. This is like the worst boss for me to like actually... This and Feli fucking Monkey are probably the worst bosses to try to showcase this stuff because they attack so fast. But yeah, basically she skips into basic attack 3. A lot of characters do that kind of stuff. Yinlin's also a character that does that likes to make use of that. So, boop, boop, boop. And then, yeah. And then you would normally just pop ults, because that builds up extra outro, like some character, right? And then you do skill into Echo, but you immediately jump cancel them, because you don't have to do the full animation for them. Right? So you do ER jump, and then you can burn the stacks by doing jump attacks to build up the rest of your concerto. And then you swap. And then Sanhua, you want like 1 to 2 basic attacks first to build a little extra gauge. You ult, immediately skill, and while you're in the skill, I did that a little late, but like once she like does her dash, you can pop your Echo and she'll still detonate. She just has to do the dash first. But Jesus Christ, this is such a bad fucking boss for me to try to show this off. Let me swap to like a different floor real quick. It's good for like showing the full rotations, but it's not good for like explaining the individual bits. Jesus Christ. Chop Chop's a little annoying, but it's fine. Okay, Camellia, Sanhua, Verina. The other days of Wu was fun too, because we were figuring out these things like the fast rotations and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, this way I can actually like show you things properly. Like in a slower, more broken down way. So yeah, Verina skips to basic 3, 4, 5, right? And then you press Alt, but you can immediately cancel Alt as soon as you get the Forte stack. But then you would press Alt, and then after Alt, you would do ER, and then you would swap cancel into basic attacks, and I have full outro except for he hit me in the face. You do need variation for you to do this in 2 basic attacks, which is the fast way to do it. But you can just do a few extra like aerial basic attacks and you're fine. And then for Sanhua, we swap into Sanhua. Well, so let's see what happens with Sanhua if I don't do like the 1 or 2 basics at the very beginning, right? So we swap into Sanhua, pop ults, skill, hold on basic, do this. Whoop. Like, it takes a bit longer for the outro to pop, right? Without me doing that, the outro wouldn't pop until I was done with everything, which slows you down a little bit for like the swap. Let's just build up another one real quick. Yeah. But if instead we do don't in 1, 2, alt, E, dash. I mean, it would happen faster, but I didn't have Echo to swap off of it. It's a very few frames difference. It's not a big deal, honestly, but like, it is an optimization. The other main thing to mention about Sanhua, most people, right, they'll do this, they'll press E, and then they'll start, and when they land, they'll do their charge attack, right? Like, they'll wait until they land to do the charge attack. Literally, the moment you press your skill or your ult, you can start charging your charge attack. So like, E hold, Look, I'm not even touching the ground yet when I finish my charge attack. You can literally start charging up the moment you press the skill button. So that's an important thing to remember. And this just becomes part of muscle memory. In fact, I did that. When I was trying to show up doing it when he was on the ground, I just muscle memorized into doing it normally. But yeah, what most people do is they go like E, and then they charge up charge attack, right? See how much slower that is? Compared to me being like... These guys might also not be the best to do this slowly on. I haven't even touched the ground, and I'm charge attacking. So that's how you want to do it. You immediately start holding basic attack as soon as you press E. And again, she's optimal. Very meta for Camellia, but she also just works in any team. Like, let's go back to Inferno Rider real quick and just look at exactly how much, like, her full rotation with my pretty mid... My Sunhaw's not even built very well. I just never bothered to, because shrug. I probably should at some point, but I just never really bothered to build her that well. But so, I mean, we have Glacial Res Reduction here. So, let's do a different one. Because I don't really want it to be like... Is this attack 5% per second, stack up to 5 times? Ugh. All of these are, like, decent buffs. Whatever. Okay, whatever. This is gonna give, like, us extra... This is gonna give a little bit of extra damage, so whatever. We'll just do this. Like, instead of doing the proper rotations in the Camellia, let's just see what Sanhwa's base damage looks like with standard 5-star weapon. And again, mine is not built very well. I have way too much ER on her. I do not need that much. I just kind of never bothered getting her. Okay. Cancel. ER jump. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, shit. I jump canceled a little too fast, right? Okay, so you see how little damage there is? See how much health that was? You see how much damage? I mean, again, 10% Glacial Red Shred, an extra 20% attack. But you see how much damage that was for like a fucking 3-second, 4-second rotation? You can do like every rotation. Like that's a good chunk of damage, dude. For a completely free support that sub-DPS that works on basically every team in the game that doesn't require a specific partner. And also, I forgot to mention, Sanhwa also best in slots sub-DPS. Best in slot sub-DPS for Encore. Because Encore does a lot of basic attack damage, and also Sanhwa works well with her quick swap requirements for Encore to like perform at like a meta an above meta level, right? Like a very high level. So Sanhwa's also best in slot for Encore if you have an Encore, and like I said, Verina, most important standard character. Encore second if you want to have like use her as a carry and use her tech. Intro alt E charge detonates fast. Oh, you mean alt charge detonate E? I don't think so, but let me see. I don't remember that one. Okay, see, this time I swapped too early, so it didn't register there being an enemy, so I didn't get the combo swap.
Bask in the sunlight. Photosynthesis.
Stay behind.
Okay, we ult. Well, he knocked me out of the charge, so I could. Let's go to a different floor again, motherfucker. These guys are much less annoying attack pressure wise, so sure. I forget. You might be right. I don't remember. Because the other rotation is just so easy to do. I think the issue might be. I think the issue with that one is getting the echo cancel in, maybe. Let's see. You might be right that it's slightly faster. Because I haven't really looked at Sanhwa rotations since like fucking patch like 1.0. So I don't know what other advancements there might have been discovered since then. That was a little slow. Let's see, ult. Charge attack. I didn't get... I might have sold off too early, but I didn't get to detonate those shards. I might have sold off too early, though. Try that again.
Bask in the sunlight.
blockade. A change of perception.
Let me fit in the basic or two first, because me trying to do those cancel, like everything detonated, but we would like just barely short on outro, trying to do like the swap trying to do the echo cancel at the very end. Let me try that again. You're right though, it might be faster because the detonation would happen sooner, so you can echo swap faster. But press etilates. Yeah, the detonation does need to go off, so that this would technically be faster if you could do it consistently. It's not... It'll be like... What, 20, 30 frames saved, but it is going to be faster.
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
Stay behind. Shackles be gone.
And we charge.
And brave.
Yeah, okay, that is definitely faster. Yeah, that is definitely faster. Okay, so if you're willing, it is definitely a bit harder to time, but if you're willing to practice and learn it, that is the faster one. You do Alt, you immediately charge up charge attack, and then you can cancel that into E pretty soon, and then after the E, you can cancel into Echo because the detonation is gonna go off while you're going up in the air as Echo, so that definitely saves like at least 20, maybe 30 frames, 60 FPS, like half a second. So that's pretty nice. Yeah. So yes, you are correct. That is the better one. Thank you for noting it. Yes, thank you for noting that one. Overlay text blocks HP a bit. Oh, does it? Damn. Okay. Well, let's showcase this again. Let's see if I make this smaller. Is that good? Oh, speaking of Nikkei, I downloaded it again after a long time ago. Red Hood and Siren in like 50 pulls. Damn. That's crazy. Yo, that is crazy, though.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Oh, you motherfucker. Actually, I think I fucking... Yeah, I
can use some fertilizer.
I jump canceled into basic too fast, so I didn't get enough elevation.
Stay behind. Frozen blockade. A change of perception.
Huh, interesting. I didn't get enough outro that time. Weird, why didn't I get enough concerto that time? This one definitely requires more practice to get right. But is technically faster.
Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Oh, weird, why am I not getting... Whatever.
Shackles be
Whoops.
gone.
Well, we did fit in one basic there. That was kind of slow. That was slow.
Perception.
Am I just not pressing E fast enough? I even had, like, a basic 2 in there.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Stay behind. Frozen blockade. A change of perception.
Yeah, am I just not pressing E fast enough? Because it's detonating. Or am I pressing E too fast? I might be, like, canceling the concerto gain from my E by doing Echo Swap too soon.
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution. Growing against... Watch out!
Motherfucker.
Stay behind. Shackles be gone. A change of perception.
Yeah, I'm barely short. Weird. Why am I, like, just barely short? Maybe I am echo canceling. Let me just not echo cancel and see what happens.
Bask in the sunlight. Fruit of evolution.
Stay behind me. Frozen blockade.
Yeah, I'm
Not
slightly
worth
short.
mentioning. Be alert. I won't back down.
I guess I have to fit in the basic or two there. But where would I even fit it in? Before the ult, I guess?
Life is in
Did I
everything.
do that too soon? Fuck, I did.
Fruit of evolution.
Okay, whatever. A dodge counter will make up the difference.
Stay behind like frigid death.
Bloom for the passion show.
Nah, that's slower though. It's better for me to do it at the very beginning before I press alt. It's just like 1-2 basic. Oh, you do get 98% concerto. So what's been the case, not doing anything wrong? Okay, cool. Did it work better because in the other chamber I had more walls? Maybe. That might actually be true. Because there are some cases where you get extra concerto from hitting multiple targets. Yinlin works that way, for example, because she gets 1 per stack of her mark she puts on. It's very little, it's like 2 or 3 concerto, but it does make a difference in some rotations.
Ha! Bask in the sunlight. Fruit of evolution. Watch out!
I think Verina might be having the same issue with her first one.
Blockade.
Yeah, so probably just like basic 1-2 into ult. Basic 1's probably enough actually, but
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
did I cancel it too early again? I might have. Whatever. It's fine.
Stay behind me. Shackles be gone. My hope was
Well, that's unfortunate timing.
not worth
That's
mentioning.
unfortunate. I don't know, you need to fit a basic or 2 in there, but yeah, that is definitely faster overall. But also more tricky to time, at the very least with the other one. You can... is simpler, definitely. But this is the better rotation. Again, though, I don't... It's... You're saving 20 to 30 frames, which is not, like, insignificant, but also isn't that huge. It is the more optimal choice, though. Okay. Oh, it's not again. Oh, shit, what time is it? Yo, no, oh no, oh no, oh no. We fucked up, we fucked up, we fucked up, we fucked up, we fucked up. 1 sec. Oh god. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Mistakes were made, mistakes were made, mistakes were made. Oh, not Nikkei. It just needs to be the star. It just needs to be the... Mistakes were made, mistakes were made, mistakes were made. It's okay, we got enough time. It's 5 minutes. Wait, should I start up Impact? Did I start up ZZZ? I did start up ZZZ. What the fuck? Oh no, I didn't start up Star Rail. Oh shit, that's the one that takes the longest. Shit, 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 shit. Oh no, why are you loading config? Get... Are you kidding me? I have to... Fuck you. Why? Why? Why?
Captain on bridge.
I already did most of these earlier, so that's good. Okay, cool, that's fine. Shit, 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 shit. Star Rail is gonna be rough to get in time, but if I do a quick dispatch and do like a very quick supports clear, it should be fine. Okay. This one's relatively easy. Oh my gosh, but I am throwing. I am throwing. I am throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. Oh no, I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. I'm throwing. That's the wrong one. No, what am I doing? That's not a support. Oh my god, I am completely fucking throwing this. I'm not gonna make it in time. I'm panicking too much, so I'm just like hard throwing this. Whatever, let's at least make sure we get this one. My Star Rail pulls. It's arguably the one I need the most. Grab the coffee.
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day. When you feel lost, you can always come back here.
Okay, cool.
Everything in this world.
I read it's clear being faster than this.
Endless.
2
Nothing
minutes.
but a boy.
Be grateful. That is the sound.
That's not the right fuck, goddammit. Can still get most of them this way though. Synthesizer, please, 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 please. No, why am I unlocking a recipe? Ah, go back. No, I clicked the wrong button. Please, 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 please. Okay, we made it. God fucking damn it. I mean, Wu was already good, but oh, god fucking damn it. I threw so hard so many times, but we made it, chat. We're in the clear. Now I just need to burn stamina. Which, whatever. Good thing I did most of my Honkai Impact last night, because I was doing some, like, just general, like, event and story clearing on it.
Is that
Ooh, wait, no, 50 seconds by the time you see this message prompt. Yeah.
bigger?
Sorry for making you show some like, no, that's perfectly fine. I like teaching this stuff, right? Ah, there it goes.
Take a look.
Like, I genuinely enjoy teaching this stuff, so, like, it's fine. We're getting, like, off topic from, like, the quote-unquote point of the stream, but that's perfectly fine. It's whatever. I'm tangenting and yapping and stuff anyway. I mean, I'm probably just gonna, like, review over all of the things at the very end, and then just probably clip that and throw it on the channel or some shit. But right now, we are doing other things. Soldier, why not? They don't really need any of these mats, so shrug. Now we just need to burn stamina, and we are good. Losing Daily's time, though? Ah, it's fine. We still made it. It's fine. Yo, 20 polychrome? 20 polychrome! Let's go, chat! We're so rich!
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day. You know, coffee is not a must, but a calm and relaxed mindset sure is.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was doing ether chips. What's the max scratch card dropping you get though? 40 polychrome from the golden poop. Golden poop can get you 40, or can it also get you 60? I don't remember. It's 40 or 60 from the golden poop. Let's go, Sugar Mama's team. I should take a bite of food.
My time to shine.
Neutralizing the threat. I won't betray your trust.
Oh my god, I cannot time this to save my fucking life. What's wrong with me?
Heads up. Final warning.
Don't let up.
Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing?
What's this? All right, I'll take the mic.
So unprofessional.
Fine.
Well, I pressed E too late. Wait, why did I buckle my charge earlier? That's really weird. Wow, I am throwing so hard. And this team is more technical, that's why I like it, but I am mistiming fucking everything right now. I didn't buffer my charge attack earlier, so I couldn't do a skill. I couldn't do a skill dodge. And that lack of skill dodge meant I didn't have enough for a third charge attack. Blah blah blah. Team fun.
My time to shine.
Wait, what? Ah, that didn't work. Sad. Ah, I wasted so much charge.
But my song move every What's this? I'm here.
Heads up. Don't even try.
Okay.
There we go. That was a cleaner run. I did waste like a full 8 burning tethers earlier because I didn't do a charge attack in between my perfect special dodge and the Nicole's EX, but it's fine. But that was a much better run than the last one. I need to do. Oh my god! I even said to order.
My time to shine.
Wait, what? Did I cancel this fucking?
Right back at
Damn.
ya.
Yeah. Okay.
Away from me.
That was mistimed.
Heads up.
Again, wasted 8 burning tethers for literally no reason.
Elite target confirmed. That's our priority.
Get away from me. Stage is mine.
So
Fine. Incoming.
Oh my god! Of course you guys fucking spread out. Why wouldn't you? Okay. Much more scuffed run. I didn't expect them to separate the moment I got Nicole's EX ready. I should probably also be doing double swap cancels. I'm just being lazy. Because as soon as you buffer Nicole's EX, you can just swap cancel the Astra and you'll still get the perfect assist. But you get a little more damage out of it. And a little more overall energy and decibels. Cantarella is why I joined the game. I quit right before release. I'm kind of sad now. I find she's Camellia. Forgot her name. Oh, Camellia, the spinny crazy lady. Yes, Cammy is probably the most versatile character I've pulled. But yeah, she's very versatile, and like Sanhua being her basically best in slot. Like Richie is such a minor damage upgrade. The main thing that's nice about Richie is that she gathers, so it makes Camellia's job with AoE even fucking easier. It kind of reduces like Whimpering Waste resets. But yeah, she's very flexible and like she just wants to spin. She just wants to spin. She still works well with like Mortify too. She doesn't get as much damage amplification. She doesn't get like the damage amplification, but she works with Mortify as well. She can even work with Yang Yang technically. Yeah, it's just Sanhua like amps her damage significantly. Now, was it last night or the night before that like ZZZ's Deadly Assault was resetting, and I was planning on doing it on stream, so I hadn't done it, and I had like fucking 2 hours. Like, well, time for me to sweat this shit. Ah, yeah, I mistimed that. That's fine.
heads up.
All right. I'll take the mark.
So countering.
Sure, that works.
That's the music.
Heads up. Precision strike.
Ooh, that was pretty clean. I mean, I got hit, unfortunately, because I swapped her, like, a few frames too late, but that was pretty clean. We got, like, the charge attack into E special dodge for the finish at the very end. It's pretty good. That was pretty clean, for the most part, other than the 300 damage attack. And this team's just so much fun to play. And Evelyn's skill ceiling is fucking massive in this game. She's by far the most technical character. Except for Harumasa. Harumasa is fucking crazy to play. But Brain was like, wait a second, that's a lie. That's not accurate to say she's the most technical. There's another one. I kind of want to do Shiryu, but this is not a ZZZ stream. We need to finish up our things. Spin. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the absolute most versatile character in the game, like limited in the game, is gonna be Chang-Li. You can throw her in literally any team, and she performs well, but the issue is you have to be able to play her well. She is also the hardest limited character to play effectively, but she works in basically every fucking team. If you can find swap cancel timings, and even Camellia can find swap cancel timings, it's just that she doesn't want to swap off because the Sanhua damage buff is and Ratia damage buff is so good for her. Same with Jian. Jian can swap cancel, he just doesn't want to because the Mortifi damage buff goes away when you swap off of him. But with Changli, if you're with Changli, since she doesn't really give outro buffs that are that significant to anyone for the most part, except for Zhang Liao, you don't care about outros, so it's more a matter of just doing as much swap cancel, like DPS like overlap as you can. And if you play her well, she works with literally any carry. Is Stronghold basically PGR Abyss? No. PGR Abyss is... They don't really have like a true Abyss equivalent. Stronghold's one time. Like, Stronghold is just one-time difficult fights. And by difficult fights, I mean shit fucking kills you in one hit, in like halfway through the Strongholds. So it's really just a dodge check more than anything else. DPS obviously helps with that though, because you'll kill the thing faster and have to dodge less. But yeah, no, the real quote-unquote Abyss is the weeklies. It's gonna be Warzone and Pain Cage.
All will be swept away.
Oh yeah, that's the true, like, quote-unquote Abyss. There isn't, okay, really the closest thing to Abyss, especially because it's bi-weekly, is Norman. Norman is gonna be the closest thing to Abyss because you have to use, but unlike Abyss, you have to use unlike Abyss in other games, you have to use 4 teams. And, like, you barely even have to care about sweating. It's kind of more for, because, like, if you manage to clear all the way to the end, you can just auto through all the important ones for the important rewards, and, like, the last 2 levels are really just for, like, you got a tiny amount of BC and cup tickets, but it's really just there for, like, for getting the board, getting, like, the, your, profile border. To be like, yo, I cleared all of Norman. Let's go. Because out of all of, like, the flex ones, it's probably the most impressive, because it's the hardest to do. For Pain Cage, getting some, like, Beast Slayer for your, banner title, though, is also, like, the important flex one for regular content. That being said, Norman's so much fucking easier than before, because they haven't scaled it really well to the power creep, so, like, it's... I used to have to actually sweat really hard to clear Norman at max stars, but now it's, like, with the power creep, it's like, oh, I have to play well, but not that well to clear Norman. Okay. We were supposed to do some testing. So let's do some testing. Fucking finally.
I can help you.
Let me be there for everyone. As we head toward
okay.
our shared future,
Bop.
leaving the past behind.
Yeah. One thing I do want to mention about Camellia, let me just fucking show it real quick. Because like I said, Camellia is incredibly easy to play. There is one particular thing that increases her damage by a decent amount that does require boss knowledge or like fighter knowledge and more skillful play though. And I'll just show it right now. But yeah, what am I doing? That's not the right button order. Whatever. Don't matter.
Stay behind like frigid death.
Oh my god, did I really just fuck it up? Okay, well, this is going well already. Okay, so why am I doing this against him? Actually, no, he's a good one for this. Okay, so when you're in your mode, right? So obviously, anytime during the spin, you can just dodge and dodge counter, right? However, that finisher attack does a lot of damage. So what you ideally want to do is to know exactly when they're gonna attack and make sure you do a finisher before they, like right there, I just lost the finisher, so I did less damage. But if you get the finisher in, you do that extra burst of damage. Because you can go straight into spin off of this. Like there, I was a little late, so I got hit, right? And that time I just started too late. And that one, I just didn't have the opportunity. But if you can land the finisher, like, right before you have to dodge, that's optimal Camellia play. Like, that? Yep. Oh, I got hit still. God damn it. I am not doing a good job with it. I was doing a good job with it early when I was sweating, but now I'm just kind of in, like, chillax mode with this team. But even with like an attack tempo like this guy has, even with like an attack tempo like this guy has, right about now? Oh, a little early. Oh, wow, yeah, I completely failed that dodge counter. About now? A little early still. I don't know his ground timing very well. Yeah, I'm still doing it early. Oh, wait, actually, that was almost perfect timing. I just don't recognize that move. That was better. But yeah, since that does a good burst of damage, the most optimal Camellia play is you knowing what the timing for the enemy's attacks, so you can make sure you fit in the finisher right before you have to dodge. Because otherwise you can dodge at any time. It's just you miss the finisher, and the finisher is a decent chunk of burst damage. It's not super significant, but it is kind of like how you optimize Camellia play a bit. Okay, anyway, let's actually get out. Oh, Jesus. It does still block it. Okay, maybe like this? Is that better? Let's see real quick. Is that better? Is that... Oh, yeah, it's like just barely visible. Okay, that's like perfect, I guess. Oh, but it blocks the timer. There, let's do this.
How pathetic.
How pathetic. Oh my gosh, I cannot. Oh my gosh. Why are you dragging the invisible thing in the layer below, Streamlabs?
Not worth mentioning. I can keep going.
Fuck it, we do this.
I won't back down.
Because it's blocking something if I, let's say, put it like there. Okay. Okay, let us do Zani things with S0 Do I actually have enough for S0? I might not. Yeah, I don't. We'll just... Wait, why am I doing this team? Weird. Let's do a Shoalkeeper. Oh wait, shit, Shoalkeeper. God damn it. Yeah, let's do Verina actually, because Verina is not limited. Plus, I don't have to change gear that way. S0 just throw fucking... Yeah, she has already. Cool.
Head toward our...
I need to kind of actually practice this rotation, because I know how to do it in theory, but I've never played it. But the idea is that we try to swap cancel in charge attacks and forte skills as much as possible on S0 to make sure we're building up stacks, the stacks we need. Okay, so I mean, first thing we can do is immediately when we start, we just do an ER cancel. ER cancel into basic 3 and then go to the Verina, because it's very fast and builds a little bit of forte.
All yours.
I fucked that up a little bit, I did it too early.
Swift and resolute.
Strike from the shadows. Come at me.
I did not do that right at all.
Moment of resonance. I sense your weakness.
Shut. Come at me.
I am not doing charge attack inputs correctly.
Swift and resolute.
Yeah, I'm wasting too much time just trying to build up this first one because I am not doing inputs correctly. The hard part is getting this initial one off takes a decent amount of time, while Phoebes can just like do it very quickly. Like once you're doing quick swaps during her ults, it's gonna be like a lot easier to maintain, but this first one takes a while to build up the stacks. I'm also doing my swap cancels incredibly poorly, but... Yeah, I need to ult immediately, I don't know why I didn't. I mean, we probably just need to do like a shorter first one with less stacks, just to get the next one going faster, right?
All yours.
Bask in the sunlight.
I did Verina wrong, yay! I am so good at this game, wow, look at me.
Swift and resolute. The end has come. Strike one with the sound. Disperse.
Oh my god, the fucking monkey wins. I hate this.
My shield can
Fuck it.
withstand more than
Fuck
that.
it.
I don't have all day.
I hate these fucking monkeys, I swear. I didn't do the follow-up, did I?
Swift and resolute.
No contest. What a waste of time.
The hour is upon us.
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute.
You barely made a dent.
Oh my god, I am inputting charge attack wrong. How? Okay, that's a decent amount of stacks.
Knock some heads around.
I could probably get it.
Come at
What?
me.
Oh my god, what?
Swift and resolute. No hesitation.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Moment
Am I
of
canceling
resonance.
Zani too early? No, she's fine.
Don't stand in my way. That's a wrap.
Bask in the sun.
I fucked that up too. Yay! I love slower concerto rotations.
All yours.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us.
I sense it. Leave it to me.
Weakness.
All of you at once.
Yeah, I'm not doing a very good job with swapping into Zani too for the extra. Ugh, that was so rough. And I was not building up full bar for her. Yeah, the full bar's a little difficult. Like, I'm getting enough, like, I'm still getting enough for, like, the 1/6, oh, like, for the 80 needed, or the 1... for the 140 needed for, like, her double basic swap, but I'm not really getting any, like, actual parries off with her, so it's slowing down her stack generation a lot. Meh, who needs a timer shows the results screen anyway. I mean, fair, but it's a bit more, there's more tension, you know? It's a bit more, it's more engaging to watch that way. I'm getting Asterite and PGR, Kek W. Yeah, there's also Asterite, but with an E, in, Honkai Impact 3rd. It's not premium currency, though, it's just a resource currency for, like, the better things than you could buy with monies. Like, in-game, like, credits or whatever. The swirl attack is diabolical? Yeah, no, I fucking hate it. I'm just gonna pop Zani ult way earlier. Yeah, so, like, the thing is, I need to be building up... I need to, like, focus on building up, like, Forte and stuff like... Oh, building up, like, Forte for S0 during Zani's ult, and then when Zani's ult is done, that's when we just burst dump. Like, we burst dump our stuff while also trying to fish for
Alright.
parries with Zani.
Where are we off to next?
I'm also just fucking up her basic, like, attack rotation she should be using. You start with a charge attack. You start with a charge attack into basic 3, and then parry when you can. Okay, let's try this again. Basic,
All yours.
basic 3.
Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The
Immediately
end has
pop
come.
that. You know what? Fuck you. You know what? Fuck you in particular. Fuck having a more efficient one.
Reduced to dust.
Pulling this
Now I have a
monkey right
report
fucking.
to write.
I sense your weakness.
Oh my god. Why can I not, like, press...
Moment of resonance.
Listen, fruit of evolution.
My shield can withstand more than that. You barely made a dent.
I fucked up my Verina rotation so badly. Wow. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing this well yet. I keep, like, going on to... I keep thinking I'm playing Phoebe is the problem. Like, my muscle memory thinks I'm playing Phoebe, so instead of doing, like, a charge attack immediately upon entering with S0 Zani, I'm doing, like, a basic 3-chain, which is a Phoebe thing, and my brain just keeps, like, defaulting to Phoebe muscle memory. I need to, like, actively remember that you do S0 Zani's charge attacks. Okay.
All yours.
In the sunlight.
Whatever.
The fruit of evolution. Huh.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. No hesitate one with the sound.
Yeah, I might as well just pop this super early and kill this fucking monkey. Fuck this guy.
Come at me. What a waste of time.
Noticing.
Wow, why am I doing this so wrong?
All yours.
One. Shut the sound.
Fine.
Wow, that was slow.
Job, I guess. Come on.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. No hesitation.
Luminous energy. The fruit of
My shield. All of you at once. I don't do overtime. Come at me. Reduce to dust. All yours.
leave it to me.
What a waste.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am not doing this correctly at all.
I sense
No
your
contest.
weakness.
Yeah, me not fucking up Verina rotations is like costing me a lot of energy as part of the problem.
Strike in the shadows.
The fruit of evolution.
Shut.
The end has come. One with the sound.
Come at me. All yours. I don't have all day.
1, 2,
Swift and resolute.
3.
Come at me. Don't stand in my way.
I need to be swapping to Verina during these two.
That's a wrap.
It's part of why I'm like so short on energy is I'm not doing any Verina quick swaps.
Fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. One with the sound.
Oh, well, it's dead. What was even the fucking time on that? I was not paying attention. It was like close to 3, right? I was not playing that very well. Yeah, 3:15. Ugh. That's rough. I mean, it's still clearing, and this is like, outside of Middle Tower, this is the hardest one to clear, but it's still very rough. I am not playing this team well at all. I can play this team much better. I'm just not familiar with it. But I mean, even with this lackluster performance, I do have Zani signature, and I do have a pretty jacked Zani, and I do have S0 Zani on statted 5-star weapon. Although her damage doesn't even fucking matter. Like, let's just like do this with fucking, I don't even fucking care what her weapon is, honestly.
Let me be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future.
You know what?
Leaving the past behind.
Fuck it. Let's do like, what's the energy one? Let's go. Let's run a level 1 fucking energy sword. Why the fuck not? With Moonlit. Verina's using a level 40, so this is just Zani with her signature. But again, I'm still clearing a decent amount of time left, and I'm playing this team incredibly poorly because I'm having a hard time killing my Phoebe muscle memory. Love how the new record doesn't show time, but the team so yeah, exactly. Sup, Wilt? Good to see you. Join me with the free-to-play copium. Smile. I try to not spend too much money in this game, but I will pretty much always be a battle pass in multiplayer. And out of all of my gachas, I think Wua might actually be the one I've spent the least on other than Impact. Oh, no, ZZZ. I have not spent a lot of money on ZZZ at all. I still do, like, monthly and battle pass, but I think I bought a top-up for, like, 30 bucks once. That's basically it, because they give you so many fucking pulls in ZZZ, and I've skipped a lot of characters I just don't care about. Okay. Been looking the entire stream when they stream. Oh, I appreciate it, Wilt. It's very sweet of you. To borrow a Warframe term, status TikTok. If you want to talk Warframe, Wilt over here is the Warframe person. Were you streaming Warframe tonight, actually, Wilt? I'm not sure what you were doing. What you were streaming, unfortunately. We're not busy. Have a second opinion. Ah, you were speedrunning Warframe. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, what's up? What second opinion do you want? I mean, I'll probably read it after I do this attempt, but...
All yours.
Bask in the sunlight.
I fucked up. Why can't I not do the Verina rotation to save my fucking life? What is wrong with me?
All yours.
Like...
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance.
Wow, I hate this. I hate these monkeys.
Isador. I can spare a
I hate
minute
these
to
monkeys.
knock some heads around.
I hate this fucking wind monkeys so much. I think I need to like actually take a second to dodge out of the tornado because the tornado is making it incredibly hard to do this. Posted something nice you found on Tuner server. I'll take a look at a sec. Yeah. Warframe is in the weird in between. It got dumbed down a lot and things got flushed out. Oh, just some artwork? Oh, okay, cool. So it's Monkey Towers bring out the freezer in all of us. True.
All yours.
Bask in the sunlight.
Why can't I remember how Verina rotation? Why can't I press E? Oh, why can't I do basic attacks? What's wrong with me?
All yours.
Life is in everything. Notice fruit of evolution.
Okay, yeah, so I need to, instead of jump canceling, I need to ER into dodge cancel because of the time that takes. Cool.
All yours.
Ha! Bask in the sunlight.
ER, dodge. No! Okay, I have to dodge first. I can't fit an ER right away. When I say ER, I mean skill echo. I know my settings aren't, like, default. It's just what my brain thinks is ER.
All yours.
Luminous energy.
What? How? How did that form already?
All yours.
Bask in the sunlight.
Get out the- Wait, what? Excuse me? What is wrong? What? Okay, whatever.
The end
We
has
take
come.
those, I guess.
No hesitation.
All of you at once.
Fuck this monkey in particular.
Do overtime. Come at me. Reduce to dust. No contest. All yours.
Leave it to me. Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. Strike from the shadows. One with the sound. Keep it together.
Oh. Oh, I quick swapped that too soon. Zani didn't get a parry off yet. Shit.
Efficiency above all. All yours.
Bask in the sunlight.
Why isn't it doing the fucking thing this time? Wow, okay. I guess it's RNG whether it cages immediately. Wait a second, I totally forgot you can bring grapple. Yo, wait. This tech might help. I forgot you can do this. You can wait, actually, can you use it? I don't remember. Can you use grapple in tower? It's been a while since I even tried I even thought of doing that. Yo, you can. Okay, this changes everything. The actual tech, though.
All yours.
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. One with the sound.
Oh my god, it's still fucked. The fucking cage still fucks with me because they were inside of it. I hate this. I hate these fucking monkeys. You know what? Fuck this. We're doing middle tower. Fuck this. The resetting is just annoying against these monkeys. Let's do this one first, and then we can do... It's the knockback animation being too long on castable. Oh yeah, and also the fact that too many attacks have gap close that get you into the wall, even if you're like in the center of it. When you're doing it, I mean the grapple helps, but in that situation, grapple's not gonna help, right? Because they're inside of the tornado.
All yours.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The end has come. Strike from the shaft. One with the sounds.
You barely made a dent.
Oh wait, that's the wrong input. Whatever.
All of you at once.
Quick fast ult.
Don't do overtime. Come at me. Reduce to dust.
It's a bit of a waste for me to have gone that there.
Bloom. Grow fruit of evolution. Life
Wow.
is an
Yeah, I'm not generating
everything.
nearly enough energy.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. I sense your weakness. One with the sound.
Come at me.
Okay, yeah, no, we can definitely build up enough stacks. I'm just short on energy.
Heads around.
That's actually also a big issue with her.
Sounds come.
Shut. Don't stand in my way.
Keep it together.
Oh no, I'm not nightfalling. Oh, what am I doing?
Stand more than that.
Swift and resolute.
The fruit of evolution.
Oh wow, and I completely failed to do the... Okay. Why am I struggling so much to remember? During Zani ult, Throver comes in and charge attacks. That's it. She just needs to charge attack. Why is that so hard for my brain to wrap around? I keep trying to do Phoebes stuff, and this is not a Phoebes team. Yeah, it's awkward for me. So I sometimes have a hard time, especially if I'm a bit more tired, like actually switching up my muscle memory. Because when I'm tired, I just go off of muscle memory, right? And it's pretty late at this point because we took a while to actually get to the testing. But it is what it is.
You barely made a dent.
Bask in the sunlight.
Yeah, we can actually just go for a parry in this case.
Fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. One with the sounds.
Come at me.
Yeah, we might as well just do this quick ult, now that we got the bonus from that.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Last chance.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Fuck it.
Leave it to me. I
Now
can
I
use
have
the
a red-
fertilizer.
Ow.
Fruit of evolution.
No hesitation. One. No go with the sounds. Moment of resonance.
Luminous energy.
Shut.
Oh my god, you're fucking kidding me.
I sense your weakness.
Yeah, I might need more ER for this, holy shit.
Knock some
ER is
heads
definitely
around.
becoming a problem.
Swift and resolute.
Oh, I am not even doing my basic 3, what am I doing?
Fruit of evolution.
Don't stand in my way.
I need to stop burning that outro or that intro. It's really important for me to have it.
My shield can withstand more than that.
I did not swap this rover. Let's see. Okay, during warm-up, while waiting for Zani ult, what I need to be doing is I do Zani, because I already should have full 40 built up from S0 because of like the quick swaps during her ult. I also need to make sure that on the second Nightfall, I swap to Verina to build up Concerto by using her skill. And just prioritize making sure that S0 has max stacks. I need to not have... Oh, has a max forte. And then during the cooldown period, we like should... It's a waste to use the outro on S0, so we swap to Verina, try to pop our stuff. Struggling a bit with energy gen's part of the problem with this team, though S0 does not generate that much and Phoebe does. Then S0 goes in, ults, skills. At any point during this, we fish for a parry with Zani. If we don't get it, then we just do a charge attack in the basic 3, I guess. And keep fishing, and then S0 does another one. And then, at worst, we do a Zani enhanced skill and ult, but ideally the parries let us get an extra 1 or 2 if possible. Okay, let's see if I can actually do all of that now, when I'm fucking tired. Okay.
All yours.
I should probably be going for that parry, but whatever.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. One with the sounds.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Okay, that's probably bare minimum we want at least.
Come at me. Don't stand in my way.
Okay, that's better, that's cleaner.
The hour
I
is
didn't
upon
have full
us.
40, that was the only
No
problem.
one with the sounds.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, we don't really need... Oh my gosh, why did I fat finger that? Whatever.
No contest.
Yeah, there's no way I can do that.
I can spare a
Podcast's
minute.
not worth doing the
Knock
second.
some heads around.
Swift and resolute.
Reduce to dust. My shield can withstand more than that.
Fruit of evolution.
What a waste of time.
The end has come.
I know.
No has it won with the sounds.
Just a scratch.
I got greedy.
Still,
Damn, we were about to clear that in like just barely over a minute though. That's definitely better. The rotation's getting better. Without parries, it doesn't seem like it's realistic for me to get full Blaze. Cause that would require... It's tight and possible if I manage to get an intro onto S0. I need to get the intro onto S0 after. Like, I need the Verina one, but I need it after S0 does their first resonance skill. Because then that sets 6 seconds to the next one, then they do another resonance skill, and they 6 seconds to the next one, the resonance skill says 12 seconds for the 3 that we need. And then that means that Zani only needs
time to
the
get back to
one
work.
enhanced skill, but ideally you can fit an extra parry or 2 in that time period too. I'm just thinking so hard about the rotation, I'm not parrying very well.
All yours. Little.
Luminous energy. Fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. One with the sounds.
Give me your worst. No contest. Come at me. I don't have
Ah,
a
it's a
day.
little slow for the first one, but whatever.
Swift and resolute. Keep it together.
Cleaner?
Now I have a report.
Moment of resonance.
Right.
One with the sounds.
sunlight.
Nah, was not the best.
Come at me.
Oh my gosh, why can I not charge attack?
Shut. I can spare a minute to knock some heads around. Come at me.
Swift and resolute.
I should have done Verina there.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Swift and
Ah, that's a
resolute.
waste. That's not a very good run.
Wait.
The end has come. No has won with the sounds.
What am I doing?
All yours.
Life is in everything.
I haven't swapped the Strover either for the next. Okay, whatever.
All of you at once.
What? I didn't do the fucking hand skill.
Overtime.
Man, I'm really struggling on that second rotation. I like that second rotate, like that second after wall rotation. I am not doing very well. Huh? Oh right, because yeah. But practice is fun. This is actually a very fun team to play. Definitely ER is tight on it though. Like if I can't get those extra parries on Zani, the whole team's ER is kind of rough. I'm also still not doing the best job of doing Zani every 6 seconds.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Bask in the
Oh,
sunlight.
fuck me.
Listen, fruit of evolution.
Moment of resonance. Break. One with the sounds.
Not having the Verina intro means I can't immediately do a skill on her. Okay.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Ha! Luminous energy.
Yeah, we can just tank the hit. He's not very
Fruit of evolution.
hard hit. Oh!
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. No hesitation.
Come at me. My shield can withstand more than I can spare a minute.
Wow,
to
okay,
knock
that
some
sucks.
heads around.
Roll for me.
Reduce to dust. Reduce to dust.
Okay, that was a bit cleaner, but still kind of rough.
Now I have a
Leave it to me.
report to write.
Watch out.
Ha! I sense your weakness.
Shut.
The end has come.
Bask in the sunlight.
Yeah, these are not clean cancels at all. Holy shit.
Swift and resolute. One with the sound.
I don't have all.
I didn't use her enhanced resonance skill. Okay, yeah, no, this one's terrible. Second rotation is taking me 45 seconds, and I'm not even doing the right things for it. Yeah, okay, I need an intro immediately onto Verina, but probably the best choice after the intro is immediately swap to Zrover to pop a resonance skill, and then we can do like a swap back to Verina for her stuff. Because I need to get the cooldown going on Zrover's skill as soon as possible.
All yours.
Life is in everything.
Just tank these.
Fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. One with the sound.
Give me your worst.
Strike from the shadow.
All of you at once.
I'm not using my enhanced resonance skill. I keep fucking forgetting about it. I mean, we got a good amount of blades from that. Like, the two enhanced resonance skills, and Zrover with 2 of her skills and ult don't get us quite all the way there, but it's about enough for like at least a quick fast one.
All yours. Little.
Bask in the sunlight.
Should I go too early? No, okay, we're
Fruit
good.
of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The end has come.
Oh my gosh.
I one with
Shut
the sound.
Come at me. All yours. I can spare
Oh, that was a
minute to
very slow
knock
first
some heads
rotation.
around.
Jesus.
Come at me.
Swift and resolute.
No, why'd I do that? Oh, that's a throw. I need to save that for... Bleh. Keep in mind, this is a shill bonus, too. Like, Zani's doing a lot more damage than she should be. It's less shill for Phoebe teams because your Spectral Frazzle Amplify is diluted. With S0 I don't normally get Spectral Frazzle Amplify, so it's very big bonus right now for Zani. But this is, like, just kind of a general better one to test on. And it does have HP and everything.
All yours. Barely made a dent.
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The end has come.
My shield can withstand more than
Wow,
that.
okay. I need to be a bit more patient. I want to do, like, the skill as soon as possible, but I can actually parry off of it if I wait.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Bask in the
I guess the
sunlight.
opening is, like, easy and getting, like, more to muscle memory. Dodge.
Swift and resolute.
Alt.
The hour is upon us.
Come at me. My shield can
Seriously?
withstand more than that.
The first part of the tail whip missed me? What? How did that happen?
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. Strike from the one with the sound. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
No hesitation.
Come at me. I don't have all day. Reduce to dust.
Swift and resolute.
Noticing. The fruit of evolution.
This is so fucking
now I have a
unclean.
report to
Holy
write.
shit.
The end has come. One with the sounds.
Come at me.
Bask in the sunlight.
Swift and resolute.
Come at me. I can spare a minute to knock some heads around. My shield
Swift and
can
resolute.
withstand more than that.
Oh no, I canceled her big nuke.
Come at me.
What fruit of evolution?
Don't stand in my way.
One with the sounds.
You be the person now. That's a wrap.
Moment of resonance. I sense your weakness.
Luminous energy.
That is not the right combo, Jinx.
Shut. All of you at once.
Wow, this is a really bad run. Holy
Come
shit.
at me.
Oh my god, that was not Pog. Yeah, this theme is... It's hard for me to, like, overwrite my Phoebe muscle memory, especially tired, so I am, like, putting a lot of wrong inputs in there. Oh, even though, like, this fight outside of the intro, outside of the intro part of it is basically a punching bag fight because Zani breaks him so fast. And Zani breaks him during the, like, cooldown, during, like, the cooldown phase, so it is just, like, lets you do your rotations cleanly. Okay. There's so much going on. Jeez, you want to see so much going on? I can play Zhang Liao. You beat Dirge with Yang Yang, Shorekeeper Sanhua, don't want no power creep excuses. Let's fucking go. Yeah, no, it's very doable. Like, yeah, no, like, this one becomes more challenging without a strong team. Just because you have to clear an elite, then a second elite, then Sentry Construct. And that makes it more challenging. Clearing, because you have to clear 3 waves of enemies. The elites die fast. Like, with a good Zani rotation, you can kill this one and this one with the first ult rotation, and then you just have to do 2 more ult rotations for, like, Sentry. But that it is more challenging to these ones because you have the same amount of time, and you have 3 waves to clear. But everything else much like very possible to do with decent, with like well built, like not super meta teams, right? I mean, Sanhua does a fuckload of damage, that definitely helps, and Shoalkeeper does a bunch of damage amp, but still. Okay. I'm gonna reset. I should still keep practicing on this one. I want to get like a single good clear with this. I have to pee though, so BRB. But I want to get like a single good clear with this, so I have like at least that run as like a clip. So, but yeah, BRB. And we're back. Okay. Whew. Like, this is a 2 rotation clear anyway, so like I just need to play the 2 rotations cleanly. That's not really asking much. My brain is just like, fuck you right now. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Just the one clean run.
Efficiency above all.
Okay.
All
Pop,
yours.
pop, pop. Parry. 1, 2, 3.
Bask in the sunlight.
ER jump. Oh my god, that's the first time he's done that. What the? Huh? Interesting. Yeah, that kind of fucks things up because Verina can't get the last basic in. The last air attack in. That's funny. That's why we can reset.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Luminous energy. Listen up.
Oh wow, okay.
Fruit of
Swift and resolute.
Damn it. I was a little slow on Verina, so I couldn't get in the air to air dodge first.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
What? Huh? I got a perfect dodge in and I still didn't have outro built? Damn. Probably because I cancelled the aerial too quickly.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. Strike from the shadows.
Come at me.
I sense your weak.
I can spare a minute.
Let's do this.
to knock
Fuck it.
some heads around.
Swift and resolute.
Used to dust. What a
That was a cleaner rotation overall.
Fruit of evolution.
The end.
Oh, I know, I needed the resident skill immediately. Whatever.
no contest.
Bask in the sunlight.
Alright, just get her outro up super fast. Okay.
Shut.
I'm still slow on the second rotation. It should be at like 40, 37 seconds.
Come at me.
Wait, why did I fucking dodge that? What is wrong with me? Oh my god, he cancelled my resonance attack. Oh, that's not good.
I can use some fertilizer. Now I'm super.
Yeah, I am like not even thinking of Zani swap parrying because I'm just trying to think about the rotation too much. Whew, okay.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Let's see, intro's getting cleaner. Are you fucking kidding me, my guy?
Swift and resolute.
Whatever.
Moment of resonance.
Come on, buddy, give me an attack. Thank you. Why aren't you attacking me?
You made a dent. All yours. Come at me. All of you at once. I don't do overtime.
Swift and resolute. Keep it together.
What? Oh, it's not swapping to Zani. Weird. I need to like actually be patient and wait to do the follow-up attack before swapping to Zrover. Like I want to do a swap back, but it's not really working consistently.
All yours. He's little.
How you doing? You're sitting on the rotation access point? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It's causing the jump if I'm like enough to the side, which happens if I go into like too deep into basics before parrying. Yeah, I also need to be dodging left, not right, because the parry forces me to the right, and so air dodging right on Verina is causing that issue. In fact, I probably just should air dodge like backwards.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The end has come. No one with the sound.
Come at me. I can
Yeah, we'll just do a
stand
super
you.
fast ult.
Some
Just get
heads
this going.
around. Don't stand. My ship can withstand more than that.
Well, that sucks.
All yours.
Couldn't even get a second one in. That's not good.
Swift and resolute.
Grow fruit of evolution. I can use some fertilizer.
Give me your worst.
The hour is upon us.
Shut.
Life is an everything.
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
All of you at once. I don't
I'm
do
just gonna drop a
overtime.
little bit
Come
of
at
the amplify bonus.
Swift and resolute.
Don't stand in my
Fruit
way.
of evolution.
Oh, it's a bit cleaner at
I
least.
have a report to write. Come at me.
Moment of resonance. One with the
No go.
sound.
Bask in the sunlight.
Yeah, Verina's ER is a bit of a struggle right now.
Shut.
There's no point parrying that, just gonna slow things down.
Swift and resolute.
How fast was that? Still felt slow, but at least the second the rotation was a bit cleaner than last time. There's also like a slight delay on my thing, so yeah, 340, so minute 20. That's not bad, but pretty sure with clean play we can get this to like a minute. Sent the work in progress. Toads. Yes on the left eye. I think it's fine without the extra contrast. I'd be a little curious to see what it looked like with the contrast, but I do think it looks fine the way it is. And yeah, definitely yes on the left eye, I like it. Okay, let's see if we can get a very clean around 1 minute clear, because I'll be satisfied with that. Like, since I'm not actually getting parries during her ult, I'm missing out on some damage because of that. Because doing parry into Nightfall is better DPS than basic one, than a heavy 1-2 into Nightfall. But yeah, team definitely has a lot more going on. It's definitely a lot more quick swappy. It's fun though. I like this team. It's pretty fun. Just yeah, definitely a lot more technical than Phoebe's team. With, I mean, you can be technical with Phoebe's team just as much, just as technical if you want to. But yeah, this team definitely requires this, because otherwise I'm like barely scraping getting enough blaze for Zani with how like it's going right now. Okay.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Bask in the sunlight. Notice the fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. I sent one with the sounds.
Give me your words. I don't have
Okay, yeah.
all day.
15 seconds is about as fast as we can. Thought the speed one to get that.
They do so fast.
Oh my gosh, what? I'm out already? Are you kidding me? Yo, that's crazy.
Swift and resolute.
Now I have a
No hesitation.
I think that missed.
all yours. Little.
Luminous
Okay,
energy.
clean so far.
Fruit of evolution.
And that happens. Okay, that time it wasn't even an angle. He just kind of felt like doing it.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. Strike one with the sounds.
Give me your worst.
Oh, a little slow. I would have liked to cut 2 seconds off, but it's fine. It's fine.
My shield can withstand more than that. All
Great.
yours. What a waste.
I feel like I need the 2 Zani. Like, I feel like I need the 2 Zani, but I don't know if that's worth the time cut it forces. It's like I have to parry on the second second Zani Nightfall rotation. Like, I have to parry or I don't have enough blaze to actually do a Nightfall. So I kind of think I just need to like stand there and wait for a parry.
All yours. Little.
Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The end has come. One with the sounds.
You barely made a dent. All of you at once. I don't do overtime. Come at me.
What the fuck? Oh my gosh, what the heck is happening?
My shield can withstand more than that.
How was that not a parry? What? Also, what the fuck happened there? I think I somehow fat fingered my tab and it got locked in because it was in the alt animation or something. That was weird.
All yours. Little.
Bask in the sunlight. This is the fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The hour is upon us. Strike from the one with the sounds.
I don't think it was worth waiting for that. I should have just popped it immediately.
Come at me. Don't stand in my way. My shield can withstand more than that.
Yeah, not super clean. But it is what it is.
Give it to me.
No hesitation.
The fruit of evolution.
Shut.
energy.
Okay, cool.
No contest. All yours.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. That's not enough.
Expert one with the sound.
I can spare a minute to knock some heads around.
I need to do, like...
Ready to
Blue.
Yeah, I need to do, like, this.
Roll fruit of evolution.
It's gonna be a little late on the time I want.
No hesitation.
Oh, fuck, the stagnation just
I
fucked
can
me.
bask in the sunlight.
all yours.
The end has come. I sense you're one with the sounds.
All of you at once. I don't do overtime. Don't stand
I mean,
in
that's
my way.
better. But I definitely could have saved a lot of time there, and I fucked up multiple parries. And I actually also need to be aware that on S0 when I swap in, I need to dodge counter if an attack's about to hit me, because it can knock me out of the charge attack. I need to get the forte up. We're getting there, though. It's almost there. If I cut off like another 5, 8, 10-ish seconds, I'll be satisfied.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Okay,
Life is in
cool.
everything.
Classic intro.
Fruit
Oh,
of
oh, dodge. Cool.
Swift and
Alt.
resolute. The hour is upon us.
E.
One with the sounds.
Come at me. My shill can withstand
Ugh.
more than that.
If I don't... Yeah, the stagnation is making it so I can't parry, but that's fine. I don't need to parry. I just need to get this enhanced skill off so that I can start my first rotation, because all that matters is that the enhanced skill lands for the damage bonus or for the little extra blaze. I need to, like, stop focusing on parrying that one. I do need a parry during, like, the first ult, but I don't need one at the beginning.
All yours. Little.
bask in the sunlight.
This parry is necessary, though, so I can actually build up, like, the first parry fast.
Swift and resolute.
Also, I can build up the
end has
enhanced skill
come.
immediately.
One with the sounds.
I
Cool.
don't have all day.
Are you gonna attack me, buddy?
My shill can
No, he's not.
withstand more than that.
Okay. The stagnation is nice, but it does kind of fuck up doing faster rotations in a lot of cases. I mean, it's really nice, and it's, like, definitely nice for, like... It's definitely nice for, like, survivability, quality of life, and normal runs, but for, like, scripting speed runs like this, it does kind of fuck a bit with timings. It's okay, though. I just have to account for that. Oh. Oh. It's doing that weird bug thing. Cool. And now I'm also proud of Jinx being able to now read stream chat while streaming. I mean, yeah, sometimes I get on a yap fest and don't look at chat for like 10-20 minutes, but for the most part, I've been trying to be better about it. Like, I'm getting better at my peripheral being trained to see the chat moving up so I know that there's stuff to look at. Okay.
All yours. Give me your way.
Ha! Luminous energy. The fruit
Of course.
evolution.
Okay. Senpai is noticing me. I will always notice you, Acrafius. You have been very helpful in previous streams, and you're generally a chill person.
All yours. Little.
Ooh, that was a little slow. Ooh, I didn't like that intro. And I can reset it.
All yours. Give me your way.
It's actually better if I parry early there so I don't, like,
Notice the fruit of evolution.
fuck. Started talking and I failed the dodge counter for the intro. But yeah, it's actually better if I start that parry a little bit early, because that way it doesn't, like, displace me too much.
Efficiency above all. All yours. You barely made a dent.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute.
Okay, cool.
The
Perfect.
hour is
Perfect.
upon
Perfect.
us. One with the sounds.
Come at me.
Perfect.
All of you
Perfect.
at once.
And then we can immediately
I
parry.
don't do overtime.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, I need the fucking dodge counter on that one.
Don't stand in my way.
A little slow, but not bad.
Bloom, the fruit of evolution.
That was not the best.
Luminous energy.
Shut.
One with the sounds.
Okay, that was a mistake, but whatever.
Spare a minute to knock some heads around.
Oh my gosh, why can I not charge attack input right?
Don't stand in my way. What a waste.
Swift and resolute.
Time.
Leave it to me. Oh, I can use some fertilizer.
Moment of resonance.
How do they fancy a grapple attack? Holy shit! Yeah, like I need to get the I need to get the forte ready from like Zani during the ult, but I'm just mistiming and like getting hit out of the charge attack. I probably just need to like immediately dodge counter on that first one because it pretty consistently knocks me out.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Swift
Cool,
and resolute.
clean, clean,
The
clean.
hour is upon us. One with the sounds.
Come at me. I don't have all
Immediately
day.
parry.
I can use
Why?
some
Oh my
fertilizer.
gosh. Why did I swap to Verina?
All yours.
Okay, dude.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Life is in everything. Growth, fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The end has come. No one with the sounds.
All of you at once. I don't
Why?
do overtime.
I may drink a little water real quick. Get a little bit of that. Oh yeah, I think I kind of
Alright.
like that better.
Where are we off to next?
I think I kind of like that better. I think that in this case the symmetry looks a bit better.
All yours. The door.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and
Cool,
resolute.
perfect, perfect.
Moment of
Cool,
resonance.
clean, clean, clean.
One with the sounds.
Come at me. My shield. I can spare a minute to
Fuck.
knock some heads around.
Timing was a bit off, so I ended up not getting the second hit in.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Luminous energy. Notice the fruit of evolution.
Yeah, it seems like if I get too close, he sometimes does that. Getting that third basic off on Zani probably isn't worth it.
All yours.
Like, 1, 2, parry, bop, bop, bop,
Bask in the sunlight.
clean.
The fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute.
Not clean. I cancelled my basic 2 before dodge cancelling. Although I cancelled with the air dodge, so I didn't have enough concerto. Okay.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Life is in everything. The fruit of evolution.
Perfect.
Swift and resolute.
Perfect.
The hour is upon us.
Clean, 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 clean.
No one with the sounds.
I don't have all day.
Cool. Clean, clean. 37 seconds. First rotation's done.
Swift and resolute.
I did not go to the right character. It's fine, it's fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine.
Bask in the
Oh, this is
sunlight.
not fine. I didn't do Zrover immediately. Oh, fucking sorry.
The end has
Oh,
come.
this was such a good run too.
to knock some heads around.
Yeah, whatever.
Come at me. Don't stand in my way. All yours.
There really no reason to quick swap at that point.
Now I have a report to.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance.
Yeah, I am like completely failing at this second one. Why did I jump there? Ah, damn, that actually might have been fast enough despite the scuff. Yeah, after first Zani, we immediately swapped to Verina, but then we immediately swapped to Rover. We need to do a swap back. Oh, a double swap. Okay. Because I need to get that cooldown going as soon as possible so I get more stacks for the second one. Okay.
All yours. Give me your best.
Cool.
Luminous
Perfect.
energy.
Jump, jump, dodge. Perfect.
Swift and
Cool.
resolute. The end has come. Strike one with the sound.
Come at me. My shield. I don't
Oh,
have
okay,
all
that was unfortunate timing, but it's fine.
reduce to dust. Don't stand in my way.
Cool. Easy, 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 easy.
Leave it to me.
Verina. Pop that right away.
The fruit of evolution.
Shut.
I sense moment of
Oh, I didn't have any fucking concerto built for that one. Damn.
Bask in the sunlight.
Tap one with the
Damn, so I didn't have the 40 on that one. It's a little slow on the ult.
Reduce to dust.
swift and resolute.
Don't stand in my way. That's a wrap.
No hesitate.
Leave it to me.
I should have swapped with Zani for that one.
The door. No contest.
The hour is upon us. One with the sound.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Yep, still short on energy. The unclean rotations are not... I don't have enough energy. God, Zani with S0 needs more energy regen pretty badly. If I don't, like, actually manage to fit the 3 S0 like, Forte attacks, there's just not enough energy on the team.
Efficiency above all.
I think Verina needs more energy regen too. She is running a level 40 variation, which means she has less ER too, so that's actually probably the difference, but okay. We got this, we got this.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Enough time to...
The fruit of evolution.
Yep, enough time to dodge counter just perfectly.
The end has come.
Clean, clean, clean.
Strike one with the sound.
I don't
Okay, then we can parry this immediately.
reduce to dust.
Okay, that was one of the timings where I needed to fucking dodge counter. Jesus.
All yours.
There is a degree of RNG to this on whether I need to dodge with S0 or not.
Fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. Moment of resonance. One with the sounds.
My shield can withstand more
Ugh.
than that.
Her being in the air fucked up the timing. Why am I even doing my echo on her? Like, it doesn't actually help at all to do her echo. There's really no reason to do it. She has a level 1 sword, she's not doing damage.
All yours. The door.
Ooh, this one would be a bit tight.
Energy. The fruit of evolution.
Nope, we're fine. Just barely, though.
The hour is upon
Please don't fly
us.
away.
Come at me.
Okay, we can parry this.
Knock some heads around.
Oh, okay, that's a little slow, unfortunately, but it's fine.
Don't stand in my way.
Could have saved like 2 seconds, but it's fine.
Blue.
No contest.
The fruit of evolution. Bask in the
Oh no, I didn't swap the Zani. I'm not on cooldown for her. Shit.
The end has come. I sense your weakness.
Fuck it. I'm not getting as much damage as I didn't have the enhanced skill, but it's fine.
Leave it to me. Roll for me.
Now I have a report to write.
Strike from
Shut.
The fruit of evolution.
moment of resonance. No has won with the sound.
Come at me.
Bloom.
How are you fucking kidding me?
Represent
Fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I don't have
She still
all
has a
day.
decent amount of the bonus left, just enough for this. It's still 115. It was so close. I did one bad off swap, lost time to dodges for like 3 seconds. That's so close to a run I'm satisfied with, but I'm a little bit more, just a little bit more, chat. Just a little bit more. This team's really fun. I see why Kanta likes it. It is definitely harder to. It is definitely a lot harder to play than the Phoebe team, and it definitely has a lot less damage. With Phoebe team, I'd kill like before the end of the final rotation, but that's fine. Or before the end of the second rotation. I know because I've done it with Phoebe.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Swift.
Perfect.
resolute.
Perfect opening.
The
Okay,
hour
cool,
is
cool, cool,
upon
cool.
us. Strike from the shadows.
Come at me.
Okay, perfect. Then immediate parry.
Heads around. Reduce to dust.
Oh, perfect.
In my way.
Listen up.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's
What a
go.
waste of time.
Leave it to me.
Basic, basic, basic. E immediately.
No contest.
Alt.
The end has come.
Come at me.
Luminous
We should get enough energy for alts.
The fruit of evolution.
Shut. All of you at once. I don't do all
I
that.
probably should have hand skilled first. We're losing like
Reduce to dust.
Swift and resolute.
ouch. That's okay.
That's a wrap.
Oh no, I fucking dodge cancelled it. Oh my gosh.
The hour is upon us.
The fruit of evolution. I can use some fertilizer.
No hesitation.
Is that all?
Losing that single 40 skill because I dodge cancel it on S0 killed that run. It was so close. They're just barely short on energy. This would be a lot better if I had like one more energy sub, which I could put on Zani, but I mean, I know I don't need it, so it's just a matter of skill issue. And at this point, I want to unskill issue so badly. This is a really fun team.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Bask in the sunlight.
Okay, we're good. Don't jump back, don't jump back, don't jump back. Perfect, perfect. Dodge, perfect. Alright, cool,
Swift and
cool.
resolute.
Alt,
Moment of resonance.
clean opening, clean opening.
I can
Perfect.
stand you to knock some heads
Immediate
around.
parry.
Come at me.
Fuck. Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate.
Efficiency above all. All yours. Is that all?
Yeah, I'm a bit close. They might jump back. Yep. I need to stop basic ring on Zani. I don't need to.
All yours. Give me your worst.
It's actually really easy to time that cancel because it has a little freeze when Zani does a thing. That was weird. I was a little short there.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
I'm pretty close. This might not be good. No, we're fine.
Swift and resolute.
Okay, I got hit, but it
Power
cost me
is
like
upon
1
us.
second. It's still fine.
My suit
Never mind, I hit my grapple. Maybe I need to take off my grapple. Yeah, let's just do like fucking censor. Because it'd be funny if I accidentally pressed it. Ah, still kind of close. It's fine. It's fine, right? Surely. Yes, it's perfectly fine. Wow, I didn't get the second skill off on her, but that's actually probably a good thing. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? That just cost me like a second and a half.
I can spare a minute to knock some heads around. Come at me. My shield can withstand
Wow,
more than
okay.
that.
Yeah, no, that completely fucked my run. God damn. Yeah, I need to stop using Echo and there's literally no good reason for me to use it. Literally none.
Give me your worst.
Don't jump back. Don't jump back. Don't jump back. Don't jump back. Fuck. I basic 3. Looks like high risk, high reward team. It's not even very high risk. I'm just trying to min-max the fuck out of it. Like, this isn't even a high risk team. Like, it's actually a very safe team. I'm just trying to speedrun it. I clearly don't need to. Like, I have a whole 45 plus seconds left. But I'm just trying to speedrun it because it's fun and I want a good run. I want to have like a good run that I can like say, yeah, let's look at that. Let's go with that shit. Let me also just like get rid of it. There's really no reason for me to have that on right now. Oh, weird. What? Am I crazy? Oh, shit. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's no reason for that to be on right now.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Oh, no, he's gonna jump back, isn't he?
Bask in the sunlight.
I basic 3 again. Why? Oh, no shit. Oh, we're good. We're good. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Go, go, go. I didn't basic. I didn't basic 3 after after skill fast enough. Fuck me.
All yours. Give me your worst.
That's perfect spacing. Shouldn't jump back. That was a slightly different intro attack, so I didn't have time to. I didn't time my dodge cancel. Okay.
All yours.
Bask in the sunlight.
Ooh, lost like half a second on that cancel. That's really. I canceled my fucking basic again. Got really trying to fit it.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Life is an
That was clean on timing. Of course. Oh, fucking course.
Efficiency above all.
Like Zani says, efficiency above all.
All yours.
Oh no, he's gonna jump, isn't he?
Bask in the sunlight. With the
Yup.
fruit of evolution.
You barely made a dent.
That was a mistake.
Luminous energy.
Tank it to the speed.
The fruit of evolution.
That works. She got hit. It's fine. We got outro. It's the important part.
No hesitation.
I can spare a minute to knock
Timed that
some
just right, I
heads
think.
around. Come at me.
What? Oh, he didn't swap over. Why? Why do they basic flight that? It's fine. We still have a good time.
Swift and resolute.
I forgot I was supposed to do that.
The end has come.
Why do they basic there? It's a waste of time.
Bask in the sunlight.
Okay, now I need to. Cool.
Shut. All of you at once. I don't do
I didn't
overtime.
enhance skill. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Reduce to dust.
Swift and resolute.
Reduce to dust.
Why did I use that skill? Oh my god, I'm throwing.
Now I have a report to write.
With the fruit of evolution.
Strike from the shaft. Moment of resonance.
Oh my god, I'm throwing so hard.
Can withstand more than that.
Why am I throwing so hard? That could have been the run. I could not hold down bait charge attack to save my life on S0 Zani. I don't know why that's so hard for my brain to figure out. It's still randomly being like, oh right, it's Phoebe, we basic 3 times, right?
All yours. Give me your worst.
Ah, this is timed late. This, yeah. Oh my god. Why are they facing that way? I'm going for close to 1 minute.
Barely made a dent.
I don't think sub 1 can happen because my S0 is using a level 1 sword for like... I'm using a level 1 sword on my S0 just for like... funnies. Because my Zani's built really well, so like I guess part of the point is to show that if it's like to make my Verina and my S0 pretty weak because my Zani is so well built. To show that like, you know, it still works, it's just very technical.
All yours. Who's the door?
He's gonna jump, isn't he? I'm too close. Yup. Okay, just be more patient, just slowly basic 1, 2, and there's like, yeah.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
It's fine, we're gonna compete it. I don't know why that was short. Oh wait, shit, I must have cancelled my aerial again so it didn't land and I'm missing that last bit of concerto. Okay.
All yours.
Oh god, why did I get close that time?
Life is in everything.
Yup. I don't really even need the second basic, I should just wait.
All yours. Give me your worst.
Okay, no, that still got me close. What the fuck? Maybe like 1, 2 dodge back then parry? Maybe that'll be more consistent.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Okay, yeah, that helped a little bit, but not being as close.
Swift and
Okay, that's
resolute.
clean. Clean. Lost like half a second, but it's fine.
I sense your weakness.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Immediate parry. Okay, that cost us a lot of time. Onto Verina. Back on the Zani, build up that resonance skill. Oh no, I should have done Rover immediately. It's fine.
One with the sound.
Why did I do that?
Shadows.
Bask in the sunlight.
No contest.
Okay, that cost me like 3 or 4 seconds, but it's fine. I'm not going for a perfect one.
My shield can withstand more than that.
Swift and resolute.
Why did I do that though?
That's a wrap.
The end has come.
Give me your worst.
I can use some fertilizer.
Wow, that was really bad. I burned a S0 skill for no reason during Alt 2. And that cut all my energy off that I needed.
All yours.
Life is in everything.
Fuck. 1, 2, back. 1, 2, dodge back. Parry. Oh no. Okay, we're fine. What is with my MS? I think the game's telling me, fuck you, stop playing. Okay, we're back to normal.
All yours. You barely made a dent.
Yeah, that helped. That dodge back helps a lot with the spacing.
Swift and
Okay, cool. That was pretty clean. I only wasted like a quarter of a second.
Strike from the shadows.
I don't have all
Nah, I did that a bit fast actually. This parry's gonna pick it.
Come at me.
There we go.
My shield can withstand more than that. Don't stand in my way. All yours.
Blue.
The Verina immediately it's a S0
Fruit of evolution.
No contest.
Perfect, perfect. This is clean, this is clean.
Heads around.
Swift and resolute.
And I fucked up.
Don't stand in my way.
Okay, that was really fucking messy, but it's fine.
The hour is upon us. I sense your weakness.
Fruit of evolution. Ha! I can use some fertilizer.
No! The throw! It was so clean.
All yours. Give me your worst.
I fapping it too. Also, I was too close anyway. I don't. That had a lot of dodge for a lot of like gap close that time.
All yours.
I can.
I swapped too quickly. No parry and Verina got hit in the face.
All yours.
Life is in everything. Fruit of evolution.
Swift and resolute. The end has come. I sense your weakness.
Come at me. I don't have all day.
I don't think I'm gonna get that in time. Oh, I did.
Don't stand in my way. My shield can withstand more than that.
Why did they do this basics? Whatever.
What a
Leave it to me.
waste of time.
Blue.
Oh, that was a mistake. I needed a concerto.
All yours.
Bask in the sunlight.
Shut.
The hour is upon
Okay,
us.
that was not clean, but it works. It's fine. It's fine.
I don't do overtime. Come at me. Reduce the dust. Don't stand in my way.
Fruit of evolution.
Clean, 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 clean.
Now I have a report.
No! He knocked me out of my enhanced forte. Damn, okay. This is doable. Getting closer and closer.
All yours.
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
Swift and
Perfect,
resolute.
perfect.
The end has
That was
come.
perfect.
No hesitation.
I don't have all day.
Immediate parry.
Come at me. Reduce the dust.
Clean, clean, clean.
What a waste of time.
One.
No good.
The sound.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Oh my god, why didn't I jump? Fuck.
Moment of resonance.
All of you at once.
Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. It's fine. We got full.
Reduce.
Leave it to me. Listen up.
Tiny bit of a throw there, but I think we're fine.
The fruit of evolution.
Give me your worst.
I sense the end has come. One.
Shut.
The sound.
Life
Oh,
is
this
in
is it.
everything.
This is it. This is it. No. Why? Why?
No contest. I can
It's okay. We got the earlier one. It'll still be good for this one.
Swift and resolute.
Yo, let's go. Oh, what was that? Like 1 minute 7 or something? 1 minute 8? Let's see. 1 minute 7, 54 seconds. Let's go. That's the run. That's the run. What the fuck is the timestamp right now? What is the timestamp? 8:07. Okay. We got the run. It was finally clean. This would have been so much faster if I wasn't doing this at fucking 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. We got the run, chat. Let's go. 8. 007. The run. Oh. Okay, cool. Cool. It happened. Alright. Oh man, the replay wasn't on. Sad. It's fine, we can just use the stream footage. Okay. Cool. Now that we've done that, and I'm actually satisfied with the run, I just wanted like sub 110. I did lose a few seconds there. I could have done that at least 4 seconds faster, but it's fine. I'm not going for a perfect speed run, I'm going for a good run. Okay, cool. And now I think it's important for us to do the whole thing where like we show off characters, right? Like take a look-see-loo at that. Like I said, my Zani's fucking jacked. I have built my Zani quite a bit, and I still don't really like my Capitanius, but it's still good. It's still okay. Because, like, yeah, she's got some pretty jacked. Like, she's the second most jacked next to my Changli. But to compensate, S0 is super cope. We were using a level 1 fucking slight energy sword. Yeah, her gear is not good. She was contributing literally no damage. Yeah, literally no damage. Fuck, did I forget to show Zani sequences? There you go, Zani sequences. And yeah, no, like, she has very high crit damage, but it's not really that relevant. And then as for Verina, Verina was running a level 40 variation, which definitely hurt her. I had to play cleanly or she couldn't ult in time, because I was lacking the energy regen from using my higher level one. But, you know, whatever, it just forced me to play more clean. Even with 200% ER, like, S0 does not build a lot of energy, so it is really tight to get the energy. Like you saw, we were just barely scraping it. Also, yes, I built my Verina for damage. She doesn't do any. It's just funny to me to run that, to like build her for damage instead of healing. I don't know, it makes me laugh. She doesn't do damage. You can watch the fucking runs, like the run again, and see how little damage she's doing, but it just is funny to me. And yeah, I don't have C2 either. I could C1, but I think it's funny just to not C1. Okay, cool. So that's all of the gear. We did the thing, chat. Let's go. So now to finish things. Oh shit, did I delete my spreadsheets tab? Whoops. Let me pull it back up real quick. Okay, cool. Friendship ended with Phoebe. So originally I did want to like also look at other teams and compare them, because like the super TLDR is that yes, Zani really wants Phoebe, and obviously you don't have to sweat like I did to make S0 work, but like Phoebe is really nice, and either her or S0 are needed to actually make Zani playable, like functional. However, in terms of like how important it is for like you to have Phoebe in from like a damage perspective, when you compare it to like other carries and their their ideal supports, oftentimes I'm going to have to run and test them, but it definitely seems like it's not at like that huge of a damage loss running S0, as you saw from the run. But yeah, so just to go over all of the stuff we talked about today in terms of specifically in a vacuum, like not relative to other characters, in a vacuum, Zani slash Phoebe, Zani plus Phoebe versus S0 plus Zani. So yeah, so first off, you know, just important little notes. Obviously, this is looking at meta slash power evaluations. Play what you want and whom you enjoy, and pull for your waifus and husbandos as long as you don't overspend. We love pulling and playing for waifu slash husbando in the Gundala. By the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, welcome to the Gundala. We love hags here. So Zani, just looking at some general like information that's important. Zani doesn't just get a damage multiplier from Phoebe slash Rover. She requires the Spectral Frazzle to even build up stacks for her ult and actually be functional. Like one of the two, until we get like other Spectral Frazzle supports, you need at least one for her to be baseline functional. And yeah, basically you need 16 to 18, ideally, Spectral Frazzle stacks per ult for you to actually get off 2 full damage Nightfalls consistently. Other DPSs, like, say, Carlotta without Zhi, let's say, like, for some reason, Camellia without Sanhua, those kinds of things, they do lose out on big multipliers like Ultra Buffs, which are full total damage multipliers, so, like, that is significant, but they still can function without them, right? Like, you can run Sanhua with basically any other carry in the game, and they still function. You can't do that with Zani, so that, by definition, does make her more restrictive. And, well, really the only exception is Jinxie. Jinxie requires 2 elements to function properly, but, like, that's not as strict a requirement. You just need to run different elemental teammates. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Phoebe is exclusively needed, because, as we just showed in the run, you can use Rover and still perform incredibly well. Man, you don't have to sweat as fucking hard as I did. I just wanted to specifically get a sub 1 minute 10 run. But yeah, so yeah, she does baseline functionality require Spectral Frazzle. This means that her teams are more limited, and she does need at least 1 more than other DPSs, like, than other DPSs need their ideal teammates. However, this is only from talking baseline ability function. Assuming you have 1 of these, there is a certain point of DPS loss where it doesn't really matter whether you function or not, right? And S0 doesn't hit that point. It's very clear S0 doesn't hit that point, similarly to how, for the most part, most of the premium the premium main DPSs, if they don't have their premium sub-DPS, they still don't hit the point of, like, you don't do enough damage. It's just more damage makes it easier to clear and makes your gear requirements lower, and your skill requirement especially much lower. I do kind of want to go through tower and just clear, like, hardest tower with basically every carry except for Zani / Phoebe with just Sanhua support, like, as a sub DPS at some point. I think that would be fun as a showcase. But yeah, so yeah, basically the main issue though, like, the other, like, when people talk about, oh, you need Phoebe for Zani,
All right.
as we've shown, very much not true, because S0 is literally free, because it's literally you. It's MC. It's the main character. However, the big issue with that is that you only have 1 Rover in the game. And that means that if you use her for a Zani team, you can't use her for any other teams in Tower of Adversity endgame, or in Wuthering Waves also endgame, right? And any other future endgame modes they put out, it's definitely gonna be multi-team content. In fact, they teased some in the live stream, so I guess it's coming next half of the anniversary patch. Anyway, but yeah, so this can be a problem, because, for example, Havoc Rover is a very decent carry, and it specifically is very good in Havoc dual DPS with someone like even Don. Like, it's kind of what makes Donjin strong, is running a Havoc Rover dual DPS setup with good swap canceling. Also can work with, like, Camellia and, like, other sort of units. Like, they can make a decent sub DPS replacements for, like, how Sanhua kind of can, because of their ability to do, like, big burst damage with certain quick swap rotations. Mostly your double resonance skill, alt resonance skill thing. But also it means that future Aero Erosion teams will get locked off if you're using S0 exclusively for Zani, because it's likely you'll want Aero Rover. That's not a hard confirm though, because at least from what I'm seeing, Aero Rover's damage amp isn't that huge, but they are definitely a hard enabler for multi-dot teams, because, like, they specifically can convert other dots like Spectral Frazzle into Aero Erosion. So I'm pretty sure when Xiaogona comes out in like 2 weeks or whatever it is, her best default team until we get an Aero Erosion main DPS, which my prediction is that's going to be Kartethia, because it just makes sense. It's going to be running her with Phoebe, because she's going to be Aero Erosion based, and Phoebe can add a lot of Spectral Frazzle stacks, which then Aero Rover can convert into more erosion stacks. So I see that to be very likely to be, like, her best team until we get Kartethia or whoever ends up being, like, the main DPS, because Xiaogona definitely seems like she's more of, like, the sub DPS type. But in that case, you're kind of running a dual sub DPS team, but like maybe it works because Era Erosion is strong when buffed up enough. I don't know. Anyway. But yeah. Which is just what I talked about right here. It's similar to like if you play Honkai Star Rail, it's kind of similar to how like Fugue and like Harmony Stell works, where like Harmony Stell's hard required for break teams, and if you're using her there, you can't use her for like Remembrance Stell that was launched in 3.x, so you need Fugue if you want to use a Remembrance Stell in like multi-team stuff. But anyway, yeah, I'm not super sold on Air Rover. Like I mentioned, like a free healer is cool, but the big question, because like Air Rover doesn't have that much like actual damage amp built in her kit, and like the reason Verina and Storekeeper are strong is not because they heal a lot. Like it's comfy, but it's not because they heal a lot. It's because they have a huge amount of damage amp for the entire team. And Air Rover doesn't seem like they have much, but this is going to not be the case if the new Aero Erosion sets stacks. If it stacks, then suddenly they become a very decent amper. But we'll see. Anyway, let's talk about comparisons between Phoebe and Spectral Rover, since, I mean, we showed that Zani does work, but there's a lot of nuance to it, so let's go over it. So, first off, part of what makes the thing that makes Phoebe incredibly nice is how comfy she makes Zani teams. Because she can build all of Zani's needed stacks just by doing her basic rotation. You don't have to do any quick swaps. When Zani's done ulting, you can just switch to Phoebe and then do her basic things, and now Zani's ready for ult, right? Like, and on top of that, she generates way more energy than S0 does, because in that run, if I had not done as many quick swaps as I did, I wouldn't have enough energy. With Zani only having 19% energy regen, I would have needed like a 30% or so if I wanted to skip one of those quick swaps, and more if you skip even more quick swaps. But if you do that, you're also losing confessions, you're also losing stacks. But yeah, so this makes it very, very comfy for Zani to ult off cooldown with max stacks, because ulting off cooldown is a very important point. Like, yes, you can build up more stacks over time while the cooldown's over and while your ult is like ready to go, but you're losing time in that case, and like that time is lost to DPS, which we're talking in like a DPS evaluation sort of sense, right? So like that's an important factor, is her being able to do it as soon as the cooldown is over with as many stacks as you can fit. Important note though, like a lot of people say like, oh, if you have her with Phoebe, you can like hit her potential or her damage ceiling. This is not true, because you can do a lot of swap canceling with the team. I showed it off earlier. Maybe I'll make a separate video or something talking about it, or do like a separate recording or something, or even just like find the part of the stream VOD where I went over that in detail. But there is like a lot of swap canceling you can do with Phoebe that overlaps your DPS more, and allows you to build stacks like even faster. Not that that really matters, but it does mean that you can get a lot more of overlapping effects in there, and noticeably increase your DPS ceiling. A big part of it is that with good swap canceling, you can swap to like Shorekeeper specifically more often, and be able to build more Concerto with her faster and get more Concerto going for even more energy regeneration, which allows you to have even lower energy recharge stats. With incredibly clean play, I'm pretty sure you can run 0 ER on Zani with a heavy quick swap optimized playstyle with Phoebe, but I need to test that. But I go decently over my energy when I play that way, so I'm pretty sure it's the case. We'll test it. But yeah, I think, and like that's the thing I think a lot of people don't realize, because she's very much seems like she's good as like a classic hyper carry, right? Like you do the support, so the Verina, Shorekeeper, whatever thing, you do the sub DPS / support thing, so you do the Phoebe thing, and then you go into Zani and you press ult and you stay on Zani until you've done all the damage, and you swap off and then do the whole thing again, like the classic Jian playstyle, right? Or the classic like Zhangli Yao playstyle, that kind of a thing, Camellia playstyle, Carlotta playstyle, just hyper carry. But because you can do so much tech with every single time Zani does Nightfall, you can swap cancel. Every time Zani does a parry, including in ult mode, you can swap cancel and swap back and then swap back for the Nightfall without losing any animation time on Zani. Every time Zani has a big animation, you can swap cancel, in even double swap cancel, where, like, for example, you could do Zani does her Nightfall, you swap into Phoebe, start your charge attack, and immediately swap into Shorekeeper, and you can get off, like, probably, like, 3 or 4 basics plus a charge attack before swapping back to Zani for, like, more efficiency. In my opinion, Zani is the 3rd highest skill ceiling DPS in the game. Because of all that, because that's not even, like, a third of the tech you can do with them. Like, you can also always, like, during the cooldown phase, swap to Zani for quick swap parries, and that significantly accelerates, like, her forte skill generation, which allows you to get even bigger damage and even bigger damage amp, and again, run even less ER. The only 2 characters that I think have a higher skill ceiling, if you really want to maximize them, is definitely Zhongli and Zhang Liao. And, like, separately, Zhang Liao can do the traditional hyper carry, like I mentioned. Changli really struggles with traditional hyper carry unless you own Brant, and even then, she's still just not as good as most other hyper carries. She's not built for it. But if you play Changli correctly, she is, in my opinion, universally the best character to have on your account that isn't Shorekeeper or Verina, because she can be a sub-DPS for literally everyone except for Zani. And if you run Sustainless or you run, like, Healerless, she can also work for Zani. Because if you play Changli optimally, she never has to be on the field for more than 1 second, oftentimes half a second at a time. But it's very high skill ceiling to do that. Zhang Liao, similarly, if you can play him optimally in the quick swap style that's not hyper carry, especially with Changli, but also other quick swap choices, he never has to be on the field for more than 1.5 seconds, and that's only for one specific animation. He can otherwise be on the field for half a second to 1 second every single time he's on the field. Because of that, you can literally play 2 or even 3 characters on the field all at the same time for, like, 90% of the fight, and as you can imagine, that's a lot of fucking extra damage. But it's very hard to play. But yeah, anyway, point is, in my opinion, 3rd most difficult after those 2. Like, in terms of hitting the skill ceiling, you can literally just do hyper carry Zani and just beat the shit out of the thing without caring about swapping at all and do fine. She performs really well that way too. She still clears all the content very well with that style. This is just if you're a fucking sweat like me or you just really enjoy, like, mechanical gameplay, which I clearly do because I just spent, like, 1.5 hours getting that run for S0 Zani. But yeah, other big thing with Phoebe gives so many damage multipliers to Zani. It's mostly from her outro, though. The outro gives 10% Spectral Res Shred. It gives 100% Spectral Frazzle Amplify. This is important to know because most of Zani's damage, especially in ult, counts as Spectral Frazzle damage. So, assuming no other amp exists, this is literally doubling, like, the damage of those attacks. But if you have Zani's signature, that gives another 50%, which dilutes it a bit, right? Because you don't get a full 50% damage increase. You get 150 divided by, plus base 100%. So you get 250 divided by 200%. And I actually made an amplification matrix here on the other tab. By the way, this spreadsheet's going to be completely publicly available if you want to look at it, if you want to copy the information, if you want to make use of it for anything, especially like this Spectral Frazzle damage amplification comparison matrix. But yeah, anyway. Like, for example, like I was just saying, you have Zani Sig. You have Zani Sig versus no Sig, but with Phoebe's outro included. So right here that would be A, B, D right here, compared to just A plus B, which is no signature, and it's a 36% damage increase, not a 50% damage increase. This is also including the 20% Spectral Frazzle Amplify that Zani gets from their enhanced skill for 14 seconds. But yeah, if you are curious about, like, specific like amounts and damage comparisons, the matrix is good for that. Just find what letter combination is the thing you want to compare to what other letter combination. But yeah, so yeah, basically you get a fuckload of damage amp from Phoebe because she's built she's like
Where are we
built
off to
specifically to
next?
be Zani's support. But the big thing about it that really amps up Zani's ability to have a high skill ceiling and do very cool tech is because Phoebe's outro doesn't drop on swap like most sub-DPSs outro amplifies. It just stays on until she swaps off of Confession, which you should never do in the Zani team. So it just always up after your first outro, basically. It's similar to how like Shorekeeper and Verina's work. They don't care if you swap, you still get the bonuses. And that also makes that, yeah, it means that like when you play Zani, you have 0 damage loss from quick swapping. And quick swapping is, as I've talked about, and as we showed off in the run, quick swapping is a lot of damage increase for Zani and a lot of really cool tech. You can't do stuff like that with, like, for example, a Carlotta Zhuzher team, because Zhuzher's outro buff will drop if Carlotta swaps off after she intros off of it. Same thing with like Gian Mordecai. You can actually do Gian like quick swap stuff and Carlotta quick swap stuff if you don't run those amplify sub DPSs, but that's a lot of damage loss too, even with that. But you know, with more skillful play, you can bridge that gap. But that's a topic for like a different stream. But yeah, this is what allows Zani to do all the quick swap tech. It allows you to do the quick swaps during her big animations to fit in other actions on other teammates. It allows you to do swap cancels, swap cancel parries, where like you do something with a different teammate, they're about to hit you, you swap to Zani and immediately parry, get a parry off, go back to the other character. Like this is that kind of like swap pack parry is like stuff she can do because she doesn't lose the damage bonus from she doesn't lose the damage amplification and bonus she gets from from Phoebe if she's swapping around. Also, Sig also gives Spectrofrazzle amplification, but like I said, it's in the Matrix if you want to like take a look at specifics. Oh, also, very, very important consideration for Phoebe. She has movement creep, if you didn't know, because Phoebe can do this. Well, check out the movement creep. This matters so much in Renacita, where you can literally fly wherever the fuck you want. It is nice in Jinzo, and like, it's not a huge deal, right? This doesn't really let you like climb things you can't climb, do weird tech or stuff like that. It's just funny and slightly faster than sprinting. Huge. Massive. Alright, and then otherwise, Spectral Rover. Let's talk about Spectral Rover. Also, hi Eric Dye, hi chat. For the most part, I'm not going to be answering chat right now just to kind of get through all of this. But just wanted to make sure, acknowledge you and Eri. But yeah, so Spectral Rover, the big issue with Spectral Rover, two big issues, but the big issue is that she struggles to build enough Spectrofrazzle for Zani. This is because Zani wants to have 16 to 18. She wants to have 16 to 18 stacks before she ults. Although her first ult rotation, you should go lower because it's just wasting time, not ulting as fast as you can with decent stacks. As you saw on the run, we didn't go full stacks with the first ult. We went with just enough to get 2 Nightfalls, even though the second Nightfall does less damage. But yeah, it's because Spectral Rover's ult gives 6 stacks, and it's a 20-second cooldown, so you can only do it once per rotation, realistically. Any longer, and you're just wasting Zani's ult time. And then each of her Forte enhanced skills does 2 extra stacks. But the 2 extra stacks from the Forte skill has a 6-second cooldown. That's why you saw I was constantly swapping back to her in the cooldown phase, building up stacks by every 6 to 8 seconds roughly. I wasn't super clean about it. Like, you can very cleanly do 6 seconds each time. I was getting the Zrover skill off so I could build up enough stacks for Zani before her ult was off cooldown. And on top of that, each of Zani's Forte skills is worth 2 stacks. I need to swap off Phoebe sounds. I dislike them. But, yeah, every single one of Zani's is also worth 2 stacks, which is 10 blaze, but, like, the important point is 2 out of the 16 to 18 stacks you want. And so that's why trying to make sure you get 2 in for Zani during the cooldown period is nice, but you can make do with 1. You just have to remember Zani's Forte does give you damage amp, does give Zani damage amp, so you want to make sure that right before you ult, you use her enhanced Forte skill. If you just can't build up a second one in time, it's more important to make sure you save that Forte skill for popping it right before the amp. However, as you saw in the run, you can pop it, then swap cancel, and swap cancel the animation of it to S0 fit in your very last bit of like stack building, then go back to Zani right as it ends and press Alt. So you can do swap cancel tech there for both S0 and Phoebe in that case. But yeah, so what that basically means, assuming like the bare minimum you're gonna have happen, right, is Rover does one forte skill, and then Zani does one forte skill, and then you have the ultimate from S0. This is only 10 stacks. That is not enough, and so that's why you need to fit in more of these for Zani to do good damage, because 10 stacks only lets you do one strong Nightfall and not even get like another special parry in. So that basically means you're like almost halving your damage during ults by only having 10 stacks. Not quite, because like 60, 65, 70% or something with ballparking, but you lose a lot of damage is the point. So trying to get to that 16, 18 is very important, so you can do 2 full power Nightfalls, because they do an absolute dickload of damage. This means we need a minimum of 6 more per Zani ult to get the 2 full power Nightfalls. 14 works, your second Nightfall is just weaker. 12 works, but can work, but you have to do a parry on the second one for it to work, and again, Nightfall is much weaker. And minimum rotation speed from cooldowns is going to be 18 seconds, because we want to get the 3, if we want to get the 3 S0 stacks, it's 18 seconds, or 12 if you do what like I was doing in the run, but it's much harder to do, where the moment Zani ult ends, you immediately go to S0 and you pop the skill, because then that's technically like a 0 to 1 seconds used for the first skill, and then the next 12 seconds are used for the other 2 skills. That is definitely harder to do, but it is going to be the most efficient way to get those stacks built up, because if you can get 3 S0 in, then you're good. You might have energy issues like we kind of saw happen in that run. It's very close energy wise, but that is good enough for you to make sure that she's stacked up and therefore playing the same functionality wise, not damage amp wise, but functionality wise as you do with Phoebe. If you want her to still perform at that level, again, minus the stat difference, then the minimum you need to get those 3 S0 forte skills in, or you need 2 of them, and you need 2 Zani parry, or 2 Zani enhanced skills during that period of time that her ult is like going off cooldown. With good parries and good outros and swap canceling to build up efficient Zani. Like anytime you go onto Zani with her intro, she can just do a not even parry, just normal skill into a basic attack 3, which is skips to, and she has enough for her special skill. So like if you can make sure you're funneling that properly, you can get the 2 forte stacks or the 2 forte skills very easily on Zani. But again, that's a skill. There's a higher level of like skill expression and planning. And similarly, Spectral Rover needs to have, assuming that you do what I was doing with the swap cancels in the run, where you make sure that S0 is swap canceling during Zani's Nightfalls, so that you can get her forte at absolute max 2 full stacks when Zani's ult ends. You still need 1 more stack to get the 3 in if you're doing it that way, which you can do with an intro. Introing into S0 similarly also lets her have a full stack to burn on another enhanced skill. So those are kind of your options. Ideally, basically, you just try to make use of 1 to 2 intros to get some combination going. Zani's gonna do more damage, obviously. It's just harder to do it quickly with Zani, because S0 can literally just press skill and leave. Zani has to like actually do some comboing even after an intro to actually get her skill active. But yeah. And if you can fit in, and if the enemy's moving and you can fit in parries and stuff, then you can do it even faster, because you can achieve 5 parries in 5 seconds or even less, and get 2 of those enhanced skills off in that time period with Zani if they're attacking you, and you can swap into Zani and appropriately parry at the right times. So like it is very doable, but again, a lot of the time, because Zani, like as you saw in the run, because Zani does so much goddamn vibration damage, they're gonna be like not attacking a lot of the time. So you kind of have to, at that point, use the intros and use the S0 rotations to build up enough stacks, because you can't parry for faster generation. It's kind of a fun little, I guess it's a kind of a fun dissonance in her kit, is that she gets so much out of doing parries, but one of the things she gets out of doing parries is knocking them out, so she can't parry anymore. But yeah.
Alright.
Overall,
Where are we off to
getting the
next?
16 stacks and even 18 stacks, very doable, but you do have to use swap cancel tech. You can't do it without swap cancel tech in enough time. Like, you have to be doing swap cancels to build S0Rover's forte stacks during the Zani ult, and you have to, and like, you don't have to, but you also ideally want to be able to do, like, while S0Rover or your Verina or Shoalkeeper are doing stuff, being able to swap parry onto Zani when they're attacking you so she can build up her forte fast as well. So what this basically means, it is incredibly realistic and very possible to play Zani off cooldown with the appropriate amount of stacks with S0Rover, but it's much higher skill ceiling, skill floor, sorry, it's much higher skill floor than Phoebe because you have to use swap cancel tech. Like, you have to use it if you want to do it off cooldown. You can do it slower and waste Zani ult time because you've been like off cooldown for like 5-10 seconds or something. But if you want to do the same thing Phoebe can do without thinking, like, it's so easy on Phoebe, you do need to use swap cancel tech. And so that's, and like, you don't have to get anywhere close to the level of swap cancel tech I was doing in the run, because like, with really messy swap cancel tech, I was still clearing like minute 30 with my pretty jacked Zani, but both of my supports doing literally 0 damage.
Alright. Where are we
But
off
I
to
specifically wanted to clean up the run to like, thanks, Alarm. I specifically wanted to clean up the run to be a sub 1 minute 10, just because I enjoy playing the tame and I wanted to kind of show off what cleaner play looks like for it, right? Like, you can get even cleaner. I'm pretty sure you can 1 minute or sub one. You can't 1 minute because just cooldown, ult cooldown issues. Maybe if I do like a super fast, shave like 5+ seconds off of the very first ult and only do like a single strong nightfall, and then make use of like the third ult faster to clear, it might be possible, but you can probably get like a 1 minute clear.
Alright.
With
Where
my
are we off to
team
next?
if I really clean it up. But point is, like, so that's not even like what I'm doing isn't even hitting the ceiling, but you don't have to play that well. You just need to make sure you're getting enough stacks, basically. And what I was doing was, as you saw, I didn't have enough energy recharge, which you probably want to run high. You also need to run higher energy recharge with this team compared to Phoebe, because Phoebe builds a lot more energy than S0Rover does. Especially just like per skill and everything. So yeah, that's another thing, is that Phoebe can more easily access lower ER stats for Zani, and you have to play pretty clean to have Zani's ult come up in time with the 19% energy regen I have. But obviously just run 30%, like just run 30% or more, and you don't have to play as cleanly as I was playing to make sure Zani has enough ult energy on time, because we scraped it every ult. But yeah, also, like, and then so like, another thing just to keep in mind is that like, people talk about like, but Phoebe also can do more damage, and like, it's technically true. Phoebe in confession mode does more damage than S0Rover, but it's not too her damage isn't that significant. Like, her damage isn't that significant because confession Phoebe does like literally less than a third or quarter of the damage that like actual main carry Phoebe does, because main carry Phoebe has ridiculous amplify modifiers built into her, like her absolution main DPS mode, on top of having access to twice as many charge attacks for dumping damage. But yeah, so the big thing though, damage wise, Phoebe provides a lot more damage amp, as we looked at, and the matrix can show you, like, she does a lot more damage amp. So that's I'm not like, Phoebe is just gonna do a lot more damage, even without like technical play and swap canceling. Phoebe teams just do a lot more damage because she just makes Zani hit so much harder. But as we showed off, you don't really need that damage amp to clear if you can play cleanly enough with S0Rover, because like, yes, the current Tower of Adversity center buff is a massive shill buff. It's significantly increasing my Zani's damage, but I still cleared in minute 10 with S0Rover and Verina doing literally no damage with a well-built Zani. I'm not saying my Zani isn't good, but again, it's very doable. You can also look at YouTube. There's so many runs with like Zani S0Rover that clear fast in like the current like top end game. Like, it's doable, but it does require more skill input. It does require you sweating harder compared to Zani Phoebe, where you just basically you can play brain dead and it still does a shitload of damage. because like by comparison, S0 gives 10% red shred, which like Phoebe already does, and that gives none of the spectral frazzle amplify. Again, I haven't calculated it, but it's significant. If I did a really clean swap cancel run of Phoebe against the Dirge or Dragon of Dirge Dragon or whatever, I'm pretty sure like could do a sub 50 or faster pretty easily. Just considering damage, like I would probably just need the second. I would probably just need like the second part of the second ult rotation to kill it because of how much damage amp it is. But yeah. So, with all this yapping, what is the conclusion? So our conclusion is of to Phoebe or not to Phoebe in a vacuum, because I do want to later talk about the comparison of like this versus like how other carries work, right? With their ideals, with their ideal versus not their ideal sub-DPSs and support. But in this case, just in a vacuum, Phoebe make Zani do big, funny number because she applies a shitload of buffs versus Rover. However, again, you don't need those buffs. My clear was a very fast clear with like higher level technical play, but I cleared in the minute 10, I had plenty of time left, and there's plenty of like runs on YouTube showing off that S0 teams work fine. Phoebe also makes her Zani way easier to play though, because Zani does so much more damage with her, but also doesn't need tech. Like, you don't need any swap cancel tech to make Zani team work. It's borderline brain dead to play. Like, it's about as easy as Camellia is to play, which is arguably the easiest team to do good damage on, especially because Sanhwa's free. It's like very simple to play traditional hyper carry with Phoebe, and you can't do that with S0. And just a little note, hyper carry, again, just to repeat, hyper carry is it basically refers to the playstyle where you don't worry about swap canceling. You do one character's thing, main DPSs thing, right? Gion is kind of like the first and classic example of like, you do your Verina or Shorekeeper thing, you do your Mortify thing, and you go to Gion, you press ult, and you hit things until you're out of ult, and you repeat the process. Similarly with Phoebe, you do your Shorekeeper or Verina things, you do your Phoebe things, you go to Zani, and you press ult, and you beat the shit out of the thing until you're done with ult, and you go back to Verina Shorekeeper, and you do Phoebe things, repeat, right? And she still does an absurdly good amount of damage playing that way. But you can get more damage out if you fit in swap cancels and things like that. But yeah, okay. So otherwise, S0 does require the swap cancel tech. You just literally can't get enough stacks and ult off cooldown or even close to off cooldown without doing the swap cancels. You just don't have enough time. Like the time is tight to make sure that you're ulting around when Zani's ult comes off cooldown with enough stacks. So like you basically, you have to do it if you want to do it fast. Like you can do it traditional carry style and like swap from your Verina / Shorekeeper to your S0 to your Zani, but then you have to swap back to S0 again, and then probably Zani again, and even S0 again if you do hyper carry style, at which point you're going like well over 10 seconds over the ult cooldown, which just like around 1/2 to 1/3 your damage, your DPS, right? Because if you're adding 50% time to each of your ult rotations and it's the vast majority of your damage, like you're doing 2/3 of damage you could be doing, and that's a huge damage loss. So so like the swap cancel tech is kind of necessary for the team to function properly. So that's kind of like the big appeal with Phoebe at the end of the day. Pulling Phoebes means that you have much lower skill ceiling, which means, and much more damage, which means you don't have to play as well, and you can also have worse gear and still clear fine with Zani. S0 wants a combination of good gear and good play to really function at a more competitive level. Also, there's only one rover. If you use S0, you can't use erover or havoc rover. for other teams, in case you like running like Havoc Rover, Dungeon, Dual DPS, or you want to have access to Aero Rover for future Aero Erosion teams like Chalcona, and probably for now Phoebe as well, because you can do stat conversion with Aero Rover. And like this isn't a big deal if you're just not doing endgame content, because you can just use use whatever teams you want to. But if you're doing endgame content, which is like the context we're talking about in here, if you're using endgame content, you need 2 to 3 teams. And you can only use Rover on one of them. And so depending on your account and what characters you have, that's an important consideration you have to make. Like, if one of your main teams is Havoc Rover, dual DPS kind of setup or something, or even like Hyper Carry Havoc Rover, you can't use her as a support for Zani. And if you really want to like go in on the Aero Erosion teams in the future, you can't use her as a support. In that case, you need Phoebe to make Zani work. You just do. So yeah, that's just another important consideration. Everyone's account's different. I can't tell you generally, oh, do this or do this, or you should pull this or pull this, because everyone's account quality is different. If you don't have very good gear, Phoebe's just going to amplify damage enough to make it easier to clear. If you are willing to put in more effort and effort to practice, I guess, like, if you're willing to put in more effort to practice and play at a higher skill level and really learn how to play, because it took, like, I've basically never played this team before, so I spent like an hour and a half practicing it on stream, and then we finally hit the sub 110 run I wanted to get. So, like, it does take practice to get used to it, unless you're just like a fucking god gamer who picks up rotation super fast. I'm not. I'm not, but I'm very good at figuring out ways to optimize and like figuring out scripts and figuring out like what I should be doing in what situation. I just take some time to actually do it with my fingers when things are happening. But yeah, like at the end of the day, we covered all the points. So if you think you want to feeb or not to feeb because you own Zani, them's the choices. You will always perform best with Zani, but you don't have to. Zani will always perform best with Phoebe, but you don't have to use Feebs. You can use S0 It's just there are many considerations with using S0 It's a very nuanced subject, which is why I have just spent a really long amount of time explaining it. Okay, cool. Well, since I definitely am planning on turning this into like a clipped VOD to put on the YouTube channel, hi YouTube frogs, and not current YouTube chat because they're just sitting here listening, I guess. But thank you for listening. I hope that answered incredibly in-depth and probably in an overly nuanced way your questions about whether you should get Phoebe or not for Zani. Again, oh, that's annoying. Again, I should do it right now, actually. But anyone with link, copy link to right there. So link to the spreadsheet right there for in the chat right now for anyone in chat who wants to make use of it themselves right now. It is a viewer only, but you can make a copy if you want to make your own copy to like work on to like mess around with it. And let me add that to the description right now. The spread. Oh,
we off to next?
The spreadsheet that we painstakingly put together on stream tonight, and then post the link. Perfect. Save that, and of course, in whatever YouTube font or whatever the fuck I end up making with this, the link will be in the description and in the pinned comments in case you want to look at the stuff yourself, in case you want to look at... I know that like I was kind of covering up a bunch of the text while explaining, but I explained everything verbally anyway. But if you want reminders or to look at the points again yourself, like they'll be on the spreadsheet. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this, because this is going to be the first video I've made in like 8 fucking months. Unless you count like the cameo I did in Spider2B's Not a Night video, which was... Thank you very much to him again. That was very fun to do. I'll leave a link to that video too if you want to see me do a shitter meme for like 15 seconds. All right, cool. Well, thanks YouTube. Bye. And we're done. bid ends
All right. Where are we off to next?
8:52. Boy, I'm gonna have to like actually do some clipping and editing for once. But moving forward in the future, this is like kind of how I want to focus on doing, like, if I do videos for the channel, this is kind of how I want to focus on doing them. I just don't have that much of an interest anymore in like sitting down, recording stuff, going through and editing stuff and all this stuff. Like, I'm really enjoying streaming, and that's what I want to focus on. But if I make guides that are easy, like people can just like watch, and like videos, I'm just gonna do them on stream like this and cut it. Maybe do a few cuts in there if necessary for like the ums or ahs or repeating shit or stuff like that. But yeah, this is how I'm gonna do videos from now on if I do end up doing videos. Like, I want to do like a Changli guide, and I'm just gonna do that on stream. So if you want to, so you can like view it live for yourself if you want to. Speaking of, like, if any of you want to just keep up with my shit, I didn't put this in the YouTube video. Okay, I'm gonna cut this into the YouTube. Into the end of the YouTube video. Forgot to mention also that if you want updates about like things I'm working on, you want to see my random shitter posts, you want to see really beautiful Yuri arts or Monster Hunter or gacha memes, if you want to see like me write random like 5-10 paragraph essays about random shit, like one of those essays on Twitter is literally why this entire stream happened, because I just wrote like a 5-7 paragraph dissertation on Twitter about this about like this compared to like other carries. If you want to see that kind of shit and like know when streams are happening and all that shit, like just follow me on Twitter. It's literally the only place I post. I don't really post on YouTube. I don't have my Instagram exists to follow tattoo authors. Like, Twitter is literally the only place that I post anything or update things and all that shit. So yeah. Anyway. Bye. Okay, well, I'm gonna add that in now because I am bad at this. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like I am telling future YouTube, if you want things like that, follow me on Twitter, because I also like don't even always post the streams. Like, I did post a stream in Mathalos tonight, but I don't always do that because a big issue is like, since Tuna and I'm like sharing that, I don't want to post when it's close to midnight East Coast, because it's going to like potentially cause people to like unnotify or leave or stuff like that, because they're like, why am I getting an at like midnight? But I do stream really late, so yeah, Twitter's just gonna be the best way. Since I'm enjoying this so much, I'm probably gonna start doing things like making a stream schedule and treating it a little bit more seriously. So I've just been like super casually doing streaming as like a super casual, like, fun hobby. But like, this was really fun to do tonight, and obviously apparently people give a shit and enjoy it, because this is by far the highest concurrent viewers I've had since Wilds came out. Also, thank you all in the chat for being in here. So yeah, this was really fun to do. I enjoyed testing it. I enjoyed kind of working out all these things and the nuances. I enjoyed just spending like, what, 30-40 minutes just now, like, explaining all of it. I'm enjoying interacting with chat, even though I haven't done that with you guys in like the past hour, because I was trying to record stuff, like get stuff for the video and everything. But yeah, I don't know. This has been really fun. I want to do more of this, and I definitely want to do more of this with Wua and ZZZ, because I love the mechanical complexity and ceiling in those games, and I want to yap about it as well as practice it as well as show it off to people. I'm more interested in that than the gaming math at this point. I like mechanical gameplay and teaching people how to play better, so you don't just have to have higher number, right? Anyway, okay, what did I miss? Yeah, that's right, Aria, sorry, I didn't get to read your message earlier when I was explaining things, but I caught around 1.1, so I missed out on the free Zhang Liao, so I'm playing Changli Carlotta Quickswap right now, but seeing people go Giga APM with Chang Liao team, yeah, the Chang Liao team is hilariously fun. However, if you want something closer to the Chang Liao team, I mean, she works with Carlotta, if you play her well with swap cancel, she works with literally every other DPS in the game. She's just a cracked sub-DPS, generally speaking. Like, she's Sanhua on crack if you can play her well. But, so she works with anything. But if you want kind of more of a dual DPS team that is kind of more of like a Changli dual DPS team, actually, Changli with oh my god, what's her name? Shishia. you know, gun like dual
Alright.
pistol funny
Where
redhead
was the
lady.
next?
If you do Qixia Chang Li is like actually a solid team, and the only way that like Qixia's good, especially if you have S6 though, it's a really solid team because A, they do a good job filling each other's downtimes, for sure. And B, Qixia is the only character in the game currently who makes full use of Changli's amplify. So you can do a lot of quick swap stuff in like kind of the cooldown periods and whatnot. And then when you have Changli outro, you swap to Qixia and you do her Daka stuff and then pop her ult because for some fucking reason Qixia's ult motion value is absurdly high. I don't know why. They just decided to make her ult like do a dump load of fucking damage for some reason. It's like a genuine numerical anomaly in the game. But yeah. Yeah, Changli Yao team is a lot of fun. I'm really hoping Kuro does the cool thing and for all the like the 2.x players and whatnot, because so many came back, but also so many new players because of PS5 and people like glazing Wuwa 2.0. Like, so many people have come in who weren't there for Zhangli Yao, and it just would be a cool thing. I mean, it's not going to be that much scratch off their own back. They're probably going to wait for it until after Anniversary because she's on banner right now, right? Like, maybe a patch or two, they could do it. But, like, it'd just be cool if they gave everyone a free Zhangli Yao who didn't get them before. Or even just give it to the old players, too, so we can have, like, a sequence or some shit. I don't know. It would be cool if they did that. Because they already did it once, and, like, might as well do it again for the newer players because a lot of new people came in there and they want to keep them, right? And I definitely know that's like a point of like annoyance for a lot of the new players that I've like talked to and like seen talk about shit. Do I get Phoebe or Zani weapon? Zani weapon, 100%. I mean the signature matrix here shows it off, but like more specifically right here. Zani Sig versus no Sig, 23%. Phoebe Sig versus no Sig, 40%. And mind you, this does not even include the stat gains that you get from Zani's weapon. This is purely the amplify from their kits and their weapons. Because this says 23%, it's significantly higher because of the stats you get. Like, you get defense shred, you get higher base attack, you get a fuckload of crit damage. So, like, this is, like, just part of the damage increase. It's definitely close to like 40% plus, possibly higher. But yeah, then Zani Sig versus Phoebe Sig, even just on this amplify and not including that stat gain, like it's still 8% better. Phoebe Sig versus Zani and Phoebe Sig though, if you want to get both, I don't recommend it, especially if you're like wanting to be conscious of like your pulls and savings and stuff. But if you did get them as 30%, 6% amplify, etc., etc. But yeah, 100% Zani Sig. If you want it for a Zani team, you get Zani Sig. It's so much more damage increase. And but that being said, if you also want to, for some reason, run like Phoebe main DPS too, like it is good for her as main DPS too. But yeah, no, for Zani, 100% Zani Sig. It's so good for her. And I somehow got 2 in a single 10 pull, so I'm just leaving the other one at level 1 forever, I guess. Because I think it's funny. Standard Bandai game practices, G-Eternal, look at the drop rate for Lacus, 0.3% page. Yeah, you were mentioning G-Eternal last stream, Acrafius. Damn, that is like actually awful. What the fuck? That's garbage rates. That is like under half of Genshin base rates. That's awful. To think about the viewership you'd have if you streamed at a time when people are like, so here's the thing, Wilt. A lot of people that watch my streams lately are like EU and also for some reason Australia. Like last stream I did 2 days ago. We were when I was doing like Honkai stuff. I think we were like kind of just generally around like 15 to 12, a little maybe close to 20 like when it started, but I started streaming like 9 or 10 p.m. or something. At 3 a.m. my time, we spiked to 30. Like closer to like 27 through 29. Like at 3 a.m. my time, we just fucking spiked. I guess because a bunch of Europeans and Australian people and shit just kind of went, oh, cool, stream. I stream at 3 a.m. USA. I stream at 3 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. So currently also, I believe, same as or 1 hour off from like West Coast, like California and stuff, which is not as bad for like EU and Australians and all the people on the other side of the pond, compared to like if I was East Coast, it'd have to be way later. So it works out kind of nicely. I don't know how much I can keep up with like the very, very late night streams. It kind of depends on how the next few weeks and everything go with stuff, because I'm taking, after like this exam period, I'm taking a break from school and focusing on getting back into like regular routine and like doing regular full-time work again, and kind of just sorting out my head and figuring things out, and also like messing around more with streaming too. But I mean, I'm doing that while also in the exam period, whatever. But like I need a break from school, and I need to figure shit out in my life, because ever since the separation and then divorce with Jenny and everything, like I haven't really had any direction or shit in life, and I'm still in the process of like grieving the future we had together. We're still like very close friends, we still talk a lot and everything. It just kind of came down to different life goals. I want a kid and they realize that they don't, and that's just how it goes sometimes. I knew they were on the fence when we got married, so you know, I knew it was a possibility, just always hoping they fall on the other side. For those who want, you know, random TMI drop in the middle of stream. I'm very open about this kind of shit. I'm not really the type to shy away from talking about these things. Is that, like, a bad thing? I don't fucking know. But I'm not the type to shy away from talking about that stuff, or, like, in the past, talking about mental illness stuff. I recognize that I am a Menhera hag VTuber. Fortunately, Menhera is in demand. End of stream lore dropping. True and real. Let's see. Yeah, it's 4:40 at this point. Do you want to do any other? You know what? I'm not gonna like push for a good run. I just kind of want to do it because I enjoy it so much. I need to grab a little water first. But yeah, I'm just gonna go fight Dirge again, but I want to fight them with the Chang Liao team because it's just really fun to play.
Anything I can help you with?
And I'm just using an R5 Stoned on him because I just didn't care to get his signature. I don't care enough about him. I don't like him enough as a character to get his signature, because my pulling is mostly simp stuff. It's mostly for waifu stuff. But I do like playing him a lot. He's very fun to play. But yeah, anyway, we'll do like a little bit of that and then end off stream because it's been a while. But I do want to do like a little bit more before I get off. But I'll be right back. I need a lot of water. I talked for a very long time and I've been out of water for like an hour. And we are so back, chat. When you streamed around 6 p.m. you had like 80 or forgot? No, that wasn't because I streamed around 6 p.m. That's because Wilds just came out. I've streamed at 6 p.m. since, and it hit like 20. Something like that. Like 20 is kind of like the general average for my streams because I don't have a stream schedule. Oh wait, shit, I never turned off the BRB. 20 is like the general average, I would say, around that range, right? Because like this one's particularly big, but it's all part of it's because like I guess people want to really know about the Zani Phoebe thing. And because it's like more wooer, it's more like wooer stuff and all of that. I don't know, it's various factors. I'm not 100% sure why there's so many people this stream, but I'm not complaining. And I am enjoying like teaching and yapping about shit. But yeah, it's not like I said, the biggest specs I've seen have actually been late at night, generally speaking. And again, it does depend on topic. I think it's really just more what's going on the stream more than anything else, right? Like the art stream had probably the least amount of people, but that's understandable. It's a random art stream. But yeah. And there it is. I had the burp coming. Okay. But yeah, let's do a little shits and giggles. Okay, we've got to reset this one. Wait, shit, the dragon is so fucking fire. God damn it. Okay, never mind. This one is a bit sweaty. Like, I have and can clear this with a good amount of time left, but it's like especially sweaty, and I don't really feel like that right now. So let's just do this one because it's still also a harder one. Because I kind of just want to play it for fun. I don't really want to sweat super hard. And like for that specific clear, I do have to sweat decently hard in order for it to clear. Of course, when I did that, those like clears and testing too, though, my Zhang Liao was using really bad gear for some reason. I don't know why. I never bothered to like actually put his pieces together well because I have a lot of 5-piece electro pieces from maining Calcaro at the beginning of the game and playing a lot of Yinland too. What? Oh fuck, why is this fake burnt? God damn it. But anyway, okay, yeah, so let's do funny quick swap team. You know what? I haven't done this team with Verina yet. Fuck it, let's do it with Verina. I am gonna give her like an actual fucking
Hopefully,
variation.
we'll make new findings.
Not that she needs the energy regen, but like, I was doing that earlier for like the shits and giggles. Yeah, Stoner's really good on him actually though. Like, if you have R5 Stoner, this is the battle pass weapon. If you have R5 Stoner, it's at least according to Grimm's calcs, it's just about as good as the standard 5-star gauntlets on him, and I don't own those. There's like that and the pistols, the ones I don't own, but I also don't care to own them that much because I have Zani's fucking stat sticks. I just don't really want to use them on him. I just think it's funnier to use this one. Actually, I think this one might actually be better, honestly. I don't know if Grimm's put any calcs for Zhang Liao with like Zani's, but Zani's are just stat sticks, while this one actually has a very specific bonus that's good for him because he is a resonance liberation damage dealer mostly. I don't know. I haven't decided. Maybe I have like Carlotta's pistols and shit too. I'm gonna have Chow Conla's pistols. Maybe I do just say like, fuck it and give like get the gauntlets. Shrug. I don't know. I'll eventually have all of them anyway. It's just, but yeah, Custonet is pretty situationally good. Like, it's not good on any other gauntlet user right now, and it probably won't be good on future gauntlet users because I'm likely to do like another resonance liberation damage one. So I don't know. I don't know. Story pushing time? Nah, it's... If I'm gonna do story pushing, I want to have like a good few hours for it, right? I can do like, what, a quest? And then like, I want to try to hop off around 5-ish or maybe a little bit after, right? I don't want to... I need to catch up on sleep really badly. I have had like average 6 hours of sleep like this entire week so far, basically. It is what it is. I've like had shit to do, and on top of that, I've been staying up way too late on accident. Partly because I've been streaming so much, but it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, This babe just got randomly burnt to hell. Why? Oh well. But yeah, Chung Li Yao. Chung Li Yao. My gear is okay on Zhang Liao. It's not insane or anything, and I'm using like Battle Pass R5 weapon, so not a signature, nor is it like the standard banner 5-star weapon. But like I said earlier, my Chung Li is a very not a good example of a Chung Li's output. My Chung Li is fucking cracked. I have put so much effort into her. My Chung Li is, for those who are new in stream too, after like we do a few runs, I'll show you my Chung Li. Oh, and also, oh man, are you fucking kidding me? This is like 40% resist. Oh my god, my Chung Li is gonna fucking melt things. Okay, we'll do one run on here because it's funny, but I need to do like a different tower, a different boss, because like this thing's going to fucking melt. Okay, let me try to. Sensor is funny. Let me try to quickly remember initial rollout. After that, it's just constantly quick swapping. But initial rollout is resonance skill, immediate cancel to Verina or Shorekeeper. Do their thing. Immediately swap cancel to Zhang Li Yao. I'll just keep calling him Yao at this point because Zhang Li and Chung Li is confusing because they are pronounced very similarly. It's more like Zhang Li, but whatever. Yeah, so then pop is his ult. Pop his ult. Immediately swap back. I can't do start his rotation just yet because I need to swap back to Chung Li without activating her stack because like we resonance skill at the very beginning to get the cooldown going, but we have to make sure we don't burn it and we pop ult and heavy attack and then come back to her to pop it for the extra stack. That allows us to get a very quick second heavy attack. But in order to do that, like you have to do very specific initial rollout. Because if you do like Zhang Liao's primary like cancel after his ult, you'll end up in the air and Chung Li will automatically burn the stack. So you have to be on the ground and not inputting any attacks or anything. Okay, yeah, let's go. Oh, right. I didn't do it fast enough. You have to like immediately fucking swap, otherwise Verina ends up in the air.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Variable elimination.
Yeah, that gets me out of there.
Confined within limits.
Who's the caged bird?
I got a little slowed down by that, but whatever. Skill. Pop, pop, swap. Ah, I must have burned the stack when I got fucking... Whatever, it's fine. Okay, that was not the correct button.
Variable elimination.
Okay, I'm not doing this super well, if I'm being completely honest.
Exploit.
Oh yeah, no, I fucked that up really badly. I didn't get the third one off. I haven't played this team in a second, so it's gonna take a second for me to kind of like actually get the rest off. Especially because I fucked up that initial rotation.
Luminous energy. The fruit of evolution.
Variable elimination. Pierce through the stars.
No, I need to wait like half a second. Fuck it, whatever. No, that's right. I need to wait like half a second so she doesn't like burn the stack immediately, because it's still counting as an attack input buffered in.
Bask in the sunlight. Fruit of evolution.
Oh, what am I doing? Wrong input.
Variable elimination. All shall reveal itself.
Wait half a second. Oh my gosh, why is it automatically doing it? Whatever, it's fine. I think it might be because I'm... Oh, fuck, it missed. Damn, that sucks. Shit. Wasn't paying attention, didn't dodge. I don't know if I can do the resonance skill thing. I might have to not do a shorter Verina thing. Because Shorekeeper works a lot better at doing this than Verina does. Yeah, I might have to do it this way. Okay.
Life is in everything.
Pierce through the stars.
Beckon
Perfect,
the
didn't burn it.
divine flame.
Oh my god, the fucking wind tornado just killed his part. But yeah, that's exactly what... that's kind of the rotation that's needed. The wind tornado might fuck it up though a bit.
Bask in the sunlight.
All shall reveal itself.
Be
Soon she
reduced
lands.
to
Perfect, perfect,
cinder.
perfect, perfect. Charge attack. No, it's... Okay, I have to swap back to Verina after that. He's losing his ability to get his first rotation done because of the wind wall. But that's exactly how we want that to look.
Make it fast.
Yeah, it's easy with Shorekeeper, but it's still doable with Verina. You need to like swap back to Chang-Li like right as or before she finishes her full resonance skill, so she doesn't burn the stack immediately. You can ult and charge attack instead, and still be able to do the stack after the first forte charge attack. That's the wrong ones.
Luminous energy.
Pierce through the stars.
Might be a little late on Chang-Li. Nope, we're fine.
The divine flame.
Shit, I keep fucking forgetting I need to swap it. Oh my gosh, yeah, this sucks. But she still gets the stack, see?
Sever. My blade yearns. Triumph through seconds.
I just fucking cancelled her thing. Whatever. This fucking monkey wind tunnel is fucking with this so much. I actually might just fucking grapple out of there.
Bask in the sunlight.
Verity. Confined within limits.
Be reduced to
Yeah, see how little time I have to spend on each character?
triumph.
Oh shit, that just fucked with a bunch of stuff though.
Reconfiguration.
Feathers incinerate.
The fruit of evolution.
Take
Variable elimination.
together we vanish.
No! I was just a little too slow because of the grapple. We missed the third one. I shouldn't have done the second Verina swap. But as you can see, we can do like insanely fast constant quick swapping with this team because both Chang-Li and Zhang Liao have very little field time requirements to actually activate the things that they do. And all the things that they do have long quick swappable animations. I just need to get this first rotation off well.
The
It's just
moment at hand.
difficult because of the
This
fucking monkey cage.
Very moment is the best of our lives.
Life
Oh,
is
that's a little slow.
everything.
Shit.
Pierce
A
through
little
the
slow,
stars.
little slow, little slow, little slow.
But who is
Ah,
the
we wasted a
cage
stack.
bird now?
Fuck it, it's whatever.
Sever. Feathers.
Reconfiguration.
The fruit of evolution.
Watch out.
Ah, I didn't get a stack because of fucking...
Exploit.
Together we vanish.
Variable elimination. Risk level increasing.
No! Oh, we got it. No, we got it. We got it that time. Cool.
Bask in the sunlight.
Together we vanish.
Perfect. Get the damage bonus for that one. Oh, I wasted Zhang Liao all time though. I could have done that so much sooner.
Be reduced
Whatever, it's fine.
to cinders.
I also didn't time his outro properly. That's fine. Oh my gosh, we didn't get the stack. That sucks.
Feathers incinerate.
Exploit.
Together we vanish.
Variable elimination.
Grow fruit of evolution.
Take form. Perish.
Reconfiguration.
Mind's eye.
Luminous energy.
Disruption.
Clear as the blaze.
Pierce through the
Oh
stars.
shit, you can't cancel that fast. I forgot.
Exploit.
Together we
But, I mean, Changli needed time anyway.
Reconfiguration.
beckon the divine flames.
Leave it to me. The fruit of evolution.
Okay. That was okay. That was an okay run. But like I said, they're gonna fucking melt because my Changli's cracked and this makes my Changli do so much more damage. But yeah, I mean, it's a decent run mechanically. If I fucked up a few swaps, I could have cut a decent amount of frames on most of my swaps, but overall, decent run. How fast was that actually? Rewind the VOD. Minute 14. Not bad for a pretty unclean run. It's easy, sub 1 minute if I clean that up a lot more. Cause the big things were I completely fucked, like, I could have done more frame cutting. Like, I could have done basically everything there, at least 30% faster, maybe 40%. But also, the big thing was I was doing a really poor job timing Zhangli Yao's outro for Changli, because it's a big damage bonus to her heavy attacks when she has the outro she has a Zhangli Yao's outro bonus, but it goes away when you swap. So ideally, you always want Zhangli Yao's outro to put Changli, or Changli to already have max stacks to do a heavy attack with the 25% damage amplification. I missed 2 of those, so that required an extra, at least an extra heavy attack. If it didn't require the extra heavy attack, I would have easily saved over 15 seconds on that run. But again, not representative. My Changli does way too much fucking damage, and I was not playing that as cleanly as I could. But just very fun team to play. I want to fucking sweat this. I actually have to play the team super efficiently for this. To clear this in time. Just because, like, I mean, when I say efficient, I mean like 60% of ceiling, but like 70% maybe. But like, that's kind of when you're hitting the point where it's like slightly better than, like slightly around better than most meta teams, and then the further you pass the like 60-70% efficiency is when you start getting to the realm of like, holy shit, why does this team do such an absurd amount of damage? But yeah, I don't know. That was a fun run. I just don't. It's also fun. Why are there so many fucking fusion bosses in this one? Oh, fuck it. We're just gonna do simulation instead of tower. They actually fixed simulation. They actually fixed simulation now, so you can just like you actually get full like ult and concerto at the beginning now, because it's so annoying having to like grind it back out every time. Don't worry about dailies. Tomorrow's only a little bit left, and I actually might overcap. Yeah, fine. I'm gonna keep doing this one until I get until Zani gets a good Capitanius. Oh, right.
Anything I can help you with?
Yeah, my Zhangli Yao is pretty okay. Like, he's pretty okay. Like, this is a particularly decent one, but it's also because it has energy regen. I need 0 energy regen on Zhangli Yao with this team. Like, it's basically a wasted stat. This one too. Like, I literally need 0 energy regen with this team. He overcaps on energy with me playing this team properly with 0 ER. Man, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not super cracked. The only reason the crit ratio is good is because of the crit main stat on this. My Changli is a fucking dump truck, because I also have S2, because I kept throwing my pulse at her, and in like 120, 130, I got 3 copies of her and a weapon, somehow. She clearly wanted to come home, and yeah, 25% crit rate is effective basically all the time. So this is actually 79.1% and 329.6%. Yeah, this one's probably the most cope. Flat attack's not bad, but like, it's a bit, I just haven't really bothered farming more of these motherfuckers, to be completely honest. This one is decent rolls. This one is decent rolls. This one is the best piece I own, period. Good attack roll, very high crit rate roll, also very high crit damage roll. And then good resident skill damage bonus roll as well. This one needs replacing. But the problem is it has absurdly high, like, this is a max roll for crit rate. And this is one below a max roll for crit damage, but the energy regen's wasted. I literally don't need energy regen on Zhongli with how I play. So, like, if I could get one with, like, res skill and attack with lower crit rolls, it would be worthwhile trade-off, but I haven't really bothered building Zhongli in a while. But either way, my crit's, like, fucking jacked on her, because I have good rolls on every piece for double crit. Her attack's okay, she needs more attack percent. And her resident skill damage is 30.7, which is good. Could still be higher, but it's good. Not 100% rate SMH, yeah. Here. These time. I think a big part of me not liking Zhongli, yeah, like his model looks really good, his picture looks really good, but for whatever reason, I just don't like the way that they did his 2D art. Like, his face structure is weird and not representative of, like, how his actual model looks like. His model looks so much better than this. And he's, like, literally the only one with, like, kind of mid art. Like, everyone else has, like, incredibly good 2D art. It's just him specifically, it's like, what's up with your face, dude? It's a nitpick, but since I do, like, I am trying to improve digital illustration, it just bothers me.
Astral modulation. Loading.
Together we vanish.
Variable elimination. Complete overhaul.
Damn, Zhongli up. Have an ult yet. There we go.
Pierce through the stars.
Take form.
Reconfiguration.
Rolling out. Crosscut. Sever. Together we vanish.
Reconfiguration.
I feel like I don't want to waste this. Ugh, he's... yeah, not enough energy for next one, but that's easily fixable. These things just die too fast. I couldn't even do a full rotation. That was like less than 2/3 of a rotation. Like half of one. Okay, let's go do simulation, because that's what I actually want to finish up the stream with. Sorry, tactical hall. I don't know, I keep calling it simulation. I think there was one that's called, like, something similar to that, but it's not the same one as this. Whatevs. Yeah, I haven't done any Lorelei, so let's just, like, clear a bunch of Lorelei with this team real quick. He got the dude treatment? No, he got the worst out of the dude treatment. Like, just by comparison, like... look how hot Brant looks. Like, this man is fucking gorgeous. Look how fucking hot Jian looks. Like, this is, like, classic husbando game bait right here. Like... look at Morphe. This is a sexy man right here. Like, this is a gorgeous man. He just has anger issues, which I'm not about. Even Calcaro looks like hot as shit here. In fact, this looks so much better than his in-game model. Like, yes, all of them don't look as good as some of the female arts for sure. But like, look at this. Look at this sexy uncle right here. Like, this is a... you can tell this is like a charming man right here. And Alto looks so much better here than he does in, like, his model and shit. His is a bit more mid, though, definitely. The posing's a little weird, and it kind of shows off less interesting parts of the design, to be completely honest. It's a weird choice to do the back for him. I guess it's kind of like a personality pose. But, like by comparison, like... look at this guy. Like, what's going on with his head shape and his hair? And this is, like, the most boring fucking pose. I get it's kind of a character thing for him, but this is such a boring pose. Like, he did get the dude treatment, but he got the worst of the dude treatment. He got the most of the dude stick out of anyone. Okay, good night, Acrafius. Thanks for joining us. It's been a lot of fun. It's always good seeing you. One day when I am super famous, big E and VTuber, ha ha ha, I will always remember the OG peeps smile. I don't ever expect that to happen, though. I do want to treat this hobby a little bit more seriously, but like, I don't expect it to go anywhere. I just really enjoy doing this. This is so much fun. I did not do a lot of streaming back when I was full-time content creating, especially because like that was kind of more Tuner's domain. And I had been convinced by several people I'm not a good streamer, which I now disagree with heavily. But at the time, I don't know. I'm really enjoying this. It's a really fun hobby for me. Ugh, this motherfucker's so annoying to fight. Like, he specifically wants a specific team and Echo to, like, actually do any meaningful damage to him without, like, eating for food buffs. Which, at most, for Tactical Hologram, I'll, like, maybe eat for health buff just so I don't have the skill issue as... like, fixed skill issue as hard to survive. But I don't really like doing damage buffs for, Hologram. It's just personal preference. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I did not know that's how she works. Wow, that's crazy.
Variable elimination. All shall reveal itself.
Together we cruise.
No, wait, I had 4 stacks, I forgot. Whatever. Oh, okay, well that was... My Chong-Li does a lot of damage, chat. My Chong-Li does a lot of damage, chat. Like, she's not, like, fucking, like, S6 whale level, but she does a lot of damage.
Together we vanish.
Eh, fuck it, I don't really care about wasting this stack. I didn't have to, but...
Together we vanish.
Ah, fuck, that was a waste, whatever. I didn't even get to do a quarter of a rotation, dog. Come on. Come on. Let me do, like, at least a full rotation. Is it gonna be, like, 4 or 5 until I can actually do a full rotation?
Variable elimination. Pierce through the stars. Exploit.
Together we vanish.
Oh, what? Oh, that just fucked me really badly. I did not do the right choice there.
Exploit.
No! I got like a third of a rotation done. Die slower, please. Okay, this is difficulty 4. It should have enough health, maybe. Oh, we get funny shorekeeper nuke. Ah, they want damageable. Oh, I love it when my healer does like fucking like 25k damage though. 25, 30k damage.
Variable elimination. Variable elimination. All shall reveal itself.
Okay, this is actually worth staying on him for. Just because he got Chong-Li buff.
Together we vanish.
What? I didn't activate? Ah, fuck. Okay, I fucked up that input.
Exploit.
Take 4.
Reconfiguration.
Most of her, that was like 70% of her rotation. Okay, sure. Game gave you the 3-hour time to touch grass warning. Dude, we have been streaming Woo for like over 9 hours now. This is like the 3rd fucking touch grass warning we've got. Why is this so much fun? Why is streaming so much fun?
Leave it to me. I engraft you new. Loading.
Together we vanish.
Pierce through the stars. Exploit.
Together we vanish.
He gets outro buff.
Be reduced to cinders.
Oh, I actually looked him a little early. I should have done a double swap with Shorekeeper. Ah, he canceled one. She canceled one of his things.
Loading.
Reconfiguration.
Take 4. Together we vanish.
In war with time.
Not starting with like a proper full rotation has kind of hurt the ER a lot. Oh no, I need to pay more attention to not getting hit. Shit. I'm paying a bit too much attention to my rotation instead.
Exploit. Reconfiguration. Variable
There we go. That's perfect timing.
Who's the caged bird now?
variable elimination. Exploit.
Together we vanquish.
Ah, I could have like gone on a Strollkeeper nuke. I just wasn't paying attention to my shadow at all.
Pierce through the stars.
Oh god, you missed, really? Oh god, you both missed. I am not paying attention now. He just fucking died. Damn. Okay, yeah, pay more attention, Jinx.
This is not the
Yikes. Okay, yeah. I'm focusing too hard on my rotation and keeps on dying for no reason.
No need to dwell on it.
No! You got the Shangli.
The cycle.
Okay. I don't know her attacks. I genuinely don't know what's hitting me. As a viewer, I tend to enjoy 200 CCV or lower streamers more often. Makes it easy to have a conversation. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I definitely, like, a big thing too with streaming in the past was because, like, the channel was really popular, especially in, like, later Monster Hunter and, like, stuff like that. Like, there would be obscene numbers of people in here sometimes, and I just could not keep up with chat. Especially because, like, I didn't stream enough, so I didn't have any practice keeping up with chat. At least now I've gotten a bit more practice with it, so it's kind of a bit more natural for me to do it. I also have watched more streamers since, because I got really into VTubers. So I've learned quite a lot from watching them, comparatively. I literally never watched streamers back when I was doing, like, full-time YouTube. But yeah, it is nice when it's slower. But like I said, you know, if things do get big for some fucking reason, then I will still try to, like, I will still always try to, like, remember the OGs, you know? Because y'all been here since, like, fucking 20 viewers, and y'all are fun and chill, and I'm glad that we have such a chill Gundala at the moment, and I will make an effort to keep it a chill Gundala. I am not afraid to ban people. Yeah, okay, 5 hits really hard, very killable, but hits hard, and yeah, fuck it, I don't feel like sweating that hard. I'm just gonna eat for HP real quick. What damage does all I do? Is she Glacio? No, she's Havoc, right? What fucking damage type is she? She's Havoc, yeah, no, she's Havoc because she's for Rachia specifically. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat for, like, take less damage when I get hits because I just don't feel like actually sweating that hard. I won't eat for any damage, though. I want my Chong-Li's damage numbers to be raw and brutal. Need some water to go quicker. Is it weird you're still a Monster Hunter math guy to me? No, definitely not. I mean, that's what I originally was. And, like, I still like Monster Hunter math. And, like I said, I like to remember the OGs, and, like, the Monster Hunter math guy is my roots. It's just that's not the content I'm focusing on anymore. And I'd rather build out organically with the stuff I want to stream. Content I want to do instead, stuff that gets me excited and everything. And, like, this isn't my full-time job anymore. Like, with the Monster Hunter and Genshin math stuff, like, it was my full-time job. I had a fiance to support, and then also Tuna and I was splitting money, so, like, it was very tight budget-wise. So, like, I had to care about making sure that the stuff I put out was, like, good money, basically. It was also during the time back when, like, sponsors were still a little weird for for content creators, so the community kind of reacted a bit more mixed on it. Now it's just like, now everyone's just like, oh yeah, get your bag. And I wish I had done more sponsors. I didn't really know how much they were paying out, since I wasn't, like, the one handling the business email stuff at the time. And, like, if I had known, it would have made things so much more sustainable, because I was putting in sometimes 70, 80-hour weeks to get enough videos out to hit, like, financial requirements. It was not healthy for me. And sponsors would have helped so much, because I could have easily halved my video output load with good sponsorships, and made more money. But it is what it is. Lessons. There's lots of things I would do differently if I went back and did it now, and like I said, I don't want to do full-time, like, YouTube video stuff. I just don't have any care or passion left for video making. I just enjoy streaming. I enjoy streaming. I enjoy streaming the stuff I enjoy. I enjoy conversing with you guys and answering questions and getting to show off cool, funny things that I enjoy, because I really love yapping and I really love doing, like, weird technical shit like this, right? And I just really enjoy these games. I really just enjoyed the gacha games I'm playing. Like, I'm not playing because I like gambling at all. I don't. It is funny when, like, you know, I get 3 copies of Chun-Li and, like, 3 copies of Chun-Li and her weapon and, like, 120, 130 pulls, but, like, I would have been perfectly satisfied with the Chun-Li and the weapon at, like, statistical average of, God, what is it, like, is it 150, 160 statistical average for both? I forget. I would have been satisfied with that. And, like, I like, plan my spending, I plan my saving and stuff around statistical average, and will just throw random 10 pulls to, like, genuinely build up pity that I know I can afford to throw to see if I get early characters. That's why I got Jinxie, and that's why I got Jian, but I would have been perfectly happy without them. I didn't really care for either. I still don't really care for Jinxie. She's so strong, and I never fucking play her. I just don't never fucking play her. I just find her teams not as fun, frankly speaking. Like, Big Dragon Laser is funny and everything. I just don't really like playing her for some reason. I don't know why. I just don't like her mechanics that much. I like Wuwa Math now too, so it feels sick you're still... Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. No, I mean, I like the Wuwa Math too. I don't know how much mathing I'm going to do, right? Because it does... When Wilds came out, a big issue I had, and why I've kind of, like, taken a big step back from it, is I felt, like, obligated to do a bunch of really thorough, nuanced math, and then do content on that first. And in theory, that would have been, like, the smartest thing for, like, stream growth, because I was already hitting, like, 90 plus, sometimes 3 digits on, like, the streams doing the mathing stuff, right? And if I had, like, actually used that momentum and kept going, I'd probably have a stream right now with, like, at least twice as many people. But, I mean, you know, mistakes were made, and I just wasn't in the mentally healthy enough place to really do that anyway back then. But, like, feeling like I was forcing myself to do the math, like, really killed all the joy for it for me. And also feeling like I had to do that stuff before I could stream stuff I wanted to stream really killed a lot of things for me, and did not help with, like, the bad depressive spirals I was suffering from around those times. So yeah, that's why I'm just now, like, I just want to stream the stuff I enjoy doing. I want to do the math that I am feeling genuinely inspired to do, which is, like, you know, the Zani, the fucking Zani signature weapons matrix we made just today. I enjoyed doing that. I just randomly decided to do it. It was fun. If I do damage calculations, I want to do damage calculations on Chang-Li Yao and really figure out, like, how you can truly min-max things frames-wise and everything. That would be fun for me, for, like, a damage calculation. But this isn't my job anymore, and I don't want to do, like, oh, wow, that Xiao Koan that came out, I'm gonna do, like, full calculations and, like, make a video about whether she's good or not. Like, I don't care for that anymore. I enjoy talking about the Zani Phoebe thing because that literally was just pure muse inspiration. I had zero plans to do that. My plans today was to like stream PGR events and stuff because I need to do them. I'll probably just do that tomorrow. But then I got on Twitter, like, if you were here at the beginning of the stream, you know, I got on Twitter and, like, started, like, writing this fucking, I wrote this, like, 7-paragraph essay on a single tweet about, like, the whole, like, Zani Phoebe thing, because there were a bunch of posts that were, like, on my feed, they were talking about, like, Zani Phoebe thing, and I was like, I'm just gonna retweet one of these and write a fucking multi-paragraph essay for some fucking reason. And then went, huh, I just want to stream about this now. We're just gonna do a stream about this. This seems like fun. Isn't Quickswap Jinxie fun enough? Yes, but she's not Quickswap in the way that I like. Jinxie is a good Quickswapper, but she's a good Quickswapper who needs too much field time while Quickswapping, and I don't like doing that. It's not as fun for me. Because, like, Jinxie, you need the Quickswap onto her, right? And you need to do, like, your 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you do the dragon, and then you can swap off of her, and then you swap back to her, and, like, do the actual, like, funny laser and everything, and then you swap off of her, and you build up outro on someone else so you can swap back into her to do a more efficient, like, forte generation thing. You do a little combo, and you swap back off of her. Like, it's quick swap, but it's like 4 to 6 second quick swap, and I don't really find that as fun. Like, that feels basically the same as, like, hyper carry to me with extra steps. Because when I play hyper carry teams, I play them that way. Like, when I play Jian, I generally, unless I'm feeling super lazy, I'm going to be doing, like, swap backs between, like, Jian and Mortifi and whatever my, like, sustain is. It's normally fucking little shitter, what's her name? The little blue-haired teapot gremlin because I think it's funny, and I'm using them to clear trash floors anyway. But like, I still play it that way because I want to be using Jian's spear off cooldown so I can run no ER and do like funny Jian numbers. And Jinxie basically plays that way as a quick swap unit. She isn't able to do fast quick swaps. As you can clearly tell, I love 1 second, 2 seconds below those quick swap teams. It's really fun to me. It's why I'm enjoying Zani so much. Zani has that kind of thing going on with her entire kit. So even though I definitely don't need it to clear content, it's really fun for me to do quick swap parries over her. It's really fun for me for when she does her Nightfall attack, or even when she does her like in ult parry, I can back swap really fast, and like to quick swap off of that to get other stuff done on my other characters. Like, I just find that more fun. Jinxie's just not the kind of quick swap I enjoy personally. Because it's like, more accurately, probably like 3 to second quick swap sort of things. And you kind of can swap back very quickly for her, right? Like, you only need 1 to 2 seconds for swap backs, but I just don't find it as fun. Very clearly, my favorite team is Chang Liao, and like, as you can clearly tell, the faster you quick swap and the faster you double swap and keep everything under 1 second, the funnier and more fun and bigger number it is, and shorter, like, clear time number it is. Not to like to shed on anyone who likes Jinxie quick swap. I see why it's genuinely fun, and frankly, for a quick swap team, it's a lot more approachable than the shit I like to play. Like, I genuinely would recommend to no one to play Chang Liao unless you're willing to mold like I do, like I was doing earlier, because like, what you saw with like the fucking like S0 Zani team, I was like trying to get sub 110 with. That's like a baseline level you have to do to like even have like Chang Liao do okay damage. Like, you have to go way beyond that to actually hit not even the damage ceiling, just to hit like competitive levels with like Zani and Jian and Carlotta and stuff. Like, you need so much input to make them like compete, but because you can min-max the input so hard, you can make them literally the strongest team in the game by a good margin if you can truly get down to like your 30-20 frame double swaps and things like that. And making sure you're always timing your outros. That's the biggest issue I have, is timing the outros appropriately. I have a really hard time timing Zhang Liao's outro to be on Chang Li when she can use her heavy attack. Because it wastes so much time for you to be like, okay, I have to do one more skill into like follow-up attack, and then I can heavy attack to like get to like make use of the damage bonus from Zhang Liao, right? Like, it's so much wasted time. In the time you do that, you could literally do like 4+ quick swaps. Team is incredibly fun, but it's very hard, and I enjoy that. I really enjoy high skill floor rotation, skill ceiling rotations and stuff like that, and skill floor rotations. It's fun to me. It's part of my favorite thing about WoA is being able to do that. It is probably my favorite thing mechanically about Black Beacon as well, which I really need to do that content. It's my favorite thing about ZZZ's combat too. You absolutely do not have to do that stuff on ZZZ, but it is so fun doing like 10 frame, 5 frame double swaps on ZZZ. Like, it's so satisfying. Yeah, like it's really satisfying when you're playing like a Haru Master team or something like that, right? And then you like do a parry with like one of your characters, and then when they do like a secondary attack that you can follow up parry on, you swap to a different character, pop their EX real quick, or do a few basic attacks, and then swap back to and then actually swap to the character you're parrying with. Like, that shit feels so good. It's so much fun. I really want to like get more practice with Haru Master's teams because I just really enjoy that technical gameplay. It's why Evelyn is my favorite character to play. She has an incredibly high skill ceiling in terms of like min-maxing her play. Because if you can very consistently get a bunch of her like perfected dodges with her skill specifically, because it builds 8 burning tethers, if you can specifically like do that really well, suddenly she is doing 2 to 3 times as many chain attacks per fight, because you can build up her stacks and build up her chain attacks super fast. And then you play her with Nicole, with like a really good Nicole play, and you can have her defense shred, 40% defense shred, which is massive on basically every one of those frequent chain attacks. But it's very hard to do because you have to be doing like quick swaps and double swaps in animations to Nicole so she can land some dash attacks to build enough energy to be able to EX and ult that often. but it's so much fun to play. Like, it's such an like the Sugar Mamas team, I call it, with like Evelyn, Astra, and Nicole is like such a fun comp to play. It's so fun sweating that comp. But yeah, Zani is definitely swapping the God Blade, Charge Blade God Point vibes. I mean, to me, it's much more like Beidou quick swapping. In Genshin, which is one of my favorite things to do, period. It's just the cooldown was so long. And Beidou's like good teams that she was optimal in didn't really ever do that. It was mostly a thing you did to run this ER. It wasn't like big because Beidou's best teams are just using her as an off-field DPS. But in this game, with swap canceling existing and double swaps existing, and Zani getting very rewarded for landing parries, it's such a fun team to play. It's by far my second favorite team, behind Chang Liao. Like, Chang Liao is so much fun to play. It is unparalleled, and it also uses Chang Li, who is my favorite character. That's kind of balanced out by Zhang Liao, though. I don't care about him as a character. He's just fun to play with Chang Li. I do want to build my Qixia. I might actually focus on that as soon as my Zani gets like a good fucking words hard Capitanius. Once she gets like a good Capitanius, I'll probably build Qixia, because Qixia fucking Changli dual DPS is really funny, and I've always wanted to play DPS, play DPS Qixia, because her Daka is just funny to me. I just love the idea of running and gunning and just spraying bullets at them. It's one of my, I mean, that's how I play shooters for the most part too. I really enjoy mobile short range tracking playstyles. And more short mid range. I don't really like melee range tracking. I just don't have the reaction time for it most of the time, but Qixia is base. Oh yeah, I don't like her as a character because Qixia and Yang were unfortunately just not written well in the beginning of the game, and that kind of always gonna be that way, unfortunately. But her kid is funny. I really wanted to build her, but she was so mid until Changli came out, and I was focused more on Changli Yinlin teams and Changli just a random other main DPSs teams, and then even think about Changli, Qixi. I saw runs about it, but I couldn't really justify building her when I wanted to get my Changli and now my Zani and a lot of my characters to be really built, because I wanted them to at least be really built, just because it's nice and simple to characters, and I want to and on this Gundala we commit to our waifus. But I'm at the point now where it's okay, yeah, my shit's pretty much built well enough, so until Chalcona comes out, I can put some stuff into Qixia, because they give you so many fucking materials in this game, and Qishia's gonna have a crack set by pure nature of using Changli's slightly worse pieces. I don't even really farm for Qishia's set, I'm just gonna use the pieces Changli isn't using. Feels about Yinlin's yeah, it was so disappointing, dude. I don't know if anyone in the chat plays PGR, Punishing Grey Raven, but Yinlin is basically Vera at home, and Vera, in my opinion, is in all media that I've experienced, not just gaming or gacha gaming, Vera is the best written crazy redhead / sadist type I've ever seen. Her backstory is fantastic, and the way they write her and the way she develops in the story and everything is incredible. Vera is yes, I have a really unhealthy attraction to crazy redheads. It's a problem. But she's by far the best written example I've ever seen of it in media. And that's the same company, it's Kuro. PGR is Kuro's previous game before this that's still running their other gacha game. And I was part of why I took a break in early WoA and kind of was about it for a while is because the writing was disappointing. I know I know a lot of people are just whatever, the gameplay's fun, who cares about the writing, but I do, because I know what Kuro can write. Kuro PGR has some of my favorite chapters I've ever read in a gacha game, and just in general, honestly. Gacha writing can be surprisingly incredible compared to a lot of other just novels and shit. It's weird. But yeah, it's there's so many good chapters in PGR, and seeing the same company put out that WoA 1.0 through 1.3, maybe 4 story, I was wow, this is so disappointing to me. And the dubs, like, I know that there were legitimate reasons why that caused issues with the EN dub, but like the EN dub and PGR had come out like a year earlier and was so much better. They already proved they can do it well. Like, it's like so many of these things that were just like unfortunate things about Wuwa's launch that did that, like, you know, disappointed most people. But as a PGR player who was really excited about Wuwa, like, I was feeling incredibly disheartened about the game. I was incredibly disappointed by it because my expectations were high, but they were high realistically, because they've done all of that in the past and they've done it really well. If they even did like it's 60-70% as good as they've done in the past, I would be happy. Which I would say like 2.0, depending on like the character and the storyline, is definitely like 60 to like 80% as good as like PGR stuff. I still have Cartathia. Actually, okay, Cartathia's whole thing from last patch. Cartathia's whole thing I would definitely put on par with some of the best chapters in PGR, for sure. And it's part of why I simp hard for Cartathia now. We love Cartathia in this Gundala. But other than that, I haven't done the Cantarella story. I've heard that's incredible too, so like that might also be up there with it. But like, yeah, some of the chapters, some of the storylines, and some of the stories in PGR, none of its voice is a visual novel style too. Like they have dubbing for like the combat and gameplay, but it's not voiced. Yeah, I was just really painfully disappointed by like the state of like the gameplay was incredibly fun. I love playing the game. I didn't care about the jank. I found the bugs fucking funny, honestly. It's just like the voice. When I took like the month break, came back and I swapped to Chinese Mandarin because I also played PGR in Mandarin. I play a lot of my gachas in Mandarin. If they don't have like an EN dub, I personally like, or they just don't have an EN dub, I prefer it over Japanese. Because I am Chinese and I like getting my ear more accustomed to my like ethnic language because I don't speak a lot of Mandarin and I kind of want to be better about that. So it's helping get my ear like more comfortable with the really weird like vowels and like accents that exist and intonations that exist in Chinese that don't exist in like any Western language. Where was I fucking going with that? Right, I don't know, PGR's incredible, and I'm glad to see Wuwa is, like, finally showing, like, flexing their chops with it. Because I know Kuro can do this incredibly well, and they've, like, really gotten it down really well with PGR. The first, I mean, obvious, like, in most cases with most gacha games, the first, like, few chapters, the first year or so, the writing's kind of mid, but, like, there's much less of an excuse when you already have incredible, like, you've gone through that with a different game, and you already have incredible writers who can do incredible things, and they can just work on the next project, or, like, advise the different teams for the next project, right? It's the same thing with Genshin. I didn't play Honkai Impact 3rd until after the Genshin thing happened, right? Like, I saw Honkai Impact 3rd, like, last year. But, like, comparatively, it's like, wow, why was the Genshin writing so mid when, like, after a certain point, after like the first 2 years, Honkai Impact is incredibly well written. Here's hoping for Lupa. Yup. Okay, well at this point I don't really feel like fighting anymore because I just ended up yapping for like 20 minutes about what writing. Speaking of writing, I have been like, since I moved to Phoenix, I've been like bouncing around and like making notes and conceptualizing stuff about like a creative writing project for myself, because I actually really enjoyed like creative writing, like writing fiction and short stories when I was like in high school and middle school. I actually won some state awards, like never like placing, but like a handful of runner-up things for like some in like state competitions growing up. For like one was for like a 2-page short story, one was like for a sheet of poetry, another one was visual. I also got like several for visual arts because I was a classically trained artist and everything, and like I've completely lost touch with like all of that after I like turned 20, and I'm 32 now, and I don't know, I've been enjoying reconnecting with like the artistic side of myself through learning digital illustration. And yeah, I don't know, this creative writing project, it'd kind of be like a web series sort of thing, probably. If anyone's ever seen Earthworld, it'd be kind of like the stuff they did a few years back with it, where it's like mostly writing, and you occasionally have illustrations in there. Because I don't want to illustrate a full webcomic, fuck that. But I also want to illustrate things in it as well. Just like the impact panels or certain moments or things like that. I don't know. I've got a lot of ideas, and it's becoming more and more fleshed out for that thing. It's gonna be a long time before I actually work on it, because I also want to hit like a certain level of my digital illustration skills first. And who knows if I'll ever actually even do it, but you know, it'd be fun. It'd definitely be a lot of fun. Oh, the late night yap is fucking real, Christ. Okay, I think it's time to call it. The time I was gonna spend fucking around with Zhang Liao, I just ended up spending. Oh shit! I didn't click dice yesterday, did I? Whoops. But yeah, I don't know. This stuff I'm like, I enjoy yapping. I don't regret yapping. I've gone plenty enough like fun min-maxing technical gameplay bullshit today. Don't really need any more. I don't know. Plus, like, I think that's part of what I'm enjoying about streaming too, is like kind of just yapping about stuff and about like stuff in my life and like being more real with chat. Like, I made a hard decision when I started like doing this as like a hobby that I was not going to kayfabe and I was not going to like put on like my radio personality, because like that's what I did during like when I was doing YouTube full time. I was, you know, being, I wouldn't say I was being a persona, but I was like doing what I do in like my restaurant bar work, where like I was presenting a certain type side of myself. And like I'm a fucking like Gunnar Degen, like fucking Himidanchi goth gamer weeb, what the fuck ever hag. Like, I don't know, I just want to be me now. I don't want to like force myself to be like filtered or like be a certain persona or presentation or any shit like that. I just want to like have fun and be me, and it's been nice being able to do that on streaming lately. It's made like a genuine joy to be like doing this as a hobby right now. And I think like it might be the time for me to like start taking it a little bit more seriously, because I was just for now just been kind of like experimenting with it and seeing what I like about it, how much I like it. But you know, it might be time for me to start doing things like having an actual streaming schedule, so people can do stuff, or can like see stuff, and like actually just doing a little bit more stuff. I don't know if any of you like know corpo VTubers and know V Shoujo. I was watching like Giga talk about some stuff on like a clip more recently, and her talking about how like, you know, when she did it and what she recommends is that, you know, you can't go into VTubing and streaming and YouTubing expecting to make it big, right? I definitely was not planning on doing that when I made the Call of Roth video that like started the channel with explosively. Like the growth we had in the first like few months was absurd, very statistical anomaly. Like first year we hit like 90k subs, and like within like first like 3 months we were over like 40k or something. Like it was absurdly fast growth. I really lucked out with that, with like the YouTube channel. I was not on that grind until I was like actually like doing my 70-hour week grind. But I was on the grind to like, you know, have you know, my chance, my moments, my one shot. But yeah, I don't know. What the fuck was I even talking about? Oh yeah, like, you gotta like talk about how like it's a hobby, but like, you know, treat it as a serious hobby, right? Like, you know, like have like nice stream assets and stuff like that. Like do a schedule, like do like a streaming schedule. If you stream on Twitch especially, like make sure that you're having VODs and stuff. Like do like the correct things to be able to grow and stuff if that's what you want. But like treat it as a hobby and it's a lot of fun. Don't expect it to become big, but you know, treat it like a serious hobby, right? And you know, like how like I guess like more competitive like FPS players would like treat like their hobby of playing like games, and like, you know, gamers who do that kind of thing. And I don't know, that seems like a fun idea now that I've kind of hard confirmed how much I really enjoy streaming in this style and way. Because, like, I did not enjoy streaming as much in the past, but, like, after, like, spending so much time more recently, the past, like, year or so, watching VTubers and seeing actual streaming content and kind of, like, really seeing stuff and be like, wow, that sounds like the kind of content I always wanted to make and would enjoy making, and I want to, like, experiment with that. Now that I'm kind of at this point, I'm like, huh, maybe it's time for me to, like, add a touch of seriousness into it, you know? I don't know. I'm just fucking late night rambling and yapping at this point, and I appreciate everyone who's like actually fucking hung out while I've been doing this. But yeah, like, I mean, that's part of like taking it more seriously, right? Is that I specifically wanted to like record a thing that I can easily cut out as a clip and a guide and throw it on the channel, because like that would be part of like taking this more seriously. But also, it's nice because that's also what I want to do. Like, it's great that I can explain this shit to, like, the people who are in stream when I'm explaining it, but, like, I want more people to be able to, like, have access to that information if they want it. That's literally why I started making YouTube videos in the first place. I was a speedrunner for the Call of Taroth, and we got a world record that lasted for 22 hours before a Chinese team dunked us. And I was literally speedrunners were the only people who knew how Call of Taroth's mechanics worked because we did exhaustive testing on it. Like, literally no one knew how her, like, fucking early shedding mechanics, how all of her weird shit and, like, early transitions and all this kind of fucking stuff worked except for speedrunners because it required an obscene amount of testing and observation to fucking figure shit out. Like, it was not anyway intuitive. It's just kind of more like, oh, we did a thing. Oh, that was weird. That thing happened. Okay, let's spend like the next like 50 fucking hours testing different shit to see if we can understand why the mechanics behind why that happened. It was a lot of fun though. I enjoyed it. But then like I was hanging out in like a Rex Discord because it's where I met a lot of my like still like old friends in Discord. Was a Rex's Discord back in the day, and a little bit in the Gathering Hub, and like every fucking day, I'd get like 5 to like 15 people asking me the same goddamn questions about how Call of Taroth works. I'm like, I am fucking tired of answering the same shit every day. I'm just gonna make a video and put it on YouTube and just tell them to watch it. So I did that, and it fucking exploded out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god, like, I'm like, what? Like, most people like grind out videos for a while to like make it, and like, I think my video had like over 20k in the first day, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Is this what going viral looks like? So I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna, like, ride this and, like, do, like, this kind of instructional content and stuff, because I like teaching a lot. It just sucks when I feel like I'm obligated to do specific teaching topics that I might not feel passion for at the time. I'm a very muse inspiration kind of person about a lot of things. Yeah, I got insanely lucky. Like, my first ever video basically went viral, and I did a decent job riding that wave to, like, grow the thing into, like, a real career. Which is why I don't think I can really give very good advice to, like, people who are like, oh, I want to get into, like, content creation and stuff like that. I'm like, I don't fucking know how you do that, dude. I got lucky as shit. But, you know, I've actually did the smart thing, which is really experienced and consumed and studied and analyzed a lot more content, because I didn't do that when I was doing like YouTube full time. I had this weird hang up about not seeing too much of other people's content so it wouldn't bias my own thoughts and calculations, which is fucking stupid. Like, you need to know what your industry and sector and your peers are doing if you want to like take like content seriously. You need to know this stuff. It's very important. And also, it's very important because it gives you more ability to, like, collab and things like that, and gives you, like, the ability to, like, find people you want to interact with, or, like, figure out, like, communities you might be interested in, all this kind of shit, and I was really dumb and stubborn about that. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this now. I mean, I've been streaming so fucking much, and basically all of my free time the past few weeks has been me streaming. I haven't really done much. Like, I haven't really done much stuff outside of that. For like my free time that I have currently. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I love it. This is really enjoyable. I want to keep doing more stuff like this, as a hobby, of course. I don't have any expectations of this becoming big or anything. It would be interesting if it did, and I mean, the idea of going back and becoming a full-time content creator with like the more knowledge and like understanding of how I would do things differently and how I would do things in the way I would grow it organically in the way I would enjoy would be cool. It's a pretty, like, attractive career prospect, but I don't really expect that to happen. I don't think you can expect that to happen. Doesn't matter how much you, like, the grind is, like, the minimum prerequisite. It's not guaranteed to ever get you anything. Too many people who actually even make really good content just never get over 1,000 subs. They never get a lot of people in there. They just never get favored enough by the algorithm to, like, actually have that moment where people can recognize how good the content is. It's just how it works sometimes, especially on Twitch. All support here, bro. I appreciate it, Ryan. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so I don't know. It'd be fun. Plus I can combine a lot of, like, my current interests and hobbies into it, right? Like, I like teaching. I get to teach with this kind of stuff. I like yapping. I get to yap with this kind of stuff. I'm learning digital art, so I can work on my own VTuber model. Like, I made the PNG tuber you're looking at right now. I want to start working on some emotes, so I can put emotes on the channel, so because that'd be more fun for people to have, like, emotes to be able to work with. I want to do a stream working on my streamer assets with a friend of mine who is very experienced with that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I want to do. And so, like, I don't know, like I said, maybe it's time to start taking things a little bit more seriously and, like, actually work on that stuff because I want to. I don't feel like it's necessary or mandatory. I do want to do it because I want to, because I'm enjoying this, and I want to keep doing this. Okay, well, that was, like, another fucking, like, 30 minutes of yapping about random me shit. The sun is up now. I need to, like, actually hop off before I keep yap about another random tangent. This has happened, like, on multiple streams recently, where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hop off. Oh, but let me talk about this one thing. 40 minutes later. Yap. Can't stop being a yapping hag. Alright, but thanks so much for joining, everyone. It has been, like, legitimately a lot of fun. Do appreciate it a lot for everyone who is hanging out and lurking, especially anyone who is, like, chatting and whatnot. I do try my best to, like, make sure I'm trying to engage with the peeps who are in chat and remember the peeps who are regulars and all of that, you know? But yeah, it's been a lot of fun tonight. I really, really enjoyed this, and it's nice to know that I'm gonna, like, make a video, even if it's just, like, an edited clip. I'm gonna make a video that I actually really want to make, and I'm going to enjoy making, presumably. I don't know, it's nice. It's been a lot of fun. I'm glad that I'm kind of, like, figuring out how to enjoy, like, I am enjoying and figuring out how to enjoy it, and coming from more of, like, a passion stuff I want to do versus, like, me fucking dumb lucking my way into having a successful channel and being like, okay, fuck, I have to make sure this keeps going because I want to, like, this is a career. Like, now I just want to enjoy what I do, hopefully put out content that people enjoy, that, you know, and hang out in chat and all that kind of shit, and then, like, if I do end up growing, like, grow organically from that. I want to focus on, I never got to, in my YouTube career, focus on the content that I truly wanted to do, nor did I ever do a good job of, like, trying to transition into it. I always focused on what I can do, and sometimes what I enjoyed doing that would work and be successful, because I was trying to make a career out of it, and that is a lot of what ended up killing my enjoyment of it and killing, like, it as a lifestyle for me, and was affecting my mental so badly. Because I never got to be that person who, like, experimented with a bunch of different content and stuff that they liked, and then one worked, so they kept going with it. I literally just fucking lucked out on my first video, and basically ended up getting myself stuck in that specific rabbit hole forever. And I enjoyed it to a large degree, right? But it just became, like, at a certain point I was just like, man, this is, like, not me. This is, like, a specific thing I'm good at and enjoy some of the time that I'm basically feeling like I'm obligated and forced to do. And that just wasn't fun. Like, I made more money and genuinely enjoyed much more, like, bartending and shit. Especially because I often would do, like, leadership positions and stuff. I worked with a consultancy for a while. So, like, yeah, it just became unsustainable, financially not fun, I was killing myself and really exacerbating my mental issues. It was really bad for my... The amount of sedentariness was awful for my physical state too, because I had always done like high-end fine dining hospitality stuff, so I was always on my feet. I was always fit just by nature of my work, and it's not good for my physical condition. I'm gonna have to like make sure I'm like... Because I might be also doing like a remote desk work thing coming up, so I have to make sure I actually force myself to like go to the gym that's downstairs and like do walks and socialize and all that, because it's not just naturally a part of my work anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I'm liking how things are turning out, and I'm really glad that I'm just genuinely enjoying what I'm doing right now, content-wise, and that, like, I don't feel any obligation at this point to, like, do specific things because it's the smart choice, or because, like, it's the growth choice, or things like that. Like, all the stuff I was talking about with taking it serious, the stuff I want to do. I'd be perfectly fine with never growing and not doing that, but it's stuff I want to do. But I want to take it a bit more seriously, and I want to do that. I don't want to do it because I feel like, oh, this is what I need to do if I want to grow and potentially make a career out of this, right? I don't know, it's really nice. It's something I've never really experienced before with content creation, and I've obviously done this for a while, and actively did this as a full-time career for like 2.5 years. It's just really nice. It's really nice feeling like I get to do the stuff, and like I get to do this in a way that I truly enjoy, and it's truly what I wanted to do. Because I literally never got to do that before. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm really thankful for like the fact that I just got insanely lucky and my first video went viral as hell, and I somehow managed to ride that momentum into a career. But like, it's nice getting to not do that now. To do what a lot of people normally do, which is, you know, making it as a hobby and like starting it as like making it as a hobby and doing the stuff they enjoy and kind of figuring out what stuff they enjoy and are good at that like people like, and then like riding off of that once they get the big break thing. I never got to do any of that before, so I never got to like really be like, oh, this is the content I truly want to do, and not just the rabbit hole that, yeah, I enjoy it sometimes it's the videos I want to make, but a lot of the time it's just like, oh no, this is my job, I just have to make this. Oh, new characters coming out in Genshin, I have to make a very quick video with accurate calculations and nuance in it, because that's my job. I don't care if it doesn't matter if I don't give any fucking shit at all about Yanfei, I gotta make a Yanfei video, you know? Okay. Anyway. I went on yap for another 10 minutes, so I'm going to actually shut off the stream now, before I end up spending the next hour here talking about more shit. But anyway, thanks for joining everyone, it's been a lot of fun, this has been a really fun stream. It's been a really fun experience the past like month or so. Well, even the past month or so. The earlier like wild streams weren't actually that fun. It's been really fun like the past like 2-3 weeks doing all of this, and I appreciate all of you who are lurking and hanging out in chats, and I will do my best to remember the OGs if things ever do grow. Not that I expect them to, you know. But yeah, appreciate all of you. It has been a lot of fun. I'm clicking the end stream button now before this becomes an 11-hour stream. Anyway, good night everyone. Bye.